Get ready to match the stars from Sean and Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Debralee, from Chips, Brianne, Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Joyce Bulifant, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Reilly.
Okay, gentlemen, everybody ready out there? Thank you for joining us here. Come and meet all the folk.
Hi, Dwayne.
Nice to see all of you again. And it seems only yesterday that
Been a long time, Dean?
Yes, very long. Be careful. This lady was a contestant. She sat over there. How long ago was that?
Oh, gee, about 2 years ago?
Yes, it
Almost
was.
3
Right.
years ago?
And you won some loot?
Yeah.
And she said at the time during the interview that she wanted to get into the show business.
Sure is.
And she did. She's on Chips.
Chips, yes.
After my last visit with you, it was suggested that I might do better over there.
Oh, yes. No,
The
but
producer was the one who suggested that.
Iris Scotch said that to you? No, he was only
Scotch. I call him
joshing you.
Mr. Scotch.
You do, really? I don't.
I
Well,
think you should do that one more time.
May I have some, please? This
Yes,
is
of
really
course.
embarrassing. Okay.
no. Well, we have to give her a proper welcome now. This is her first time over here as a celebrity. Welcome, Brianne. Almost got you. Okay, let's say hello to Burt Waring and Kathy Keller over here, ladies. Nice to see you once again. Burt Waring is the current champ with $10,600, and she's very happy about that. Now we're in the middle of round one. Kathy, you've had your question. You matched two of our stars, and we'll pick up with Burt here and see how this goes. Right now, I guess we're going to do that, right? Okay, here we go. Burt, your first round question reads as follows. Rita said, last night, I was invited to a party for doctors only. It was strange. They served the wine in a blank. Okay. Here we go. Almost. Now we're ready. Rita said last night I was invited to a party for doctors only. It was strange. They served the wine in a blank.
Syringe. Like
In a syringe.
Shot syringe.
One of those big syringes. Okay. That's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a strange answer, but, see, my problem is I have a very long nose, Gene. And
You have a long nose?
Have you noticed?
No, I haven't noticed.
The problem is I got fixated on it here, and I said beaker.
Beaker. You took chemistry in high school.
What could I do?
Yeah.
It was a required course.
All right.
I didn't take chemistry, and I didn't say syringe. I said they served it in a bedpan.
That's
When she was a kid, she played doctor and nurse. That's how she got that answer. What do you say?
Mostly I got to do the nurse.
Specimen cup.
Specimen. Oh, this is really a revolting show.
question. It's a revolting question.
Aren't you glad you showed up here today?
Oh, yeah. I matched Brett. As a matter of fact, bedpan.
You said bedpan?
Yes.
Okay.
She matched me when she was a contestant
I
for
did.
$5,000. What do you think of that?
Are you going to give that money back
right.
now?
The government has
With the interest.
Maybe he's at Harvard now.
Okay. Glad that his doctors only was strange. They served the wine in a...
Before I reveal this answer, I today do not intend to allow the audience to intimidate me.
No. I don't even know if they're
booing
alive.
And the moaning, I'm not going to be intimidated.
Okay.
How about the other contestants?
But you will be nice to me. Well,
All right.
I said hot water bottle.
Hot water bottle.
All right, that's it.
That's it. Now, wait a minute. Be nice to him. That's not a bad answer. I find it quite amusing myself. It's like those, the mountaineer people who
They're
drink
over the shoulder.
the wine out of that, what do they call that? No, it's a calfskin bag.
Over a bag over the shoulder.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. What?
Funny you should mention that.
That's what you have on your card.
Well, sort of. Well, I thought it was maybe some pathologist involved, so I said in a bladder.
In a bladder.
That doesn't even make any sense.
That's true. It's
Yes,
like
of
one of
course.
those things.
Oh, dear. Aren't you glad you came? Okay, there's the end of round 1. 2-0 the score. Round 2 coming up in a moment or so. Right now, this for you. Yes, we're back again now, and we'll go on to round 2 and ask Kathy if she wants A or B.
Pick A for Amy.
A for who?
Amy.
Amy.
My daughter.
That's your daughter. Once in love. You may not believe this, but Fat Frida can touch her toes. Isn't that amazing? Not with her hands, with her blank. You don't play, and you don't play. Kathy, you ready? Okay, here we go. You may not believe this, but
Wait a minute, Mr. Reilly. Surprisingly enough, has not finished.
Okay. Now, Fat Frida can touch her toes, not with her hands, with her blank.
Her boobs.
Her boobs. What you call your basic super droopers. Yes.
That's the gene we've learned.
Just putting out my rubber chain, Gene. So we can intimidate Bob Barker from all sides.
Okay. Fat Frida can touch her toes, not with her hands, with her...
But with her belly.
Belly. Okay. She said boobs. What do you
Too
say
bad.
here?
She was right.
I say, you bend over and touch your toes, and I'll show you where the wild goose goes. I said chins.
Chins. We're getting everything but the upper frontals here, Charles.
I said because I'm trying to bring class to the game. You know, with what, a 4-letter word starting and ending with B and having 2 vowel O's in the middle.
Okay.
That's it. Let's figure it out.
One for Kathy. Gives us 3 altogether. Okay, Joyce, show us yours. Close enough.
I was trying to bring a little class too, but I didn't need all that explanation. I just said her bosoms.
Bosoms, all right. 4 for Kathy. Now, Bert, since it's round 2, the final round, you need 4 to tie, 5 to win. Jim the junk dealer is a junk dealer through and through. Even his blank is a wreck. Jim the junk dealer is a junk dealer through and through. Even his blank is a wreck. Okay.
He's just doing what we call
All right,
variation.
Jim the junk dealer is a junk dealer through and through. Even his blank is a wreck.
His wife.
His wife is a wreck. Even his wife is a wreck. Now, you don't have to give us that polite applause just because you think, I mean, if it's because it's obligatory. But, I mean, if you don't like the answer, just cool it. I no booze or anything like that, but, you know, just, yes.
I know Jim the junk dealer. He's the guy who sold me my rubber chain.
That's
and
right.
I know for a fact that his wife is a wreck.
Okay. Put it on the score. Yes.
From that famous game show, Bite Your Wife.
Bite your wife. 4 to 2 the score.
Well, he might have been in the junk business, but he had a full J. I said wife, mistress, and secretary.
All of them. 4 to 3 to score. Brianne?
They both look so lovely. They look like little Christmas trees. They're red and green. Anyway, wife.
You got wife too. Tie score. One more wrecked wife will win the game.
I have won.
There it is. There's 5-4. What do you got there? Another one. Well, Kathy, it was a pleasure to meet you. Going to send some gifts your way from Match Game 79. Kathy Kelleher, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us. Bye. Here we go. We're going to spin a commercial or two, and then you come back and see how much money she wins, okay? Here we are. Can you excuse me just 1 second here? There's a very sweet lady in our audience here today. Her name is Fanny Goodson. She is the mother of Mark Goodson. And tomorrow... Oops, I walked right in front of your shot, didn't I? Gee, I shouldn't have done that, should I? Holy mackerel. Gosh darn it, I walked in front of that shot, didn't I? Anyway, tomorrow she is going to be 92 years old, and I want to say happy birthday to her. Hello, Fanny. Oh, she's a good kisser, too.
Charlotte, you have to know Charlotte. Everybody knows her.
You're feeling okay?
Fine, just fine.
Good. It's wonderful to have you here, and many happy returns of the day. Fanny Goodson. Oops, I walked in front of the shot again. All right. Now we're going to have a go here with Bert Waring. She's got $10,700, and we'll see how much more she'll win. As we come here to this super match, we polled the studio audience not too long ago, Bert, and said, write down your best answer to this. The happy blank. $500 for matching their most popular answer, and for matching the second most popular, $250, and for matching the third, $100. Now, whom do you call on for a little assist here?
Brett.
Happy days.
Happy days.
Are here again.
The happy days.
Watch it.
All right, that's hers.
Charles.
The happy hooker.
Why didn't you work like that?
Bob, have you got one? Third is
Oh,
tough.
you would come to me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now think about it for a second. Something may come to
Well, the happy hooker was the only thing
Here's
I
a
could
good
think.
one.
Well,
Yes, here's a good one.
Oh, yes.
The happy hour.
The happy hour.
The happy hour.
So you have the happy hour, the happy hooker, and the happy days. You can
much
choose
you
one of
wanted
those
that
or
happy
give us one of your own. What is your pleasure?
I wish I was at the happy hour, but I'm going to go with the happy hooker.
She's going to go with the happy hooker.
I don't.
Don't go with
I
her.
hope you'll be very happy together.
No, don't go with her.
Okay.
You can say it for the answer, but don't go with her.
No, it's the happy
He's
hooker
been
that
with
she's
her.
chosen there, the one that Charles gave. Let's find out if it's up there, and if so, where. We'll reveal the $100 number, if you please. The happy hour. Okay.
Hey.
That was Bob's answer. May we see, with a little assist there from someone
No, that
up
was
on
my
high?
own idea.
Oh,
It just
was,
came to me,
of
though,
course.
after I read it on another card.
Sure. May we see the next one, please? The happy day.
You see?
Well, yeah, it was up there. That's
Sure it
surprising.
was.
Very good, Brad. Okay, last chance for the happy hooker. Go! Yeah! Very good. Now, Bert, you've picked up another $500. You've gone over the $11,000 mark. You have $11,200. More important than that, you're going to play for 10 times the amount of money you just won. That's a minimum you'll play for, $5,000. But a lucky spin of the star wheel will double your money. You'll play for $10,000. Will she double it or not? Let's find out right now.
double it up.
Go! All right. Double your money. Close. But you almost rooted it home there. Brett, you ready? Playing for $5,000. Good luck to Bert Waring. Here it is. Barrel of blank. Barrel of blank.
Okay.
Okay, now Bert, give us the answer that she's got on the card. If you do that, you get $5,000 additional. You'll be up to $16,200. What do you say?
Barrel of monkeys.
Barrel of monkeys. Okay.
I'm so PO'd. I threw it away. I wrote down 3. I'm so mad. I said fun. I'm so furious. I wrote down monkeys, laughs, and fun and went eeny,
Barrel
meeny,
of
miny,
laughs,
moe.
barrel of monkeys, and barrel of fun, and you threw away the monkeys and kept the fun. Well, I don't blame you for that.
That's showbiz.
That's right.
Showbiz. That's showbiz.
You win some, you lose some, Bert. That's the way it is. Here we go now. Let's meet another competitor. Here comes Stacy Ziegler. Hello, Stacy. How are you?
Fine.
We welcome you. And before we start the game, we'd like to find out who you are, where you're from, anything you want to tell us about you.
Okay. Born and raised in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Work for an orthodontist in Tarzana. I have a 4-year-old daughter.
Yeah?
And I like to water ski, play a little racquetball.
Yeah?
That's about it.
You didn't say you have pretty brown eyes.
Oh.
I'll say that. She has
Thank
pretty
you.
brown eyes, yes.
Thank you.
And a nice smile. Nice dimples, too. And we wish her the best of luck as we go here to round 1 and ask her to choose A or B.
A.
A it is for Stacy Ziegler. The doctor said,
Yeah.
Big on doctors.
Doctor said I have a very strange patient. He's being kept alive by a machine. Well, what's strange is it's a blank machine. Strange patient being kept alive by a machine. And what's strange is it's a blank machine.
Ask the old man if I need braces. Do me a favor.
Okay.
Thanks.
He doesn't need orthodontia, does he?
Blank.
The doctor said I have a very strange patient. He's being kept alive by a machine. What's strange is it's a blank machine.
One of those machines that tunes cars.
One of the machines that tunes
Yeah.
cars, an engine analyzer?
Yeah,
One
an
of those?
engine analyzer.
Engine analyzer.
A car tuning machine.
I don't know.
I'll give you odds on that one.
A tuning machine.
A tuning machine.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
didn't
she
say
said.
that, however. I said a sewing machine.
A sewing machine? That's a good one. What do you got?
It's a machine, anyway.
Right.
With this ditzy group up here, she thinks we're going to be smart enough to say engine analyzer.
No.
Heavens, no. I said a washing machine.
Well, certainly. Well, simple, straightforward. But don't give complicated answers here, Stacy.
I'd never say anything I couldn't spell.
I said the same thing as my cute buttercup said.
He's changing his tune there. When he steals an answer, he's all smiles and friendly.
I was going to say engine analyzer, but I said it last week for 2 questions. I didn't want to use it again.
Sure. Okay, Brianne, what have you got there?
He's a very clean person, washing machine.
Washing machine, it seems like a good answer to me, Stacy. What do you got, Bob?
I have a very scientific answer. It's
Yeah.
straightforward,
Right.
as you suggested, but it's
Right.
scientific. Now, if you are going to live longer,
Yeah.
you're going to have more years,
Right.
Therefore, you're kept alive by an adding machine.
An adding machine. Oh. Yeah.
I think that this audience and I are operating on a higher intellectual level than the rest
That's
of you.
right. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's nice to play to a bunch of Zen Buddhists. I've never done that before. Okay, Joyce.
Yes.
You're up.
Oh, yes, that has to do with my answer.
That's right.
It's-
He's being kept alive by a machine. What's strange is it's a
Ball machine.
what?
You know, they throw
Oh, the ones that throw the tennis balls and the baseballs, a ball machine.
Well, that's
Oh.
got to keep you alive. Got to be on your toes.
That's right.
Those balls
How
matter.
come nobody said a Cuisinart or anything like that? Those are machines there.
Couldn't spell it.
Couldn't spell that, huh? Okay. Now, you stand by for your round one question. Right now, we have a little message for you. Thank you. You have a round one question for Bert? Here it is. Tough Teddy said, what's going on here? What?
I thought the show was over, and he was just showing me what a snappy.
We were comparing shoes.
I was showing him mine, you see.
Yes, of course.
And he was showing
And I was
me
showing
his.
hers.
All right. All right, we'll now get a preference there. If you, all those who like these shoes, please applaud there. Okay. All those who like these shoes, please applaud. The winner.
They were not applauding for the shoes, they were applauding for the legs.
Oh, no, you got nice legs there.
I
Here we
was
go.
robbed.
Yeah, let go of my cord there. Are you ready for this? Tough Teddy said, I'm really tough. Last week, I entered the demolition derby. Everyone else used a car. I used my blank. Demolition derby. Everyone else used a car.
Is that where everything
but I used my blank.
explodes?
So they have a bunch of cars in this big ring,
Yeah.
and they keep hitting each other. And
Tough
the
Teddy
last
said.
car that
Really
survives
tough.
is the winner. They smash each other, you see, and try to incapacitate one another's automobiles. And the one
Honey, I got a terrific.
survivor is the winner. Okay, here we go with Bert Weber. Tough Teddy said, I'm really tough. Last week I entered the demolition derby, and everyone else used a car, but I used my
Mother-in-law.
mother-in-law. Very good. What do you got there?
Not mother-in-law. I used my head.
Head is a good one.
You had to be behind a vehicle.
No?
Not necessarily.
Just show
I'm
the card.
Sorry. I said bicycle. I thought it
That's
was
all right. No, that's okay. Bicycle is all right.
I said motorbike, Gene.
Motorbike is okay also. Head, all three are good answers there. And you, Brianne, what have you got? Head.
I, too, thought that you had to have a vehicle, but I also thought it would be good if you were not in any way protected. It's another scientific answer, skateboard.
Skateboard is good. No, nothing wrong with that. We wouldn't knock that for a minute, would we?
No.
No.
She can't afford to.
I said had to use it. He used a scooter.
A scooter. All good answers. Yours is good, but no match. Now, no score here at the end of round one. Stand by for round two, but first this for you. Thank you, one and all, for joining the Next Time Match Game 79. Gene Mervin here. Goodbye. Thank you all.
This is Johnny Olsen speaking for Match Game 79. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Shawnana Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Dawson Reilly, from Chips, Brianne Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Joyce Bulifant, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Gene Rivers.
Okay. Oh, all right, John. Oh, I got the lightweight microphone. Yes, it's very nice. I'll be very careful with it. What I do, you see, to keep from breaking. This is a very expensive microphone. I'll loop the cord here so I don't see when you tug on the cord there. Someone. Hello there. Isn't this fascinating?
I'd love to just go.
Have you noticed how these young ladies are all color coordinated today?
Yeah, this guy's the best looking one on the panel. Right?
Yeah.
They're all color coordinated.
That's why they call it the
reason
match
for
game.
that? Yeah.
What is he
Oh, hey,
writing?
listen, he's writing.
Wait,
Hey, listen, I want to hear what
I'm
you're
almost finished. I'm almost finished.
I heard about it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flourish.
Go. Right.
Ready?
Yep. Da-da-da.
Poem.
Poem, right. By John Bowzer, Sha-na-na.
For being on Match Game, I humbly give thanks. I love being silly and filling in blanks. With Gene, Brett, and Charles, and whoever is there, they're all such nice people, but none grease their hair. The audience laughs while I'm racking my brain. You better be careful on my rubber chain. And all the contestants who, before they go, are trying to match us and rake in the dough. I flex mental muscles. I win or I lose. It's always a pleasure. Match Game, I love yous. Didn't know I was
Don't throw that away. I'm going to keep that.
You want to frame it?
Yes. No, sign it there.
I'll sign it.
You can sign that
Grease
for
the
me.
peace, Gene.
Now, let's say hello to Bert Waring and Stacy Ziegler over here. Please greet both of you ladies. Bert's current champ with over $11,000, being challenged by Stacy. They've each had their first round question. Neither one has scored a match. We see how we do with round two. Stacy, A or B?
B.
B it is. And B says, the Bionic Woman said, it's rotten being made out of doll parts. Every time somebody pushes a button on my back, I blank.
You're a study in brown and green today, aren't
That's
you, darling?
right. Yes.
With just a dash of mustard, I hope.
Except the reason I'm walking funny is I'm wearing the wrong socks for this outfit. And I don't want anybody to see them.
Are you sure you're not wearing the wrong shorts?
No.
Show us your socks.
No, I'm not going to show you my socks. The Bionic Woman said, it's rotten being made out of doll parts. Every time somebody pushes the button on my back, I blank.
I tinkle.
Tinkle, she said. Okay? Time for to put the button on my back. I, Bowzer.
Do I have to play the game too now after I wrote the poem?
Oh, yes, you must participate.
Too bad, because I said cry.
Cry. No, cry is one of the good possibilities there. Whatever the little, dolls do. Yes?
Oh, they do a lot of swell stuff. The trick is don't catch them at it. No! She said, say mama.
Mama. Okay.
Mama.
I say mama, too.
Everybody says mama or cry or something like that. What have you got there? You've been on both sides of the fence here, Brianne.
On both sides of the fence, so I am very happy. I potty.
Oh, you potty, yeah. Okay.
Excuse me, are we using technical terms here?
Well, that's all right.
Okay.
Perfectly acceptable euphemism there. Okay, Bob.
First, I want to know, is that a match?
No.
Do you have on blue socks with that brown suit?
Yes, I have on blue
that
socks.
green
Shut
tie?
up. Who asked you?
That's terrible.
It's very tacky, but
I'm shocked.
All right, I'll tell you why. Because we tape a whole bunch of shows in one day. So you have to pick out one color. So I'm not going to change my socks every 20 seconds. Yes, I told. Well, everybody knows that you tape a whole bunch of shows in one day. So I wear one.
I come every day.
I change my socks for every show I do with you.
Don't lie to those people out there and mislead them.
I should tell you about a card I got. Remember when we were talking about doing this show, Gene Rayburn and Bob Barker, this show that we were going to have?
Yes.
I got a nice card from a lady, and she said we should never do it. She said it'll never work because the same show shouldn't have two sex symbols.
Aha! Smart.
But she didn't know you wear blue socks with your brown suit. You want my answer? I
Yes.
mean, it's your show.
Right.
We'll just
Anytime.
do it.
Anytime. Every time.
I said tinkle, spelled W-E-T.
Okay. Every time somebody pushes a button on my back,
I said I wet my Betsy.
wet my Betsy. Okay. All right, we'll have a question for you in a moment or so, Bert. But now we've got this message for you, America. Pay attention.
I just saw when he put it.
Now, here's the way it is, Bert. You need 3 to tie and 4 to win. What'd you say there? Okay. Muggsy said. Hey, listen, you have a tough voice. Read this.
Muggsy.
Just read this in your tough voice. In your normal voice is okay.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Muggsy said, I live in a world's toughest apartment building. When the landlord wants to evict you, he not only breaks your lease, he breaks your blank.
Very good.
I got it.
You got it.
Can I see that? I don't know what I was reading. Thank you.
Use is welcome. Muggsy said, I live in the world's toughest apartment building.
Sure.
When the landlord wants to evict you, he not only breaks your lease, he breaks your... Don't say it yet. Now you can say it.
Neck.
Neck. What's your neck? Well, there's a little more popular phrase than that. Breaks your... What do you say?
No more popular phrase than that. I do better when I read the questions.
Oh,
Neck.
all right. I really didn't... That didn't cross my mind. I was thinking of arms and legs. What do you say?
I say, he breaks your legs.
Breaks your legs.
Well, how are you going to move? How are you going to get out?
They drag
That's not our problem.
I don't care. Don't complicate things. Oh, poor. What's the matter, Charles?
Are we on?
Yes, we're on.
There was a time when you used to ask me to use my tough voice to read.
It's okay, Charlie. You're okay.
Aren't we silly?
Yes.
Patty Duke saw those real tears.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's real acting there.
Method.
Real bad.
Right. Now, Brianne.
I said, you want to read it again?
Not only breaks your lease, he breaks your...
Legs.
Legs.
Sorry.
Now, where are we? Still 3 to 2 here. Okay.
We're still 3 to 2. Legs.
Still 3 to 2. Now you must match Joyce to stay in the game and achieve a tie.
Never look at me for a tie. I said jaw.
Jaw. So that means Stacy Ziegler wins the game. Bert Waring is leaving here with a bundle of money, $11,200. Thank you, my dear. Goodbye. Here we go. Ready? All right, this is all for your benefit, Stacy. We polled a studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Blank beat. If you give us the answer that studio audience wrote down most frequently, you get $500. Now, if you give us the answer they wrote down second most often, you get $250. And for matching their third response, you get $100. And 3 of our 6 dinglings over here will give you a little assistance. Whom do you call out?
Charles.
Hi, baby.
Hi, sweet.
Heartbeat.
Heartbeat is his.
Brianne.
Oh, this is, I thought of Tiger Beat.
Tiger
The
Beat.
magazine.
What is that?
It's a biggie, it's a biggie.
Is it a song or a
It's
story or a
magazine.
comic
I'm
book?
sorry, I'll leave
Tiger Beat is a magazine?
Yes, yes.
It's a magazine?
It's all right, no, you can stay. We'll let you finish out the week, Brianne. It's all right.
In her defense, I worked my way through college selling Tiger Beat.
I'll bet you did. I'm gonna call.
I'm sorry.
Bob.
I thought immediately of Deadbeat.
Deadbeat. Okay. We have Deadbeat, Tiger Beat, and Heartbeat. Now, at this point, you have an option. You can choose one of those, or you might have a better idea that you'd like to submit. What do you say?
I'm going to go with Heartbeat.
Heartbeat. Okay. Let's see if we have a heartbeat up there somewhere, and if so, where? May we see the $100 number? Offbeat is a good answer, isn't it? Yeah.
That's what Tiger Beat.
Tiger,
All right.
Tiger Beat's got
You think Tiger Beat's going to come up there? Yes.
Here comes Tiger Beat.
Here comes Tiger Beat. Go. Downbeat. Yeah.
We had that.
Well, doesn't look too
It doesn't,
good.
you know why it doesn't? There was a different group here that day.
No, these are good responses. Offbeat,
I know they're
downbeat.
good, but I mean they're not body functions.
No, she wants
Oh.
Heartbeat. Let's see the $500 number. Oh, you got it. Congratulations. Very good, Charles. All right. That means the least you can play for is 10 times that amount, or $5,000. But a lucky spin of the star wheel and you'll double your money, and you'll play for $10,000. Give it a go now. Good luck to you. Let's all root for a double for her, shall we? There we go. Will it be a double? $10,000 or $5,000? A little more. Yes, you got it. There you go.
Just
All
a
right.
moment, the phone is ringing, and I think it's for me.
No, stick around here. You're going to love this part of it.
All right.
$10,000. Good luck to you. Stand on the blue dot, face me, and here we go. This card says blank and nonsense. Blank and nonsense. Okay, hope you're on the same wavelength with Bob Barker here. If you are, it means $10,000 for you. There it is, blank and nonsense.
Fun.
Fun and nonsense. Would you say that? No. All right, let's find out what Bob Barker says. If he says fun and nonsense, that means $10,000 for her.
This would have been a lot more fun if she had said stuff.
Stuff and nonsense. Or sense and nonsense. Sense and nonsense. Okay, stuff and nonsense is a good one. Stacy, you've improved your position. You've got $600. That's not bad. You're going to meet another player later, right after we do a little business with America, okay? How would you like to join me in introducing and meeting our new player and welcoming warmly Ken Curry here? We welcome you. We'd like to find out a little bit about you before we begin.
Okay.
Tell us about Ken Curry.
Well, I'm 22 years old. I'm single. And I work for the telephone company in Akron, Ohio.
Really?
Yes, uh-huh.
What do you do for them?
I'm a service representative for the phone company. And I'm out here visiting friends on vacation. I'm having a ball.
Well, good. Well, good luck to you here. I hope you have a good time here, too, Ken. We'll begin by asking you to make a selection here. You can have A or B.
I'll take B.
B it is. Thank you. Excuse me. George said, my wife must be having an affair with a baker. Last night I found blank all over the bed. Whoops.
I got it.
All right, Brianne.
Okay.
George said, my wife must be having an affair with a baker. Last night I found blank all over the bed.
Well, I'll say dough.
Dough. Okay, Ken. You say dough. All right, Bowzer, he said dough.
Hello, Ken? Telephone company? We were almost on the same line here, but not exactly. Crumbs.
Crumbs. That's dough
Bye.
after it's been baked. All right, Brett.
Well, drawing on my own life, I figured he took his lunch hour and ran over there in his little hat and his jacket and his little white pants. So I said flour.
Flour. No? Last night I found flour all over the bed. Okay, Charles.
I was going to put dough, and I did.
Oh, you did? That's one for Ken. Our wife was having an affair with a baker. Last night I found dough all over the bed.
Can I say something? I'm so thrilled to see Kent, what he looks like, because I've never seen what a telephone representative looked like.
There-
Those make
there he
appointments,
is.
they
Yeah.
never show. So it's nice to see. It's nice to see what they actually look like. Dough.
Dough. Okay, 2 for Ken. Got a little dough for him?
I, too, am from Akron, Ohio. I, too, am 22 years old, and I, too, said dough.
There you go. You made him very unhappy in Arkansas.
It's Missouri.
Missouri.
I went to
was close.
high school and college in Springfield, Missouri, the Queen City of the Ozarks.
Right. Yes.
Incidentally, they love you in Springfield.
Good.
I
that's
was there
two cities,
a
Gene.
couple years ago, and they asked a great deal about you. They said, is Gene sobered up?
Thank you very much.
No, they did. They liked
Okay. All right, Joyce.
Well, I figured that he wouldn't need the dough, but he would need her. But he'd flour the bed first.
Flour. Oh. She told a whole story there that I think went over everybody's head. Need.
Profound.
K-N-E-A-D. All right. The cop said, no wonder that guy had an accident. He couldn't see. Instead of baby shoes hanging from his mirror, he had blanks. No wonder the guy had an accident. He couldn't see. Instead of baby shoes hanging from the mirror, he had blanks. Here we come to Stacy. He did pretty well with his. He got 3 in his first round question. Let's see how you do. The cop said, no wonder that guy had an accident. He couldn't see. Instead of baby shoes hanging from his mirror, he had blanks.
His glasses.
Comes up with the strangest answers.
It is
Now
not
you
for
see-
you to judge.
That's as good as Tiger Beat.
Have you seen little baby shoes
Yeah,
hanging from the mirror?
booties and dice
Yeah,
and
right.
all sorts of things.
Well, the implication of the question was that he couldn't see because a large object of some kind was hanging there. Tell us about the large object that was hanging from the mirror.
I have to dedicate this answer to my grandmother because she always wears combat boots.
Combat Oh, boy. Don't go home for Christmas.
I didn't get near shoes. You said a pair of baby shoes.
That's what normally hangs from the rear
That's
view mirror.
true. I said a big pair of boobs.
Combat boobs.
You misunderstood the question. You misunderstood the question.
Combat boobs.
Combat boobs.
Right.
Sad, isn't it?
It is sad, yes.
Size 13's men's ski shoes.
Right. Okay.
The
Size
stick's
13
still
and
on.
ski boots there. Okay, Stacy is looking for a pair of glasses, Brianne.
I'm sorry, I said Wilt Chamberlain's tennis shoes.
That's a good answer. That's right. Will Chamberlain would have very large
This audience
tennis
loves
shoes.
me. I can hardly contain them.
Okay, they love you in chips, though, don't they? Okay, Bob Barker.
I started to say the latest copy of Tiger Beat. But I said skis.
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 Right.
Don't beat a dead
The
tiger.
audience loved it.
Yes.
You hear that reaction?
Are they breathing,
Don't just
John?
sit there,
Really?
breathe.
Yeah.
There's a lady on the second row who's getting blue.
Right. Joyce,
Yes.
have you got a nifty answer for us?
Yes, I'm so overcome by you two sex symbols. I said the Jolly Green Giant shoes.
Jolly Green Giant would have very large shoes, wouldn't it?
That's sort of like
They were all good responses. So there we are at the end of round 1. The score is 3-0 in favor of Ken Curry. Round 2 coming up right now. This round 2 here, and ask Ken Curry if he wants A or B.
Well, I'll go ahead and take B again.
You want B again?
Sure.
All right. 3 people play. Bowzer, Brett, and Joyce.
Okay, whatever you
Wesley?
say, honey. You're the boss. You know me. I pay attention, and I don't goof off or do any of that stuff. I'm right in here every minute.
Sure you are. Fred said, I don't think my mailman likes me. Instead of putting my mail in the mailbox, he put it in the blank. I don't think my mailman likes me.
Let me see.
You wouldn't.
Oh, Fred said.
Fred said, I don't think my mailman likes
me. Instead of putting my mailbox in the mailbox, he
I think you're right on that.
I don't get
Very good. No, you don't play this
Mine's
round.
very good.
Here, dear.
Yours is very
Thank you.
good.
Show that to
Excellent.
somebody.
All right.
Put it in the...
Right.
That'd be great fun.
Okay. Kennedy thought about it. We're just about ready. Ready, Brett?
Kid loves it.
Sure.
Fred said, I don't think my mailman likes me. Instead of putting my mail in the mailbox, he put it in the blank.
He put it in the trash can.
In the trash can. Okay, Ken? Let's see if we get any trash cans over here. What do you say?
Hi, Ken. Are you there again?
Talk to you, Ken.
Oh, this time we're going to have a happier conversation because I said trash can.
Yeah.
I don't want to have an ugly argument with the judges and have to get up and leave and fight and scream
Why
and
not? They're probably
holler.
ugly judges.
But I said garbage.
Good. Okay. All right, Ken, we got 5. Now, Joyce.
It's up to me to get 6.
Well, yeah, he'd like 6.
Would you like 6, Ken?
I
yes,
like 6.
I would like that.
I'll give you 5, and here's 6.
There you go. Okay. 6 for Ken Curry. Now, you have to stand by for your round 2 question. Do a lot of catching up there right now. This for you. All right. Tune in next time when Brianne will do a cartwheel on this
so
very
sad.
stage. Gene Ravenere, join us next time for Match Game 79. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olsen speaking for Match Game 79, a Mark Goodson, Bill Tubman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Shawnana Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Chips, Brianne Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Joyce Bulifant as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Gene Ravenere.
Thank you very much. I greet you one and all. You look wonderful. You see, it appears that Bowzer is wearing the same old thing every day, but he's got 6 of those. When I do your show, I'm going to wear a tie and a waistcoat and
You're
a
going to do
jacket.
our show, too.
Am I going to do your show?
We're going to build a showcase around Match Game.
Wonderful.
And we're going to have you there, Charles Nelson Reilly, and Brett. And it's going to be big, isn't it, Johnny? I bet your life.
Okay.
I'd like to be
One
Bill
thing that day,
before
you have to
Charles.
bring the prizes.
Thanks,
We'll
Eddie.
work that out.
Very kind of you. All right, let's say all our 2 players, Stacy Ziegler and Ken Curry. Hello, hello, hello. The current champ is Stacy with $600. And she's being challenged by Ken Curry here. He's had both of his questions. He's matched all 6 of the stars. That means, Stacy, you have got to match all 6 to achieve a tie and stay in the game. Are you ready for it? All right, here we go. Melvin the mechanic said, things sure are quiet around my house. Not only did I Midas-size my car, I Midas-sized my blank. I guess we're about ready. Okay, Chuck. Melvin the mechanic said, "Things sure are quiet around my house.
Wait.
Not only did I Midas-size my car, I Midas-sized my blank."
Wife.
Wife, you say. Sounds reasonable to me. Wife? She said wife.
I love cars.
You do? I like cars too.
And that's why I came up with the correct answer to this question.
Okay, 6-1 the score. Gotta match them all now, Stacy.
I hate cars. You have to take them in and get them greased.
Take them to Melvin.
Melvin the Melvin.
Getting greased
Take
ain't
him
so
to
bad
Bowzer.
anyway.
He'll get some of the hair off his head.
I'll do it. Next time I go
Lean
in.
over it and do it.
Next time I go in for an oil change, you can come.
Thanks. I said entire family, including wife, son, daughter, and dog.
Okay, that does it. You're still hanging in there, Stacy? Okay.
I'm so grateful for my diction lessons and my governess. I never stop thanking her.
0 minus.
Wife Lucille.
His wife, Lucille. 6-3 to score. Brianne.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Okay, I guess so.
Looking for a wife?
Yes, I became very artistic. Cute, huh?
Oh, yeah. Cute wife.
It'll be in the archives someday, don't worry.
Right. It'll hang in some museum.
Yes.
She's cute.
Won't we
For
all?
John.
Stacy has to match all of us, all 6 of us, to stay in
Achieve
the
a
game.
tie. Stay in the game, right.
I love
Well, in
this.
that case, I better show white.
That's right. Need one more white for a tie. Hello, Bright Eyes.
Hi there.
And bushy tail.
It all
Hi.
depends on Miss.
Guess what?
Guess what?
This is amazing.
You haven't got the word wife. That's the
I
amazing.
have not only wife in here, which is included in this, it's everything in the family. So that's the wife. No!
No! Okay, Ken Curry wins the game. If you would please, sir. Stacy, $600 for you, together with our best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Stacy Ziegler, ladies and gentlemen, there she goes. We'll spin her off, and we'll spin a message or two for you. Here it is. Here is Ken Curry of Akron, Ohio. I'm going to explain what happens to you now. Here it is. Got this whole big board for you here, Ken. And we polled the studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Cheer blank.
Okay.
Now, if you give us the answer they wrote down most often, we give you $500. If you give us the answer they wrote down second most frequently, you get $250. And then if you match their third answer, you get $100. And 3 of the 6 loons will give you a hand here.
I'll ask Charles.
Cheerleaders!
I must ask.
Bob Barker, okay.
I think this is very appropriate at this moment in your life, Ken. Cheer up.
Cheer up.
I hope you have something to cheer up about before you're through. I'm sure
Thank
you
you.
will.
Bowzer.
Cheerleader, cheer up, I got.
Cheerleaders and cheer up. Those are the 2
Wait a
given
minute,
so far.
just a minute.
Sheer tiger beat?
Yes.
Cheer 10. No, Cheerio.
Cheerio.
God knows I didn't think of that.
Cheerio.
It was better than cheer nothing.
Cheerleaders and cheer up. Those are the 3 they've given you. Now you have a choice, Ken, of choosing one of those. Maybe you want to give us one of your own. What is your pleasure here?
I like cheerleader.
Cheerleader. Okay, that was Charles Nelson Riley's answer. We'll find out if it's up there and so where. We'll begin at the bottom and reveal the $100 number. Cheerios.
Cheerio.
There it is.
We'd like an apology.
Yes. Okay, there it is. All right, let's see if we get a cheerleader on the next one. Slide it. Cheer up is Bob's
Cheer
answer.
up.
Come on.
Okay, here we go. Last chance for cheerleader. Go. Yeah, congratulations. You got it. All right, Tim. Now, that means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount or $5,000. Howsomever. if you have a good lucky spin of the star wheel here, you can double your money and play for $10,000 instead of 5. Give it a go, and good luck to you. Let's all root for a double for Ken Curry. Here we go. Get over there, buddy. Ken, you did it.
Gene, this is my week. I am costing. I will.
Just get your act together, Bob.
I'll be mugged in the parking lot.
Here we go. Good luck to you. $10,000. Blank-handed. Blank-handed. There, you want to take a look at it there, Ken? Okay. You have to make, the music has stopped. We've run out of music, Bob.
Thank God. Oh, God.
That's not what you wrote.
Now listen.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
Okay. He's made up his mind now, and Ken, we ask you to give us your decision, and if it matches his, you get $10,000. Blank-handed.
I hope Bob is like me, right-handed.
Are you right-handed? Yeah. Why are you saying, what would you say? I'm sorry I asked. I gather they would say left-handed, right?
They look left-handed.
Okay. What's that? Single-handed. Oh, that's another good one. Okay. He says he's right-handed, and he hopes you are too, because if you are, and you've written that down, he gets $10,000.
Well, obviously it's left-handed or right-handed. I thought of red-handed, and I thought of single-handed.
Yeah.
And then I thought, no, he'll probably go one, the left
one way or
right.
another, yeah.
And I thought, well, right-handed. But then I thought, no.
What about ambidextrous?
Hey, did the guy win the money or what?
What I finally put down was right-handed.
Who's that?
We got some friends here. Some friends of yours.
Well, we're delighted they're here with you. We're way over there. We got to get them down here a little bit further. Now, Ken, we've got to meet another player. Let's welcome CC Scafidi. Hello, CC. Ken is very happy. He has a total of $10,600. He spun that wheel and got a double. And we welcome you and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. My name is CC Scafidi, and
I said that.
Oh, right.
I know. CC, what does that stand for?
I won't tell.
Okay.
I'm married. I've been married for 11 years. My husband is a bus driver. We live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we're just about to get into our first home.
Do you know Donny Osmond?
No, not personally.
Do you wear purple socks? Never.
Do you read Tiger Beat?
I mean, you started doing the interview. Might as well finish it now. Go ahead. Carry on.
Do you read Tiger Beat?
All right. All right, CC, the best of luck to you. We'll start this game right after we do a little commercial for a minute, okay? All right, let's start the game. CC, you can have A or B.
B.
B it is for CC. Carl the Cannibal said, "Last night I had my favorite dessert, chocolate-covered blanks." Carl the Cannibal. Carl the Cannibal had my favorite dessert, chocolate-covered blanks. What? Your favorite dessert, chocolate-covered blanks.
I won't do that too.
Are you sure?
You know, after 6 years on the show, I didn't notice them.
Everybody ready? Okay. You gotta. There you go. Now, CC. Carl the Cannibal said, "Last night I had my favorite dessert, chocolate-covered blanks."
Chocolate-covered heads.
Heads?
I thought he was a headhunter.
A headhunter. Oh. Well, she's outthinking us, I think. What do you say?
Well, my friends and advisors, my rubber rats, advised me that the correct answer was peoples.
Chocolate-covered people.
That's the wrong answer, too.
Well, no, there's one.
Back in the bag.
Yeah, right.
I thought of chocolate-covered mounds.
Yeah.
And that led inevitably to boobs.
Chocolate-covered boobs. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What?
I'm always getting awards. This is the Bad Taste Award. The Bad Taste Award goes to Mr. Reilly.
We'll be the judge of that.
Wait, just wait.
This is just the game. That's.
Oh, you crushed me.
I said chocolate-covered baby.
My rats are even offended.
Okay, Brianne.
I said people.
Chocolate-covered people.
Yes, I'm in tune with the rats.
All right.
With my left hand, I wrote people.
People. Got a lot of people there, no heads.
No, I said the only thing I thought it could be. Chocolate-covered toes.
Chocolate-covered toes.
Stop doing that so fast to me.
I was quite surprised no one said chocolate-covered missionary. No one said that.
I don't.
Well,
oh,
no one
That's
said.
people.
Ken? Bertha said, my husband, the Army general, is always overreacting. He just killed a fly with a blank. My husband, the Army general, is always overreacting. He just killed a fly with a blank.
Okay.
All right? Ken, you ready? Here we go. Bertha said, my husband, the Army general, is always overreacting. He just killed a fly with a blank.
With a gun.
With a gun. With a gun. All right, we'll be overdoing it a bit. What do you say?
I apparently overdid it a bit further, but they are certainly related. Cannon? Where is that buzzer? Come up here and say that.
I don't think we can arrange that.
No.
Yeah.
You're one of those people who line up and shoot you down when you commit a crime.
Firing squad?
Yeah, I didn't say that, but I was curious as to what it was. I couldn't think of it. I said canon.
Okay, that's two of those. One gun is what we're looking for.
Cannon.
Cannon. There's 3 cannons so far. And no guns, Ken, for you. Let's see if Brianne gives you a little gun.
Remember
here.
that movie, The Invisible Fly or something? Help me, help me. And a little fly was buzzing. It was great. You had to be there.
Pleasant surprise.
You had to see the film. I was the only one that saw it. I'm sorry, I said tank.
Tank. Has a gun on it.
Yes.
Yep. Just killed a fly with a...
He, Ken, may not like it, but obviously, from their reaction to Bowzer's cannon, why, they
Cannon
like cannon.
seems to be unanimously the answer there.
You know what a terrific speller I am.
I spelled it correctly.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a terrific speller, and I write out this. Just like that. And Bob says,
Does it have 2 ends?
I didn't say that.
Oh, it's got 3 ends.
I threw away my card, and I spelled it this way because I was intimidated. Everybody else spelled it the other way, and I'm so embarrassed.
Anybody knows there are 2 ends in cannon.
He tricked you.
Sure did.
That's what he does. He's famous for that. There.
My image is at stake. I resent it.
End of round 1. We ain't got nothing here. But we will get going for round 2 after this. Round 2. CC, A or B?
This time I'll take A.
All right, CC, anything you say. The captain of the ship said to the passenger, those life jackets with the big front are called Mae Wests. Those life jackets with the flat fronts are called blanks.
Okay, wait.
All right.
This is ridiculous. This is weird.
Ready, CC? Don't say it yet.
Okay.
In a moment. Here we go. The captain of the ship said to the passengers, those life jackets with the big front are called Mae Wests. These life jackets with the flat fronts are called blanks.
Twiggies.
Twiggies. Twiggies. Okay, Bowzer.
Well, this apparently, is not as true as it used to be, but we're still left with this image, so I put Twiggies.
There it is.
Thank you, my rats.
Good advice. She's gained weight, hasn't she?
I think.
Yes.
She weighs about 83 now.
Yes.
She's going to the Waiters Anonymous. Oh, golly.
It's okay, Joe.
I'm going to lay out of the picture. I'll get out of the shot so you can die by yourself.
Just gonna say that's right.
I don't want
Leave me
any part
alone
of
to
this.
die up here. That's what you've always done. Twiggy.
Okay.
So when they're in their life jacket form, they call them twigettes.
Twigettes, of course. Okay, three for Cece.
Please say Cece. I've
Head
been
on,
dying to
say-
do that all.
yes.
Excuse me, folks. I live a very deprived life. Twiggies.
Twiggies. That's 4 for her.
I think that's depraved, not deprived.
Deprived? Excuse me.
I have written my answer, and I will reveal it if the price is right.
Oh,
I haven't called my show this week, have I?
A nickel?
No. It's worth a nickel. It's worth more than that. It's Twiggies.
Ah. 5 for her.
Would you read it one more time?
Captain Ship said to the passengers, those life jackets with a big front are called May West. Those life jackets with a flat front are called blanks.
May East. That's why the expression "go west, young man."
I in her defense, this audience, the studio audience, and the television audience does not appreciate her nearly so much as I do right here beside. She is crazy, really.
Right.
She's a sick girl.
Clinically insane.
Crazy nomad.
Ken, what you need is 5 to tie and 6 to
Let's
win.
get along here.
I'm going to read the question whether you're talking or not.
Oh. Speed up, son.
George Washington said, ever since I started brushing my wooden teeth with that new toothpaste, I've been getting results. I now have 90% fewer blanks. Quickly.
Yes, hurry up.
Quickly.
Oh, honey, come on. We've
spelled
already
this
been
wrong.
given
I
the
spelled it
speed
wrong.
up signal. Now come along here. Sweetness.
I'm leaving.
Hello, Kenneth. Hello. Here we go. Bowzer, you ready?
Yeah.
We'll put the card in the slot.
I was admiring it.
George Washington said, ever since I started brushing my wooden teeth with that new toothpaste, I've been getting results. I now have 90% fewer blanks.
Fewer splinters.
Splinters. I need 5 to tie and 6 to win. Here we go.
Hello, Ken. Sorry, termites.
Termites. Yeah. Gotta match everybody now. Here we go.
I'm sorry, Ken. I said termites.
Termite seems to be the answer. What do the rest of you have here? Splitters. 2 splitters there. Okay, come on down, CC. Ken, you've got $10,600 and our best wishes. Come on right down over here. Good luck to you, Ken. Thank you. I will. Go on, Ken, Curry. And I will send a message or two just for you. How was good? All right. Listen, you were just wonderful, but
Yes.
tomorrow you're going to be much better.
You're right.
I'm
You're
Gene
right.
Rayburn, hoping you'll join us tomorrow for Match Game 79. Thank you. Goodbye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 79, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Shanana Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Chips, Brianne Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and George Bulifant, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Gene Rayburn.
ready, right, Brian? Thank you for joining us. You're going to have a good time? Because, what's going on here? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just fixing my grease job a little bit.
You
really?
Want some? No. You're really doing that, aren't you?
Can I wipe this on your suit? I'm stuck.
No, thanks.
Okay, I'll wipe it on my pants.
No. Thank you.
Do you remember, Gene, the other day that you promised
Yes.
the television, the vast match game television audience,
yes,
that Brianne was going to do a handspring,
What
and then
are
no
you
one
doing?
mentioned it again?
That's right.
Why is
Well,
this?
now, we had an audience, not you, you're wonderful. But a few days ago, we had an audience
Rigor mortis.
that we really thought rigor mortis was going to set in before the time was up there.
Be awfully careful what you say. There are 3 people from that same
With-
audience.
Oh,
I
that's
can see
it.
them out there now.
Anyway, she volunteered to do a cartwheel
Oh, for that audience. I said,
for that
to cheer
audience.
them up. No, I
But maybe you'd be glad to do it for this one. Would you like to do it? Ta-da-da! Are you all right?
That was a back walkover that looked
Yes.
pretty bad.
That looked like a cartwheel.
You know, I think I can do that.
Can you do that?
We have to hurry along.
You
Yeah,
owe me
we do.
one. Everybody
Here's
owes
Cece
you one.
Scafidi, who now is going to have a go at the big money. You ready for that?
Yes.
All right, come on down here, Cece, and we'll see what happens. All right, we stand right over there on that little blue dot, and we're going to turn this whole stage around especially for your benefit. Go. Sha-na-na. Thank you.
Magic wood.
Throw a little grease at him, and it moves right away.
Just needs to be oiled, Gene.
That's right. Okay, Cece, we polled a studio audience not too long ago, a very intelligent bunch like these. And we said, write down your best answer to this. Way down blank. If you give us the answer they wrote down most frequently, you get $500. For matching their second most popular answer, $250, and then $100 for matching the third. Whom do you call on for some help here?
Bob.
Bob, what do you say?
Way down yonder.
Way down yonder.
Charles.
Way down upon the Swanee River.
Way down upon the Swanee River. What state is the Swanee River located in?
Swanee.
South Dakota.
Wrong.
If it's not near a big nightclub, then how would I know what it was? Tallahassee, Florida.
Right.
Bowzer.
Well, I like those other 2 answers. I had them too, and I think the other one is way down south.
In the land of...
Way down south, way down upon the Swanee River, and way down yonder are the 3 they've given you. Do you want to choose one of those or give us one of your own?
I'll go with Charles. Way down upon the Swanee River.
Way down upon the Swanee River. Okay. Let's find out if we got a Swanee River there somewhere. Let's reveal the $100 number. Way down upon the Swanee River, right off the bat. Oh, that's interesting. What's under the next one, please? Way down
Way
south?
down south
Okay, that was
in
Bowzer's
the
answer.
land of
What do you got under? What do you think's under the big one there? Yonder? Okay, go. Yonder it is. Very good. Well, listen, you've got $100, and we'll explain a little more about that right after we explain about this for you, America. Now, Cece, you've got $100, means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $1,000. However, if you will come into my office, my dear, and take this candy bar, now turn around here, and have a go at the... Stand right up there now. You're going to spin that wheel. It must make 1 revolution, and you can double your money and play for $2,000 if it stops in any of the Gold Star area. Go. And good luck to you, and let's all hope she spins a double. All right, $1,000 with Brianne. Are you ready, Brianne?
No. Yes, I am.
You will write your answer in this, and she'll give us a verbal response. Now, you have to look at me, because if you look at her, you can see what she writes, you see. Okay, here we go. Good luck to Cece. This is it. Blank cement. Blank cement. Are you finished? Okay. All right, now if you give us the answer that Brianne has on the card, you get $1,000. What do you say to that?
I say wet.
You say wet cement. Okay. The answer says wet cement will match you for the $1,000. What do you say to that?
Wet.
Wet cement. I have a total of $1,200. Congratulations to you. All right, let's meet your next challenger now. Here comes Vince Berger. Hello, Vince.
Hi.
How are you today?
Fine, you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. Now, we'd like to find out a little bit about you and get acquainted with you before we begin. What do you want to say about yourself?
Well, I'm a mechanic from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah? You have some friends with you?
One.
One? He sure is loud, isn't he? Sounds like 6 guys to me out there saying, You're from Pittsburgh, PA.
Right. And happily single.
Happily single?
Right.
Ever been married?
No.
Well, you have no basis of comparison. And you're an auto mechanic?
Right.
What kind of cars you work on? All kinds?
Yeah, all kinds.
You have any specialty?
No.
I've got a few things to say about fuel injection. I'll talk to you later. All right. Now, Vince, the way it goes here is you can have A or B.
I'll take A, please.
A it is. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Ken said, my wife is really childish. Last night we had a party. Instead of olives, she put blanks in the martinis. That's how childish she is. Don't wave it around too much, because sometimes you get a peek at it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? All right. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Vince, Ken said my wife is really childish. Last night we had a party. Instead of olives, she put blanks in the martinis.
Rattles.
What?
Rattles.
Rattles. See, I guess he really see he's got mixed up in his syntax there. We said childish, and he thought we said infantile. Rattles would be for infantile. Bowzer, show him what
it's
it is
cold
for.
there in Pittsburgh, huh, Vince?
It's cold in Pittsburgh, yeah.
I love Pittsburgh. Very greasy town, and it's the highest compliment. Unfortunately, however, I said jelly beans.
Yeah, that's associated with children. What else?
Did he say he was a mechanic?
Yes.
How can you tell when somebody is a good mechanic? You can't.
I know, his car probably had a rattle, right?
Well, there is no way of looking at a person and you know, and picking his brains and saying, are you good at Now, don't change the subject. Just get to the business at hand here and show us your car.
Maraschino cherries, as in a Shirley Temple.
Okay.
Isn't that, remember, well, that's childish. That's what you give children when you go out and they think they're having a real drink.
That's right.
And they get That's me.
Modulate your tones a little, and everything will be splendid. Yes.
Could we go and eat earlier today? Marbles.
Marbles. I would say, Charles, marbles would be the definitive answer there. What do you got,
Well, why would marbles be the definitive answer? You couldn't take marbles internally. I don't think that's a good
I
answer.
can. I take them all the time.
I think
They're wonderful. The roughage is
Haven't
just
you
great.
heard? I think Bob Barker is so profound.
You, I would believe, would.
Just
Can I
us
show
it.
it? Excuse
Yes.
me. Gumballs.
Gumballs, another good one. That's excellent.
Are you talking about marbles? Is there a candy called marbles that I do not know about? Or are you talking about marbles like you play marbles with?
No, marbles, real Aggies and all that.
Well, then that's not a good answer, Gene. It's not nearly as good as jelly beans.
Jelly
They
beans
would
is
go
excellent.
in.
Right. Excellent.
Well, we matched.
But I still
You
like
and I
marbles.
matched.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'll
Kids
both
play
go to
with
Pittsburgh.
marbles.
That's
Very
right.
impressed if I were you.
Great
Have
childish
you ever seen
minds.
kids playing marbles with jelly beans? No. What do you got, Joyce?
It's what I serve in my martinis at home.
What?
Lollipops.
Lollipop. Without the sticks, of course. Okay. Now, let's go to your question. You ready for yours, Cece?
Oh, yes.
All right, her round one question reads, Dumb Donald is so dumb. How dumb is he? He's the only person who ever tried to play a game of strip blank. That's how dumb he is. The only one who ever tried to play strip blank. Dumb.
You see these 6 faces up here?
Yeah.
John.
All right, we're going to reverse the order. When it comes, we'll ask Joyce first.
Yes, because
I'm putting more grease in my hair
I'm
for this
ready.
question.
Okay, everybody ready? Hold on. Now we get an
I
answer.
started to say
Here
you're
from
so
Cece.
cute when you're
Dumb Donald
forceful.
is
You
so
should
dumb,
do that
he's the only
more
person
often.
who ever tried to
You
play a
listen.
game of strip blank.
Strip Old Maid.
Strip Old Maid. That's a game you played. One person plays that? No? Oh, 2 people play it. Yeah, I guess that would be pretty dumb. Okay, now you say you have the definitive answer.
I have the definitive answer.
Okay, we'll start with you
I
then.
am not as dumb as I look.
Yeah.
I said.
You are, Joyce.
Oh, come on. I said strip Monopoly. Right?
Why is
the
that
definitive
good?
answer?
Wonderful answer. All right, we'll go to you now.
Well, mine is unusual. Strip football.
Oh, I want to be there. Oh,
Aren't you
yes.
sorry you started over there now?
Vibes between CC and I.
Right.
Old Maid.
Strip Old Maid. Okay, okay, Chuck, what do you got?
These are the more interesting answers on the second tier.
Oh, they are?
Right, darling?
Maybe, maybe not.
Chuck said strip cars.
Strip.
I love it. Watch what my baby said.
Very
Go ahead.
Okay, baby.
I said strip gears. I told you
Equally
that.
I tell you, I knew Dumb Donald was dumb, but I didn't know he was that
Well, that's
dumb.
the question.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bowzer.
Well, I'm so dumb that I can't understand why Joyce thinks this is the definitive answer.
So lucky.
Monopoly.
Yay!
It's very nice, but we're both wrong.
Okay, so there we are at the end of round 1. 1-0 in favor of CC. Round 2 coming up, but first this. Here we go.
Okay.
Now, Vince, you may have A or B.
B.
Okay, anything you say. Everybody plays. Did you hear about the musician's wife?
No. What happened?
She gave birth to a baby blank.
You're asking me not here.
No.
No, don't. Don't. I have no idea.
Oh, I got it.
Did you hear about the musician's wife? She gave birth to a baby blank.
Baby grand.
Baby grand, he got it. By Jove, he got it. Vince, from Akron, Ohio, from Pittsburgh, Ohio, he got the idea there. You obviously didn't, and that's why you're hiding. There's a disembodied arm
Just
there.
say when, Gene.
Now, baby guitar. Okay, he didn't get the idea.
I know too much about music, you know?
That's right, you're too sophisticated.
Too sophisticated for
Did
the
you
question.
get the idea?
Did you see how quickly my darlingness and I finished?
The two of you were the first one.
Yeah, right away.
I am going to say yes.
6 years, I'm ready for a hospital. But go ahead.
Lonnie, you were ready for a hospital 6 years ago. It has nothing to do with it. Baby grand piano.
Baby grand, that's one for him. Okay.
Baby grand.
Baby grand, that's two for him. Vince got the idea, by Jove. Brianne, did you get the idea?
Baby grand.
Baby Brianne got the idea. Yeah. Did you get the idea?
No, you're always talking about definitive answers.
Right.
And there was a definitive answer.
Yeah, baby grand.
I didn't get it.
You didn't get it. Listen.
Well, then the ridiculous answer that I got, I couldn't spell.
You couldn't spell it?
No, I said piccolo. Piccolo. And I just feel like a fool. I'm glad it's not the Gong Show.
Yes.
Or is it? No, you're too tall. You couldn't be Chuck Barris.
No, and I never want to be. Okay, Joyce, did you get the idea?
Of course.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Not only that, I spelled it correctly. Grand.
How good is that? Okay, what do you got there? 4. Now, Cece, you need 4 to tie, 5 to win.
You know what I'm worried about?
What?
I'm as dumb as she looks.
Now, wait a minute.
Fred said, yesterday, I went to the world's strangest wedding. Instead of a dinner jacket, the groom was wearing a blank jacket. Oh, see, you match in the first round, so you don't play.
What is it?
What's my name?
Yesterday, I went to the world's strangest wedding.
Strangest. Okay.
Instead of a dinner jacket, the groom was wearing a blank jacket. Okay? All right.
Got it.
Presto.
Presto, J.J.
Presto. Bowzer, you ready?
Almost.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right.
I think that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Spelling, SP.
Fred said yesterday I went to the world's strangest wedding. Instead of a dinner jacket, the groom was wearing a blank jacket.
The only thing I could think of was a yellow jacket.
Yes. Well, she's got $1,200, and we're not going to take it away from her because she gave one rotten answer. We'll let you keep the money, CC. Okay, Bowzer. Looking for a yellow jacket.
That is not a bad answer. And I love insects, and when I open my mouth wide like this, they fly in all the time. However, I said straight.
Straight jacket. Okay. Straight jacket is what he said, and that would be the definitive answer, I think, in my opinion.
Certainly is in mine, but I thought he was planning an untimely departure. I said life.
A life jacket. And a match of 4 remaining ones to achieve a tie here. Chuck?
I said straight jacket.
Straight jacket, so that means Vinsberger wins the game. Look at that one lower here. Straight jacket. All right. Now, CC has a total of $1,200 and our best wishes. Thank you, CC. Goodbye. It's spinner off, and it's spinner message. How do you feel? Okay, Jen, here we go. Vinsberger, Pittsburgh, Ohio, up here for the first time. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. We polled a studio audience, Vince, not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Soft as a blank. If you match the answer they wrote down most often, you get $500. For matching their second most popular answer, you get $250. And then if you match the third, you get $100. 3 of our 6 stars will help.
Bowzer?
Huh? We won't do it for Pittsburgh. We're going to do it for Pittsburgh, Vinny. Soft as a pillow.
Okay, there's one. Charles?
Soft as a baby's cheek.
Oh, okay.
And Joyce?
It's smooth as a baby's bottom. Right?
Soft as
That's
a baby's cheek,
soft
smooth as a baby's bottom.
kitten.
What did it say?
Soft as a kitten. Soft as a kitten, soft as a baby's cheek, and soft as a pillow are the 3 they've given you. At this point, you have the option of choosing one of those or thinking up one of your own.
Kitten.
Soft as a kitten is Joyce's answer. Let's see if it's up there, and if so, where? We'll begin at the bottom and reveal the $100 number. Soft as a pillow. That was Bowzer's answer. Let's see the next one, please. Soft as a baby's behind. As a baby's cheek. Well, that's the same thing. Last chance now for soft as a kitten. Here we go. Oh, you got it. That's right. All right. Congratulations to you, sir. You got the $500. We'll tell you more about that later. Right now, we want to tell America about this. Hey, listen, we had a wonderful time, didn't we?
We sure did.
Yeah.
How wonderful was it?
You will.
It's the low point of my life.
Why didn't he get... Oh, he didn't... Well, he was just a little nervous, so I'll give you a little kiss
I
instead
think
here.
he was awestruck.
There he is.
Oh,
That's
thank
thirdly contestant Vinsberger of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You're
He was a little too
standing
shy.
in my picture.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sitting in his.
Oh, now join us next time for Match Game 79. I'm Gene Rayburn. Goodbye.
Get ready to match the stars from Shanana, Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Chips, Brianne, Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and George Bulifant, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game 79. And now, here's the star of Match Game 79, Gene Raymond.
Trying to get Nicky on camera here, but he's very camera shy. Hello there. Nice of you to join us. Are you all ready to join us? What is this here?
Proof.
Oh, there is a magazine.
That magazine that she mentioned
used that word the other day, and there is a magazine
everyone
called
laughed at me.
Tiger Beat, and we all laughed. Said, "What kind of magazine is it?"
She had that made up.
I've been wearing Bowzer all week in his basic black, and
Yes.
I wondered if he'd wear these.
Oh yes.
Oh, Joyce, thank you so much.
Don't get them greasy. That's
Way
it.
over my head?
That's right.
Okay, is this right or should I double them up?
Perfect.
Okay, Joyce,
that way.
thank you.
Beautiful.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Is it going to affect your singing voice? Or am I going to have to do the part? Boom, 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 boom.
That's pretty good, Gene.
Yeah.
Want to try to do a little choreography here?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
bum, 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 dang, 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 ding, dong, ding. Now we'll sing Blue Moon. We'll go way down. Oh, I know we'll sing Match Game.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. You're wonderful. Listen, Vince, how do you feel today? He's got $600, this fella has, and he's hoping to win more. Either $5,000 or $10,000. Because he started the audience match and he won the $500. That means he's going to play, the least he'll play for is $5,000. So we want to get him to spin the wheel right now. So you want to come around over here, please? If you would, please. All right. Now stand over here in the blue dot. Go! Watch it all happen. There it is. Isn't that
so
nifty? What power we have here. And that thing is going around there. Well, you've done that part of it. Now come up here, stand right up there in the little spot there. It must make one complete revolution. If it stops in the Gold Star area, you'll be playing for $10,000. Good luck, Vince. Was that a close one? Okay, $5,000 here with John Bowzer.
Lucky I have the pearls on. That's all I can say.
You got the lucky pearls on?
I got the lucky pearls.
Okay, here we go. The Greek blank. The Greek blank. Okay. Now, Bowzer's finished. If you give us the answer that he's already written on that card, we give you $5,000. The Greek
Tycoon.
The Greek Tycoon. Okay. He said the Greek Tycoon will match you for the $5,000. What do you say to that?
Thought of it after I thought of the other one, and I should have changed it because I knew it was the right answer, and I said gods.
The Greek god. Oh, that's a good one. The Greek god, Greek goddess. No, that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Take back your
The
punch.
poils didn't wait. They're slipping right out of your hand there. Vince, you got $600, and you're going to meet another player a little bit. Right now, we want to do a little business with America. We'll see how you do a little later. Watch this, if you please. Ready? Let's all briskly applaud our new player, Chris Frary. We welcome you. Now, you want to get acquainted with you, Chris? Tell us where you're from. Anything you want to contribute will be acceptable.
I'm a student in the Bay Area, and I am a painter, and I had my first one-person painting show recently in San Francisco.
Wonderful. That's an exciting event, isn't it? What sort of painting do you do? Is it
They are big, very large abstract paintings.
abstract expressionism? Well, you're a very expressionistic lady there. Good luck to you, Chris. We'll
Thank
begin
you.
by asking you to select A or B in the first round.
I'll go for B.
B it is. All right. She says. Phil said, when I was a kid, we were too poor to afford a dog. So I taught my blank to chase cars.
Those questions break my heart.
Right. Put it in the slot if you would, Brianne.
gosh, I'm sorry. I
And
always
away
forget.
we go. Chris.
Rocket scientist.
Phil said, when I was a kid, we were too poor to afford a dog, so I taught my blank to chase cars.
Baby brother.
Brother. Okay. He said, little brother.
I love it.
And how many people booed?
Quite a few. Yeah, many.
Many.
Yes.
Well, great minds think alike. And besides, I was also too poor to afford a dog, so I taught my little brother how to chase
Chris. Little brother.
Let him boo both of us. We made money.
Wonderful answer. Wish I'd thought of it. I said I taught about roach.
I think you're on your payroll, too. What do you say?
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
What are you supposed to do? Match, right?
Yeah, match. That's the whole idea.
Oh, like this?
Yes, precisely. Well done. 2 for Chris. Brianne?
Little brother.
Little brother. Excellent. Yes.
They booed at first for Bowzer's answer of brother, but audience, you'll know that that is the right answer now. It's brother. That's
Baby brother.
Baby brother.
Brett, go sit in the audience.
Now, one person said I taught my cat to chase cars. Not one person said that.
Because that stinks.
You can't afford a dog. You can't afford a cat.
Aren't they a lovable bunch? All right. Got one for you, Vince. Here it is. Hang in there. Weird Willie is so weird. When he goes camping, he doesn't sleep in a sleeping bag. He sleeps in a blank bag. That's how weird he is. All right, next person. Weird Willie is so weird. When he goes camping, he doesn't sleep in a sleeping bag. He sleeps in a blank bag.
Doggy.
Doggy bag. Yeah, that's funny. It's not going to get him anywhere, but it's very funny.
I understood he was so poor when he was a little boy he didn't have a dog.
That's you're one beat behind.
Oh,
there.
that's
That's
the
right.
story of my life.
Go to sleep now.
Yes. Okay.
My name is Bowzer, so I couldn't bring myself the right doggy bag.
Right.
I don't want Weird Willie in my bag, so I wrote plastic.
A plastic bag. Okay.
That is weird.
Yes.
I couldn't bring myself to write anything of the before mentioned, so I wrote paper bag.
Paper bag.
Those are my people.
Yes, we're looking for a doggy bag.
I had diction lessons, so I wrote garbage.
Garbage bag. Okay. Vince is looking for a doggy bag. I thought it was kind of a funny, amusing answer myself. What do you think about that?
It is good.
I'm sorry. I said glad bag.
Glad bag is good. I mean, all of these are good. They're so far.
Happy bag.
I'm a little worried. I've been here for a week with Bowzer, and I'm beginning to think like he does.
Plastic bag. Yeah. That's a good answer. Those are plastic garbage bags. Yes.
What was your answer again?
Doggy bag.
Doggy bag.
I'll go to round 2, and Chris, you can have a choice again of A or B.
I like B.
B. All right. Now you've matched everyone
One person
except
plays.
Miss Brett up
I
here.
can't believe they all said baby brother.
Dr. Frankenstein said,
Yeah.
I never should have given my monster the brain from a frog. Now, I can't stop him from blanking.
You don't even have to finish. I mean, I got it.
Okay.
All frog. You just stick it in the slot and let's go.
Do I have to repeat it for you? He says, I never should have given my monster the brain from a frog. Now, I can't stop him from blanking.
Hopping.
Hopping. I don't think I'm going to walk that far because I don't think you two are on the same wavelength.
Evidently not, darling. I said croaking.
Croaking. frogs do hop and they do croak. Both of them are acceptable answers. Vince, the way it is this way. You need 4 to tie and 5 to win.
Right.
Whoops, we're not going to do that. We're going to do a commercial. I'll put it back right here, and we'll hold it in a band, Sarah. Watch this message. Here we go. Ready? All right. Now, 4 to tie, 5 to win. Bill said, "It's strange being married to a seamstress. Every night in bed, she tries to blank me." Strange being married to a seamstress.
A seamstress?
A seamstress. Every night in bed, she tries to blank me. Okay, Vince, here it is. Bill said, "It's strange being married to a seamstress. Every night in bed, she tries to blank me."
Hem.
Hem. All right. Hem.
And me, I'm a stranger in paradise.
Okay. Hum.
A thread.
You try to thread me. Now you got to match everybody else to stay in the game, Vince. Here we go. Brett, what have you got?
I'm the villainess as usual.
No doubt.
I'm sorry, I said thread.
Thread. All right, that means Chris Reilly wins. What do you think, Dave? What have you got over there? All right. All right, right there in that little blue dot. Vince Berger will be leaving here with $600 and our best wishes. There he goes. Thank you very much for being with us here on Match Game 79. Oh, Richard, you're better than my dear. How do you feel?
I feel great.
Good. Here's the way it goes, Chris. We polled a studio audience not too long ago, and we said, please write down your best answer to this vodka blank.
Oh, boy.
Right. If you give us the answer they wrote down most often, you get $500. And if you give us the answer they wrote down second most frequently, $250. And then for matching their third most popular answer, $100. 3 of the 6 loonies will help you.
Charles.
Look how giddy she is. You love this question, don't you? Better than Deep in the Heart of Blank or anything.
What a dreadful
She just loves this question.
Such an awful
Yes.
man.
Vodka and tonic.
Okay. There's one.
Fred?
Have another martini with Mother Gabriel.
Vodka martini is her answer.
Bowzer.
I'd have to say Collins.
Vodka Collins. So a vodka Collins, a vodka martini, and a vodka and tonic. Now, you may choose one of those or reject all 3 and give us one of your own.
Vodka martini.
You want a vodka martini? Okay. That was Brett's answer. Let's find out if it's up there, and if so, where. We'll begin at the bottom and reveal the $100 number. Well, you got it right off the bat. You got another $100. But I thought it'd be up there a little bit higher. What's under the $250 one? There's the tonic. What do you think's under the big one?
Gimlet.
Vodka
Really?
Rock.
Watch it be Gimlet.
Vodka Rock.
I don't know. Couldn't be vodka,
Vodka
Collins.
Rock.
Okay, slide it, Ori. Who drinks vodka Collins anymore? Wait a minute. Now, if you drink vodka Collins, have you had one in the last year? Raise your hand. Now, don't lie to me. They're a bunch of winos. Wrong. Okay.
The people
Now,
who
listen,
drink...
you've won $100. Multiplied by 10 means the least you'll play for is $1,000. But you can play for $2,000 if you have a lucky spin of the star wheel. There it is. It's all yours. Go. Must make one revolution. That's it. 1,000 or 2,000? I think you got it. A little more. Yeah. Good. Well done. Well, that's it. Here we go for $2,000. Good luck to you, my dear. It says on this card, blank detective. Blank detective. We appreciate your enthusiasm, but if you say an answer real loud and they hear it and use it, and it's the wrong one, then you see where you... All right, you're finished there. If you match her, you get $2,000. Blank detective. Blank detective. Now, wait a minute. Just take a deep breath. And think of say the first thing that comes into your head. Some weirdo in the audience said vodka. Now, don't break her concentration. Blank detective.
Oh, I can't believe it. The easy detective.
All right.
It's hard up here.
Yeah. She drew a blank. She couldn't think of what.
Detective. That was.
The cheap detective is what you were trying to say?
I couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember it. All right, Brett.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know that feeling, and I do it quite frequently. I said the private detective.
Private detective. I would have said house detective or something like that, but there are a number of good choices.
You
there.
would. That's
Yes.
the one that you would.
That's why we're up here.
You would be speaking from experience.
So, Chris, you've got $200 total. You'll meet another player a little bit later. Right now, we've got a little message for America. Yep. Let's welcome Olaf Tweedy here. Plug. Olaf Tweedy. Olaf, we welcome you and wish you the best of luck and ask you to tell us a little bit about you, sir.
Well, I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, the gambling town.
Yeah.
And I work as a security officer in one of the casinos. And I have a wife and 2 lovely kids.
Okay. Good luck to you, Olaf. Here we go. We'll ask you to make a selection here about A or B.
I'll start with B.
You want B. All right. Sally, the secretary, said, "My boss has lost his mind. Today in the office, instead of making phone calls, he was making blank calls."
Want to do it again?
I know about it.
Sally, the secretary, said, my boss has lost his mind. Today in the office, instead of making phone calls, he was making blank calls.
Did you see my kid in Las Vegas? He's there this weekend. I miss him. If you see him, tell him to call his mother.
You got it. Okay.
But not for money.
He knows better than that.
Okay.
You never call anyone from New England for money. Here he comes.
Now, Sally, the secretary, said, my boss has lost his mind. Today in the office, instead of making phone calls, he was making blank calls.
Dirty calls.
Dirty calls. Or obscene calls, is what he said. Okay. What do you got there?
Phone calls are obscene calls, aren't they?
Not all of them.
Olaf Tweedy. And I thought Bowzer was a peculiar name. I said Boyd. Boyd calls.
He was making Boyd calls.
Bird. That's Bird.
Yes, Bird. Boyd.
That is a fabulous answer.
What?
Why?
Boyd calls. I think it's a
Boyd calls.
fabulous.
Wonderful
It
answer.
is a wonderful. Well, I'd like a little more response. He's our guest.
Listen,
he doesn't come
John,
every week.
you know you're getting better.
That's right. Now tell him.
Gee,
Terrific.
yeah,
John, terrific.
I love
Very
this.
good. Now that's
I'm going to
When
send
do
you
I pay you, Brett?
a bucket of
Sweet.
grease.
Bird.
Boyd!
Wonderful answer. Yeah.
Terrific.
I love you.
I said house call.
House call's good. Okay, Olaf is looking for the answer. Obscene phone call, anything like that.
May I say something really quick? I
Yeah.
promise to do this for Ira, my one impersonation. No one else understands, but Ira will understand it. The plan, boss, the plan. Okay, house calls.
Okay, you will explain it later. House calls is good. Bob?
Again, Bowzer and I could make a fortune. Bird call.
Bird call. Right. Well, I suspect he's looking over your shoulder.
Well, I was going to. Well, I hadn't thought of that. Bowzer. I was going to write obscene.
No, I wrote
phone
Boyd.
call.
He wrote
But
Bird.
you didn't.
But I didn't because that is a phone call.
Right.
You say he wasn't making phone calls.
He's too busy making them to write it down.
Go ahead,
We
Joyce.
have to reason these
I'm
things
still
out.
working on the plane.
The plan, boss, the plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said cat calls.
Cat call. So there we are in the middle of round one. Olaf's had his round one question. We'll have one for you, but right now we have this for you. Next time we get together, you will see these stars.
Avery Schreiber, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, Elaine Joyce, Gary Bergoff, and Fanny Flagg.
Thank you for joining us on Match Game 79. Join us next time. Gene Raven, you're wonderful. Thank you. Bye.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game 79, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. The program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Shauna Bowzer, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Chips, Brianne Leary, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and George Bulifant, as we play the star-studded big money match game PM. And now, here's the star of match game PM, Gene Raven.
Hey, John. Thank you very much for joining us. You look ready. Put the blouse on the other way next time and everything's going to be all right. Let's say hello to Bob McConnell and Kathy Gibson. We welcome both of you. Want to find out a little bit about each of you? We'll all get acquainted here. Kathy, what do you have to say about yourself?
Well, I'm a homemaker in Upland, California, and I have 2 children, a little boy 5, a little girl that's 8. And I like to keep busy. I'm PTA president. I like to play tennis and ski, and I just started playing racquetball.
Well, that's good to be that active. Was that one of your kids out there shouting?
No, they're not that old.
Oh, they're not.
The racquetball pot.
All right. Bob, what do you have to say for Bob McConnell?
Well, I've just recently moved here from Maine, and I'm living now in Orange County. And I came out here just to visit for a while, but I've turned into a stay. And I like playing backgammon quite a bit. I teach it. And
You do?
Yes. And I've taken a liking to swimming since I've been out here.
That's a wonderful exercise, yes.
It's a good exercise.
We have someone else in the group who's from Maine
Right.
and who came here and decided to stay too. Much
I
to
never
the...
took to swimming.
But she's got the water wings for it, I'll tell you that. Now, here on Match Game PM, each of you will have 3 opportunities to match as many of them as you possibly can. And the one who's done that most often will be the winner, and that person will go on to play the Big Money Super Match, which can pay off over $20,000. Here we go. Kathy, you want A or B? Kathy says she wants A. Here it is. Fred said, my goldfish is a real name dropper. He claims that he knows blank personally. My goldfish is a real name dropper. He claims that he knows blank personally.
I'm going to talk in a Maine accent for the entire show.
Yeah, how come you don't talk in a Maine accent?
He do.
I'm closer to Boston.
I see. Oh. Put it in a slot, Bowzer.
Put me on it, slot.
Yeah. Fred said my goldfish is a real name dropper. He claims that he knows blank personally.
Charlie the tuna?
Charlie the tuna. Good. That's kind of a nifty answer, isn't it?
I personally happen to love that answer. The reason that I love it so much, Gene, is because I put it. Charlie the Tuna!
Charlie the Tuna! Right.
I hope I spelled everything right, that's all.
I see. If the grease drips off your hair, what do we do? Do we call the fire department or anything? Is it flammable?
Just bring me in for an oil change, Gene.
Yeah, all right. Have you been fire retarded?
Yep, boom.
Just the last part.
Right.
Leave out the fire.
Shows the
What
card.
part of Maine is Bob from?
From the southern part, he
Well,
said.
that's where I'm from. Where are you from, dear?
Portland.
Me too, dear.
Right.
Hang right in there. I love him saying. Did you hear him say Boston? I did. I said Neptune.
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 Claims he knows Neptune personally.
Mine stinks, too.
Really?
Davy Jones.
Davy Jones.
Davy Jones.
Funny.
Thank you.
There's another. Brianne, let's see your card now.
Mine is a very cosmopolitan French fish, Jacques Cousteau.
Oh, yes.
Goldfish is a real name dropper. He claims that he knows blank personally. Charlie the Tuna is the answer that Kathy gave us. What do you say?
I have discovered, as your guest, that it's always good when you can get off to a nice start with your audience, because they can become vicious.
Oh, yes.
I said Charlie the Tuna.
Now, Bob. Yes, right. I would say
Well,
that.
I frankly will admit that I enjoy your applause, and if you wish to applaud me again, go right ahead.
He records this
Listen,
and plays
Johnny.
it at night.
I know you're on his payroll, but this is ridiculous.
You may applaud me anytime you wish, and it is not necessary to laugh at anything Gene says tonight.
Thanks, Okay, Joyce, we're up to you.
I said new Esther Williams.
Everybody knows Esther Williams personally. She spent a lot of time underwater. That's the idea, I suppose. Okay, let's see what we've got from the fellow from Maine. The produce man said, something really strange happened today. Who's speaking?
The produce man.
Thank you.
You are, Gene.
You did, okay.
Look in my eyes.
Yes, you did. She says something really strange happened today. A kissing bandit came into the market and started kissing my blanks.
Kissing
My blanks.
Kissing his blanks. The produce manager.
Produce man.
Said, started
Kissing
kissing his
bandit came
blanks.
into the market and started kissing my blank. Chuck is ready. The produce man, something really strange happened today. A kissing bandit came into the market and started kissing my blanks.
Oranges. Orange County.
Well, he said he was from Orange County.
Maybe he meant his navel oranges.
Oh, his navel oranges. Yeah. What do you got there?
I was truly thinking I'd think of the produce man's wife, and I put melons.
Melon. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I won't have a fellow maniac boo. No, you're not to boo him.
Don't boo him.
Don't boo him. Unfortunately, I didn't say what he said. I said started kissing my banana.
I see. I don't think nobody's going to say what he said. What do you say?
Another terrible answer, but it's true. Fig leaves.
Fig leaves.
Makes some sense. Makes sense to me.
No comment. A kissing bandit came into the market and started kissing my
radishes.
My radishes.
Well, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm alive.
You are a weirdo.
Foxes.
Hello there, Bob.
Why don't you just go right on to Joyce?
No, no.
That's all right.
You got a rotten answer, you got to show it anyway.
Well, we're kind of running late now.
Have a go.
I'm glad this audience likes me. I said broccoli.
Now, you must admit that is a perfectly dreadful answer. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Poor Bob said he
We liked it, didn't we, folks?
Wrong! Wrong! You're a bunch of weirdos! Yeah.
Incidentally, I have refrigerators for all of you.
Okay. Joyce.
I haven't got refrigerators. I haven't anything as cold as that.
What have you got for us?
I think the
Little
kissing
orange?
bandit got turned on by his turnips.
Turn up. Okay. So there we are at the end of round 1, 2-0 in favor of Kathy. Round 2 coming up in a moment or so. Right now, this for America. Here we go. Round 2 coming up here. Kathy, you're ahead, so we're going to ask you to go first.
I'll try B.
B. Okay, you matched 2 people in the first round, so those 2 will lay out. John and what's his name? Did you hear that Billy Carter is opening a chain of private taverns? Did you hear about that? No. Yes. They're going to be called Billy Blanks. Chain of private taverns.
Chain of taverns. They're going to be called
Billy
Blanks.
Billy Broccoli.
Billy the Tuna.
Oh, he thinks he's got good answers, so he's afraid. Have I looked in his direction once in the last 6 years? Maybe not. What's he got? Is he good?
I don't speak to Chinese women.
Go. Put an answer down. We need an answer from you, Brianne.
Oh, right now? I'm sorry.
I mean, in the
it's
slot.
there.
That's it, because the light goes on after you do that. Kathy,
so
did you hear that Billy Carter is opening a chain of private taverns? They're going to be called Billy Blanks.
Billy Bars.
Billy Bars. Billy Bars. Okay. What do you say, Brett?
I skimmed right over that. I
Billy
threw that
Bars.
out.
Billy Bars, you threw it
What
out?
is that? Is that?
No, I don't know.
Oh.
That's what you
I
said.
saw, I said Billy Beers.
Billy Beers. That's the name of his beer.
Is there a definitive answer?
I don't think so.
I think there is. Isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Billy Club.
Billy Club, that's the definitive answer. It's Billy Club, just a little play on words there, 'cause that's the nightstick that the policemen use. It's called a Billy Club. What did you have?
Billy's peanut bars. Same thing. I meant bars. Like you said, to be
Well, the
cute.
word bars in there, so I guess that's not keeping it. Patton out, Steve. Joyce, what do you have?
Something kind of strange.
Yeah. You have a strange answer? That'll be a
Yeah,
novelty.
Billy Bowzer Taverns.
Billy Bowzer Tavern.
Bowzer. That's Bowzer.
That's Bowzer, right.
Not Boozer.
Go with the booze. That's
Okay, Bob, you ready for yours? All right.
Okay.
Here it is. Gloria said, over the summer, my son grew a foot. Unfortunately, he grew it on his blank.
Some people have all the luck.
Right. Okay.
That's better.
All right. Here we go. Gloria said, over the summer, my son grew a foot. Unfortunately, he grew it on his blank.
His leg.
Not the house. In Anatomy 1, you learn that a foot is attached to the leg, you see.
Right. He grew another one.
I see.
3.
Okay.
What did he say, dear?
He said his leg.
Oh, his leg?
Yeah.
I grew a foot over the summer, too, but why did I have to dress it like this, Gene?
I wonder.
Well, I didn't say leg either. I said midriff.
Midriff.
Meaning belly, stomach,
That would
tummy.
be a very funny
Come on,
sight.
lay it on.
Yes. That's rather...
Go ahead, get it out. Come on.
They love you, John.
Come up here and say that.
Okay.
I love him. He interprets booze as applause. It's the perfect adjustment for an actor to make.
It's the beauty of my profession.
Today's world.
They're booing you and you haven't even shown it to me
Wait
yet.
till she gets the answer. I'll cue you.
I want you all to simmer down, or you're going to be sent to your room.
Simmer down.
Simmer down, dear. Oh, the end of his nose.
The end of his nose is a funny sight. Yes.
The end of his head.
His head would be good.
The end of your career.
The end of his career.
But those are all funny sights. Brianne?
I said he grew a foot on his hand. Isn't that-
And another good answer. Yep. What do you got?
They're all food out. Come on.
I love that kind of talk.
Leave him alone.
In keeping with trying to make my answers as logical as possible, if broccoli...
They're watching, Bob.
If you're going to be that funny, you come up here. What I started to say is that if you did grow, a young man grows during the summer, he grows taller.
Right.
And so he grew the foot on his head.
Uh-huh.
You see?
Yeah.
Certain of them are turning on
The
me.
long explanations
What does
don't
that
help
say?
any.
Depralee.
Yes.
She has a thing over it. Did you see that?
Yes, I see that. Yeah.
A sign pointing to me that says Depralee.
She got it from
I'll just
Dorothy
move it
Joe.
on.
Yeah. Okay, what do you got there, Joyce?
I have an ear. He grew
An
on
ear.
his ear.
Okay.
Answer.
All right, we go to round 3. Kathy is still ahead, and we'll ask you to go first.
Okay, I'll try A again.
A it is. A says, Mary the musician said, Santa Claus must be getting senile. This year I asked him for a French horn. Instead, Santa gave me a French blank. You don't play? You don't play? You don't play.
He's still my heart.
No.
All yours, baby.
Right.
I don't like.
Okay.
Should it be this?
All right, Kathy. Mary the musician said, Santa Claus must be getting senile. This year I asked him for a French horn. Instead, Santa gave me a French blank.
Made.
Is that the first thing that came to your mind?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
It is. All right. She said a French maid.
Maid.
Yes.
Oh, it's a perfect answer. I wish I thought of it myself, but I didn't.
You don't play.
A good answer.
Right. No.
I said that what he gave her was a little French kiss.
Yeah.
They're crazy about me. These are my kind of people.
No, they just like French kissing a lot. Okay. Okay, Chuck.
So sad.
Kiss, okay. All right, Joyce. Show us your French kiss.
I had the perfect answer, yours, written down here, and these two.
No, I didn't. I like. No,
These
I.
two made me say this.
I did not.
Okay. So she remains at 3, and Bob, that means you need 3 to tie and 4 to win. Here it is. Susie the Starlet said the audition for that movie was like a visit to the doctor's office. The first thing the producer asked me to do was blink. Right? Okay. Bob McConnell, are you ready for this?
I'm ready, Gene.
All right, here we go. Susie the Starlet said the audition for that movie was like a visit to the doctor's office. The first thing the producer asked me to do was blank.
Take off my clothes.
Okay. You're the depraved ones. You are. This audience. Okay, Bows, go.
Well, strip.
That's it. There's one. Yes.
Bob didn't dare to say take off my clothes if he was still in Maine. You've gotten trashy since you've come out here, dear. Remove my garments.
Remove my garments. All right. Yeah.
A up? Is that what you
Yep.
said? A up?
Yeah.
Strip, baby.
Strip, baby. Okay. Score is now tied 3 to 3. You need one more to win the game. Let's see what Brianne has.
I was debating. I thought a psychiatrist is either lie down on the couch
Yeah.
or take off your clothes.
So that wins the game. What do you have, Bob?
Take off my clothes.
Kathy, it was a pleasure to meet you. I sent some gifts your way. Kathy Gibson, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. We'll spin her off and spin a message for America. How do you feel? Time now for the big money super match where this fella can win over $20,000. To do that, we have 2 audience matches for you. Let's go with the first one. We polled a studio audience, said write down your best answer to this. Doll blank, $500 for matching their most popular answer. For matching the second most popular, $250 and $100 for the third. 3 of our 6 stars will help you.
Well, I like to pick Bowzer.
Oh, I would say to that doll house.
Of course, Brett. Doll baby.
Okay.
And Bob.
Bob Martin.
Why do they always come to me the third
Because
time?
you're so
They
Why
don't like you, dear.
start with me? But I would say doll clothes.
Doll clothes, doll house, and doll baby are the 3. Do you want one of those or one of your own?
Yes, I'll pick Dollhouse.
Doll house is what you want. Let's find out if it's up there. We'll begin by revealing the $100 number. Doll face is there. We're looking for doll house. May we see the next one, please? Doll baby. All right, here's your last chance for doll house. Slide the big one. Yes, you got it. Congratulations. Yeah. All right. Bob, you've won $500, which means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $5,000. Now let's see how much more you're going to win with your second audience match. Good as blank. All right, 3 more stars.
My favorite Shanana, Bowzer again.
Good as gold.
Brett.
Oh, good as gold. Good as. Huh? I already said gold. Good as sold.
Good as sold. Okay.
Now.
Joyce.
Good as can be.
Good as can be. Now you have good as can be, good as gold, and good as sold. You can choose one of those or think up one of your own.
I'm going to go with gold.
Okay. Let's find out if good as gold is up there. Maybe you see the $100 number, please. Good as can be is there. Maybe you see the next one. Good as new. We're looking for good as gold. Here's your last chance for the gold. Go. All right. Another $500 multiplied by 10 makes another $5,000. Added to the previous $5,000, you've got a pot of $10,000 to shoot for, but you can double that stake if you have a lucky spin of the star wheel. Go, it must make one complete revolution, and good luck to you. Here we go. Let's see if he gets a double. If it stops in the gold star area, you've got it. If the light stays on, you've got it. Just barely out of the double, but $10,000 is a goodly sum to play for. Good luck to you. Stand there and face me if you would, please. There. Brianne, you ready?
Oh,
You will write your answer. He'll give us a verbal response. This is it. Blank hockey. Blank hockey. Okay, Bob, if you give us the answer that Brianne has written on the card, we give you $10,000. That's all there is to it. There it is. Blank hockey.
Ice hockey.
Okay. Brianne, he says ice hockey will match you for the $10,000. What do you say?
I'm really sorry. I said ice.
We have a total of $11,000. Congratulations to Bob McCrannell. I guess he's happy. Who else is rooting for you out there?
I have a friend, Connie, and her daughter in the front row.
Okay. Got to do a little business with the man, and then we'll come back and say goodbye to Bob McDonald. Didn't think of field hockey, did you? Just said ice hockey.
Ice was the first
Well,
thing
it was very good for you because you ended up with $11,000, and we congratulate Bob McDonald. Join us next week for Match Game PM. Gene Rayburn here. Goodbye.
Some contestants will receive new improved Degree shampoo. Keeps hair clean longer because unlike some shampoos, Degree contains no greasy peeling additives. And Star-Kissed tuna, the good tasting tuna. Only good tasting tuna get to be Star-Kissed. Don't forget to tell them Charlie sent you. And Campfire Marshmallows, the original and still the best. So fresh, so fluffy, so downright delicious, Campfire Marshmallows. And Frederick Room Air Conditioners, quality built, dependable, and energy efficient. Put together better to last for years and save you a lot of money, furnished by Frederick. And a Master Mechanic 8-gallon shop vac from True Value Hardware stores. You combine value and personal service in over 5,000 locations nationwide. And Turtle Extra Car Wax. Extra easy, extra durable, extra brilliant. Turtle Extra Car Wax in liquid or new soft paste. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game PM. A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Get ready to match the stars, Richard Deacon. Brett Summers. Charles Nelson Reilly. From Dallas, Charlene Tilton. From The Price is Right, Bob Barker. And Betty White, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Rayburn.
Hello, John. Thank you, friends. You're okay, and you're okay to join us, too. Well, I greet you one and all, and hope that you're all ready to have a go at it. I hope the celebrities up here and you in the studio audience and you at home will join me in welcoming this newcomer.
We know how disappointed
talented.
You are about her looks and everything.
Yes.
Look out, Charlene.
Well,
this is how it starts.
You're a little too old for me, but I welcome you anyway.
Thank you, Gene.
It's nice to have you with us. Charlene Tilton.
She told me if you did that, she was going to leave.
Wasn't Lolita a good movie, Brett?
There's nothing fancy, because I don't want to muss my lipstick. Yes?
I just think I'm too old for this business. And you're right.
Over here, we have Connie Knuckles and Marilyn Fraser. Okay. Both of you know you'll play two games, and we'll see how it turns out. I welcome both of you. We'd like to find out a little bit about each of you and get acquainted. Marilyn, let's begin with you.
Well, I was born and raised in El Segundo, California.
Yep.
And I live in Whittier with my 2 children and my husband. And they keep me very busy. But when I get time, I play tennis with my husband. And I do cartooning.
You do? Do you sell that?
No.
Would you like to sell it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you a nickel. Welcome and good luck, Marilyn.
Thank you.
So, I can't believe that anyone is named Connie Knuckles.
Well, it's true.
Tell me about that. You're Connie Knuckles.
That's right. My real name is Claude Knuckles.
Claude Knuckles.
Oh, well, that's different.
He's changing it for professional reasons. Out of Claude.
Well, my entire name is Claude Carlisle Knuckles III, and so my father and grandfather had Claude and Carlisle taken care of, so they gave me a nickname.
Connie, yes.
Yeah.
Well, you certainly couldn't go through life calling yourself Claude Carlisle Knuckles III, now could you? And where are you from?
I'm originally from Albany, New York.
Really?
Yeah.
Good town?
Yeah.
Where do you live now?
I live in Culver City now.
Uh-huh.
I'm about halfway through my apprenticeship as a bricklayer.
As a bricklayer?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of people who work with their hands and have manual dexterity and skills like that.
A lot of them end up with clogged knuckles, though.
That's right.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Would you like to come and fix my wall?
I'd love to.
He'll fix everything that needs fixing over there. All right. Let's begin. Good luck to both of you. Marilyn, you can have A or B.
B, please.
B for her. B says, Kathy said, that guy I went out with lives in a really sleazy apartment.
How sleazy!
You're fired. Instead of etchings, he invited me up to see the blanks on his wall.
What does he do?
Got that? Very good.
Oh.
No, I think that's good, Charlene. Kathy said that guy I went out with lives in a really sleazy apartment. Instead of etchings, he invited me up to see the blanks on his wall.
All I can think of is graffiti.
Graffiti?
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Graffiti's not a bad answer.
Oh, it's a wonderful answer.
Excellent.
It's a heck of a lot better than mine.
What's yours?
Cockroaches.
Cockroaches. Oh, they like cockroaches better than graffiti.
Well, they've been to my apartment.
I see. What do you got?
Well, I thought they wanted, he was into something artistic. I said the cracks.
Cracks on the wall? Okay.
Cracks on the
Wait,
wall.
don't nobody move. Don't.
No, that's
I'm gonna kill flies. I hate
It's a
flies.
fly, Betty. It figures.
Could you people do it somewhere else instead of at my little place?
Well, if you weren't stuffing your face all the time, the flies wouldn't be attracted to you.
They'd be attracted to him, trust me.
Oh. I can see that. I hope it is.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. If you're from El Segundo, chances are you never had a New York apartment like Richard,
Brett.
Helen.
And I, Roaches.
Roaches. Well, that seems to be the answer, the roaches. Okay, Charlene, what did you have?
I like graffiti better, but I said cockroaches.
Cockroaches. Okay. And you, sir, what did you say?
I said that if you had been a guest on my show and I had kissed Charlene, I would have then invited you to have a little kiss, too.
Oh, really? Why? Well, you don't do any kissing on your show.
We do very often.
Oh, you do?
Yes, pucker up.
I heard about those game show hosts. Now listen.
Are you ready?
How come you wear a three-piece suit on your show and you come up here
Now,
with a two-piece suit and no necktie?
The last time that I was your guest, you put me down for the same reason. I wore a jacket this time and a handkerchief.
Yeah.
And I think our audience will agree I look cute today.
Yes, he's cute. Okay, now would you show us your answer?
You will pucker up.
Yes.
I had an answer that has brought applause wherever it has been seen. Cockroaches.
Okay. Well, we have 5 of those so far, Marilyn. What do you got there, Miss Betty, honey?
You game show hosts have a gay old time. And
Cracks on the wall.
Crack out of
Not all of us. Okay, Coddy. They call you Coddy, eh? Not Cod.
Coddy, that's right.
Okay. Ben said, my wife is half Italian and half Chinese. So when she cooks, she puts fortunes in the blank.
You've got it too, sweetheart.
Everybody finished. Very good. All right, Coddy. Ben said my wife is half Italian and half Chinese, so when she cooks, she puts fortunes in the...
Meatballs.
Meatballs. Meatball's not a bad answer. I guess you could roll them up and then roll a meatball around the little piece of paper that said you are about to meet an enchanting woman.
And then you microwave it.
Yes.
But I said lasagna.
Lasagna. You see,
Thank
pasta,
you,
like elbow macaroni and lasagna and all of those things that would contain something. What do you got?
He said lasagna because he's a gourmet cook, you know.
Yes.
He cooks the best monkey bread west of the Mississippi. You ever could die for. We are supposed to match him. He's supposed to match us.
Right.
Gotcha. Big ball.
Meatball. Okay.
Lolita was a good movie.
Meatball. That's true. True for Coddy. What do you got, Charlene?
I've got ravioli.
Ravioli. You know what they are?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Little square things.
Yeah.
And you put something in it, stuff something in it. That would seem to me to be the definitive answer
Yes,
for a question
it is.
like this. What do you got there?
Well, what was the definitive answer?
Ravioli.
I have pasta.
Pasta.
Now, wait a minute.
Pasta is all-encompassing, omnibus answer.
I want this audience to know that being here is not just a pleasure. This is an inconvenience. So, be careful about... I will not tolerate hissing and bullying.
Oh, okay. But you're okay for kissing. All right, Betty.
See, I have the same thing that Charlene. Not as much of it, but I have the same. I have a neatness thing, and ravioli just seems tidy and where you
Perfect. Yes. Okay, now it's 2-0 in round 1, and you stand by, both of you, for round 2. First, this for you. All right, here we go to round 2. Coddy, since you're ahead, we'll ask you to go first.
B, please.
B. All right. The chief of police said to the new rookie, I'm afraid we've run out of funds to buy you a bulletproof vest. The best we could do was buy you a bulletproof blank. How tall are you? How tall are you?
5 feet.
You're 5. You're 5 feet.
You're acting just like James Mason.
Okay, guys. The chief of police said to the new rookie, I'm afraid we've run out of funds to buy you a bulletproof vest. The best we could do was buy you a bulletproof...
handkerchief.
Handkerchief.
It's small.
Hear the mob out there?
No.
They not only don't like your answer, they're going to beat you up later.
They're a hateful, unloyal group.
Yep, they are. Okay, Richard Deacon.
What did he say?
Handkerchief.
Well, I think it's the same thing. Hanky?
Hanky, there's one for him. Interesting. Guy gives a rotten answer and scores. Okay.
I know a lot of people who are able to do
Often
that.
that happens.
Oh.
That's the story of life.
Yeah. Now, speaking of scoring, let's see here.
Stop that!
I haven't done anything. I haven't touched her.
Sad.
Yes.
What?
So sad to sit this close to something like that and see it. Sad. I pray to God when I'm his age I don't act like that.
Yes.
Yes, I said bulletproof tie.
Tie. That's a good answer. Tie is a good answer, right?
Is that a good answer?
That is a good answer.
I think it's a splendid answer.
Splendid. Wonderful.
Great answer.
Yeah. Well, because it's cheap. It covers something, so, you know, a certain part that would become bulletproof.
Well, and it
Maybe.
tied in with the vest, and you and I had
Yes.
just discussed my tie. It had a lot of things going.
Yes, of course.
Yes, except a match.
What were you saying, Betty, about a big...
Well, big bow tie would
Oh,
cover, but it
big bow tie, not in your
He
case.
had a handkerchief, but he blew it, so he had a tie.
Aha. Okay. All right. Now, here's the way it is, Maryland. 3 to tie, 4 to win. Ready? Bernie is the world's greatest car salesman. He'd even take your blank in trade. World's greatest car salesman.
You always nod so approvingly of everything she writes.
Well, this is her first time on, and I want to give her confidence and make sure that she feels secure and at home and loved.
Sure.
I want to feel all of those things, too.
Yes.
Well, then go somewhere else.
You know what?
What?
With my lovable image, America will loathe her after that.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, Maryland. Here it is. Remember, you need 3 to tie, 4 to win. Bernie is the world's greatest car salesman. He'd even take your blank in trade.
Your wife?
Your wife. Good. Now, it seems to me wife would be the definitive answer in this case. Take my wife. Okay,
Please.
I'll take your wife. How much? $1.98. All right, you got it now.
You got it.
Okay.
I was going along more along the. Oh, what a nice man!
Marilyn Lauren is
alive. Oh, is it? Yes. Oh, my tricycle.
Tricycle.
Well, that's like wheels, like an automobile. It would be like.
Yeah.
Oh, now don't turn on me.
Right.
I meant everything to you, and now you're turning on me. Oh, I can't stand. You have a hanky? No, you don't even have a punch.
3 the last round. Wife.
Okay. Score is now 3 to 2. Bernie, the world's greatest car salesman, he'd even take your wife in trade. What do you say to that?
I was gonna say wife, but I thought that mother was better, so I said mother.
Mother. Okay.
He might want the wife.
Hmm?
He really might like the wife. He might be getting a bargain if he takes the wife instead of...
Right. You could write your senior dissertation on this.
Isn't this sad? Look at it.
Pitiful. It's just pitiful.
All right, Bob.
I was going to say mother.
Yeah. Keep your hands above the
But
table at all times.
Come down.
What? What? Get up there.
Well, she was going down.
Yes.
No?
You know, if this keeps up, Peter Marshall will be the only one in business.
Wait just a darn minute. Whatever became of old Alan Ludden?
Yeah, whatever did.
I think
that
Alan
old
would fit
Alan
in
Ludden.
here perfectly. Where were we?
I don't know. I'm waiting for a response.
Whatever we were doing, Alan would fit in perfectly.
He'd even take your blank and trade.
Oh, yes. I was going to say mother.
Yeah.
And then I thought I'd get along better with my mother, so I said wife.
Score is now tied 3-3. It'll end in a tie or a win if you match Marilyn.
We may have to have a meeting.
Okay.
Because if his wife was an awfully good skate, we've got a match.
Take my skates. Okay, so it ends in a tie 3-3, and we'll tell you about tiebreakers right after we tell you about this. Deacon never looked lovelier, did he?
I never had hair.
All right, now to go to the tiebreaker, we must turn off these lights first. And now we must push this button to reveal one tie-breaking question for each. The one who scored the most will be the winner. Marilyn, you can have A or B.
B.
B is what she wants, and B is what she gets. Did you hear that prudish Prudence got fired from her job at the nightclub? Oh, you'd like to know what happened? Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm going to tell you what happened. When the owner told her to go topless, she walked out on stage without her blank. Ready?
Wait.
Now we're going to start without you, Brett.
Go, baby.
Did you hear that prudish Prudence got fired from her job at the nightclub? When the owner told her to go topless, she walked out on stage without her...
Hair?
Without her hair. I don't know how you do that, but it sounds...
I do.
Oh, you do, yeah. Yes, for you it's
You want to
easy.
see a career build on that?
Yeah.
I think this is a match. I don't want any problems.
Wig. Oh, yeah. One for Marilyn. Make it two for Marilyn.
No, I couldn't. I said without her glasses.
Without her glasses?
Yes.
That would anger the boss?
Now, listen, that's two.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for three.
All right, here we go.
You know, it must be sad to, like Richard, to be, you know, have no hair. It must be a sad
Yeah, really, yes. Okay. All right, Charlene. Speaking of hair, go. Show and tell.
Hat.
Hat. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Bob?
No matter what she said, you go hooray.
Yeah. Show us yours.
You, Gene, will doubtlessly want to cheer wildly for wig.
Yes, Miss Betty?
Now, do you want to see the self-same answer get a different reaction? Hat.
Okay. All right, Cuddy, here we go. Fat Phyllis's husband said.
Right.
I just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blinked. Fat Phyllis's husband said, I just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it said, it blinked. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blinked. Fat Phyllis's husband said, I just brought home a bathroom scale that's almost human. When Fat Phyllis stepped on it, it blinked.
It groaned.
It groaned. Okay. All right, Richard, groaned is the answer.
It hit her.
It hit her. That's nice. What do you got?
Now, this is like a groan. It's the same thing as a groan, except it is feminine as opposed to masculine. Scream.
Scream. Okay, there's one.
You got it.
Said, holy cow!
Holy cow! That's a human scale. Charlene, what's yours?
Screamed ouch.
Screamed out. Other than that, score is now 3-2. Bob?
It squealed.
It squealed. Score is tied 3-3. What do we got?
Your basic scream.
Scream! Connie Nichols wins the game. Okay. Why don't you come on down here? We'll say goodbye to Marilyn Fraser. You'll be back later to play game number 2. Okay, right there in the blue line. While we're spinning her off, we're going to spin a message for America. You were all wonderful.
Thank you, sweetheart.
What's that, a union meeting over there?
Yes, just a little.
They were explaining the rules of the game to me.
Oh, I
I've
see.
only been
Don't you
here
know-
9 times.
Charlene has been going with Johnny Olson for a year and a half, and everyone knows it but you and Bob Barker.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
sad.
Johnny's wife, Penny.
Didn't mean to encroach on your territory.
That
Join us
bad
next
Penny is
time
bound
for
to
Match
go
Game. Gene Rayburn here. Goodbye.
Today's consolation prizes are a 10-inch silver-plated champagne cooler from Taylor Rental Centers. Taylor rents practically everything. When you want it, rent and save at Taylor. And a tray and Super Slaw, a great new flavor discovery for coleslaw made with real yogurt. Super Slaw in your grocer's produce section. An HR Rug and Room Deodorizer, the right way to freshen your rug and room. Available at your supermarket's HR Carpet Care Center. And Salad Crunchies, an exciting blend of color, flavor, and texture. Just sprinkle it over any salad, Salad Crunchies, and Coil Magic. It cuts through buildup on air conditioner coils. Apply directly or use this garden sprayer. Coil Magic saves energy as it cleans. And Goof Off, the latex paint remover that really cleans up when you mess up. It's the finishing touch to a perfect paint job, Goof Off. And a Servette and Be Fresh makes every flush a deodorizing shower to automatically freshen and help fight bowl ring buildup in 3 original scents plus new Powder Fresh. Put a shower in your bowl. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program has been edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars. Richard Deacon, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly. From Dallas, Charlene Tilton. From The Price is Right, Bob Barker. And Betty White as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, if you just hang around there for a moment or so while I greet our friends here.
All right, we heard the overture. I mean, being a director, I have such a sensitive ear.
Yes.
Huh.
And?
Can you read this?
Oh, sure, that's Bob Barker's Fun and Game Show.
A cue card, yeah.
Did you see this? Turn around. There. What is it?
That's his fun and Game Show.
Right. Well, I go out on the road and do the Bob Barker Fun and Game Show, and Vic Markman works with me. He had this made for me, so I wore this in the hope that we'd get a little plug on the Match Game, a very popular show throughout America, and I thank you.
You wear it on your own show?
I wouldn't be seen in my show with it.
Sit down. Okay. Here is Connie Knuckles, who won the first game of the 2 games he'll be playing, and now he's going to have a go at the big money. Ready?
Yes.
All right. We'll have a go at the big super match here. Here's the way it goes, Cotty.
Yes, that's like Radio City used to be, New York.
Yes,
I mean,
right.
The visual effects on this show are breathtaking.
Should we do it again?
I mean, that turned around as that came
No,
down.
wait a minute.
Did you see it?
Let's turn it back
You
around
don't
again
need
and fly it out
showgirls in a
and
thing
do it
like
one more
this.
time.
Do
Go.
it again. It's breathtaking. And people with cameras.
Go.
Try to get it.
Look at that.
This
Look
is
at that.
amazing.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Really stinks.
There it is. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, wait a minute. It's going to go all the way around.
All right.
Now watch how direct this will stop the show when they see it. Now I have called their attention to this.
I think the show has already stopped.
All right,
Cue
ready?
it good, boldly. Cue it boldly.
Go! Connie, I'm sorry we don't have time for you to have a chance to win some money, so we'll just go on. No. We polled the studio audience and said, write down your best answer to this. You're in blank. $500 for if you match the most popular, $250 for matching the second most popular, and $100 for matching the third. 3 of the 6 stars can help. Look into their eyes. Don't call on someone who is averting your gaze, because that dummy ain't got no answer.
Betty White.
No, dear, no.
Look how sad.
You're in trouble.
No. You kiss after you give him a winning answer.
Can you read that?
Let's come over here
He's very
today.
talented.
He did call on you for a response.
You're in trouble. I gave it.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I got carried away there. Who else would you like?
And Charles.
Well, I got a couple.
That's good. Oh, no, this is much better.
What? He hasn't said it yet. There's
We're having a
when you call on Charles, there's a big lull. All of a sudden, there's a silence. Everything is fun and games.
Why don't you work your set again? You're in the money.
You're in the money.
And Charlene.
Charlene was avoiding your gaze.
At that time,
You
I
see,
was.
Charlene was turned around this way, and you called on the back of her head.
Because I was going to say you're in the money and you're in trouble. Now,
Oh, Brett, help.
Oh, sweetheart, you're in love. You're in love.
I'm missing.
Wait a minute, dear. Here. Oh, we've got lots of them up here.
Charlene.
yes.
Charlene.
Wait a minute, darling. You're in.
Charlene.
Flynn.
You're in a hell of a mess.
Oh, gosh, now I don't know which
Here,
one
dear.
to choose.
You're in like Flynn. It's
Oh, well, you're in luck.
That's good.
You're in luck. You're in luck.
You're in like Flynn.
You're in the money, and you're in trouble, are the 3 they've given you. You can choose one of those, or give us one of your own. Stand on the blue dot there. Thank you. Okay.
My first thought was trouble also. I'll say
Trouble.
trouble.
All right, that was Betty White there. So let's find out if it's up there, and if so, where. We'll begin with the $100 response. There's Charlene's answer. You're in luck.
Yes.
May we see the $250 number? You're in trouble. You got it. Okay. What do you think? You're in the money? Johnny Olson says it's going to be money up on money.
The skies
All right,
are
slide the big
sunny.
one. You're in the money. All right, that was Chuck's answer. Now you got $250, means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $2,500. However, you can double your money if you get a lucky spin of the star wheel. Step right up there and give it a go. We'll root for a double for Cotty Knuckles. Here we go.
Go for it.
Well,
I passed to Charlene.
she gives good answers, and she also gives good kisses in case you happen to win.
And?
So, good luck to you. Face me, and here we go. Blank thoughts. Blank thoughts. Blank thoughts. All right, Cotty, if you match Betty White's answer, you get $2,000. I beg your pardon. You get $5,000 because you got the double there. Here we go. What do you say?
Good thoughts.
Good thoughts. All right. Betty?
And I'm not making jokes. Good thoughts, your positive thoughts. I said second thoughts.
Second thoughts, yeah.
Sorry,
There were too many
Well, what the heck is it? That's right. Just a second. A penny for your thoughts.
Betty, your mother is out front.
Yes, of course. Okay, now let's bring Marilyn Fraser back and start game number 2. Here we go. Hello again.
Hi.
Marilyn, are you ready? We'll ask you to choose A or B.
B again.
B again. Second game, first round. Norm said a strange thing happens to me every time I see Dolly Parton. I get an appetite for blank. You notice the gourmet cook finished first.
That's the fastest he's ever answered.
Here we go. Norm said a strange thing happens to me every time I see Dolly Parton. I get an appetite for blank.
Watermelon.
Well, I don't know what church she goes to. Milk.
Milk.
Boy, did we ever go down the wrong road. Milk.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Marilyn does have a point, you know.
I know she certainly
Two of
does.
them, as a matter of fact. You're right. Okay. Yes, little boy.
I don't enter into these kind of things. I get an appetite for country music.
Throw him to the lions.
Stinks. That answer stinks.
All right. Charlene,
What's
every time...
wrong with Tammy Wynette? Are you kidding?
Every time I see Dolly Parton, I get an appetite for...
Everybody needs milk.
Yeah, I guess we do, don't we? Yes, sir?
Being an all-American middle-aged man, I, too, get an appetite for country music, but my hand wrote milk.
Okay.
I think watermelon is a much funnier
She wants a pair of
answer,
watermelons,
however.
yes.
Hello, Dolly.
Oh, whole milk. Okay. Whole milk. She didn't do too well with hers, but we'll see how we do. You'll be really in the catbird seat here because you can forge ahead later, right now there. Okay, the other round, one question. Cotty Knuckles, this is yours. Old Oscar.
Yeah.
Is the world's oldest comic.
How old is he?
Does that include MCs or just comics?
He told his first joke at Blank's wedding. Here we go, Cotty. Ready, Dick? Old Oscar is the world's oldest comic. He told his first joke at Blank's wedding.
At Adam and Eve's wedding.
Adam and Eve's wedding.
Do you mind?
I didn't even know they were married. Did you? I thought they were just fooling around
I
there.
don't think that's
Eating
important.
apples and chasing snakes and all that.
mates.
Yeah, they were leaf mates, yeah.
Leaf. Oh, that's beneath you.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve.
I
Yes,
thought
ma'am?
there were only two of them, so therefore there was no minister handy. So I said Martha and George Washington. And notice I gave her top billing.
Martha and George Washington.
In the days of the ERA.
Right.
Right.
Yes, sir?
Would you tell him to stop blowing a pipe smoke in my direction? I'm a woman who hasn't had a cigarette in 2.5 years.
Blow over there, would you, sir?
She has her contacts in today. And you know what that means?
What?
Well,
Smoke is an eye irritant, Charles.
Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve, okay. Side stream smoke is very injurious to one's health.
Oh, I'm not smoking anymore.
Oh, okay.
You've made that clear now.
Old Oscar, world's oldest comic, he told his first joke at Adam and Eve's wedding. What do you say to that?
Brent, would you look down here? George and Martha Washington.
George and Martha Washington.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's so
at least I've
Right.
stopped matching my peers.
Yes, sir?
Cotty, if I give you another match here now, you're not going to beat on me and kick me and all this stuff like goes on Price is Right, right?
I promise.
I say Adam and Eve's
Oh,
wedding.
good.
All right. Here's for Cotty. What do you got for Cotty, Betty?
I thought of Adam and Eve, and I thought of Brett, naturally, but
Yeah.
I said Methuselah's wedding.
Methuselah. Methuselah lived 900 years.
Yowza.
Okay, here we go to round 2. Cotty, your head, you're going to go first. A or B?
B, please.
B. Ben the butcher treats his wife like a piece of meat. Every night, he puts her on a blank. Ben the butcher treats his wife like a piece of meat. Every night, he puts her on a blank. All right, Cotty. Ben the butcher treats his wife like a piece of meat. Every night, he puts her on a blank.
Scale.
Scale. Well, butchers do that. Put a piece of meat on the scale and weigh it. What do you say?
Oh, honey, I thought he put her on a hook.
On a hook.
You know what butcher's hooks are, right?
Yeah.
All right, show us your answer out there. So
I didn't say
everybody
grill, I said chopping block.
Chopping block. Scale is what he's after. What have you got?
Well, I've been away, and I said skewer.
I'd say you've never been healthier. Okay, Marilyn, what do you need? You need 3 to tie and 4 to win. Last time this happened, it ended up in a tie. Let's see what happens now. Harry said, "This is the world's strangest town. Today, I saw a fire plug blank a dog." Harry said, "This is the world's strangest town. Today, I saw a fire plug blank a dog." Marilyn.
I did my last one in Ottawa.
This is the world's strangest town. Today I saw a fire plug blank a dog.
Tinkle on a dog.
Tinkle on. Okay. What do you say to that, Richard?
Well, mine was a more intellectual comment.
Wet. Okay, there's one for her.
Well, just in case I got a little trouble from the judges, I said dribble on A, but up in the corner I put tink.
That's 2 for her. Yes, sir?
I chose the participle of the verb to wet.
Anything you say. And you, miss.
With intellectual Richard Deacon.
All right. She won. That means she comes down and you stay. You would, please. Now, Connie Knuckles, since he won the first game, he'll be leaving here with a total of $250 and our best wishes. And while we're sticking them off, we're going to spin a message for America. Now, Marilyn is going to take her turn having the big money. Your hair was on Richard Deacon's pate there.
It's gone on everybody but me.
Right. Now, Marilyn, we polled the studio audience and said, write down your best answer to this. Blank at home. Now, the answer they wrote down most often will get you $500 if you match it. If you match the next one, you get $250. And for matching the third, you get $100. 3 of the 6 stars can offer assistance. Choose them one at a time, if you would, please.
I love Betty.
I love Betty, too.
I love you. Safe at home.
Okay.
Brett.
What I've always been, a stay-at-home.
Sure.
Ha-ha.
Charles.
Anyone at home?
Anyone at home, safe at home, and
Try
stay
not
at
to
home.
have a rally.
Are the 3 that
There's
they've given
one
you?
we're not getting.
Right.
You can choose one of those or give us one of your
No
own.
place at home.
Safe.
Safe at home is the one that Betty gave you. All right. Let's find out if safe at home is up there. You think it's going to be up there, yes or no?
No.
Feel it.
You don't know. All right. Let's take a look at the $100 response. There it is, right off the bat. You got it. Let's take a look at a $250 number.
Oh.
Old folks
Old
at
folks
home.
at home. I forgot that one.
And on the
That's the
very
one we
top
were
we
missing.
have
Yes!
Brett's answer, stay at home.
That was not a request, Brett.
No.
It is now.
Marilyn, you got 100 means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $1,000. Now, that's not bad. But if you get a lucky spin on the star wheel, you can double it and play for $2,000, which is even better. Let's all root for a double now for Marilyn
Yes.
Fraser. Here we go. Go. Are you ready? Okay. There we go. Good luck to you. Here it is. Charlene, you'll write your answer to this.
Yes, I will.
And this is it. Pint of blank. Pint of blank. Okay. Now, if you give us the same answer that Charlene has written on the card, you get $2,000.
Milk.
Leave her alone.
Milk. Charlene, she says milk will match you for $2,000. What do you say?
I said pint of blood.
Pint of blood. I guess the audience wanted you to say.
Milk on my brain, because that was the other good answer.
Yes. Dolly Parton is just
yes.
everywhere. She's
No, she's, yeah. I'm sorry.
pervasive. All right. Now, you have $100, and let's see. This is the end of the second game, so we're going to say goodbye to Marilyn Fraser. Many thanks for being with us here on Match Day. There she goes, and while she's going off, we'll bring on two more contestants now, Sugar Ware and Janet Hawes. All right. Hello there. Welcome to both of you. 2 games for each of you, too. Let's find out who you are and where you're from. Sugar?
Sugar, I'm from Denver, and I live in Chicago now.
You live in Chicago?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm a flight attendant.
You are? All right. Sugar, your legal birth certificate name?
No, my grandfather gave me 2 when I was 2.
He gave it to you.
My legal name is Violet.
Violet Webb. All right.
Yeah.
And Janet Hawes. Where are you from?
San Diego, and I work at the zoo there and take care of the baby animals.
Yeah.
And I enjoy
Very good,
photography
Betty.
and sailing.
Now, what do you do for the animals at the San Diego Zoo?
Well, we have a nursery, and I feed them and
You take
change
care
them.
of babies?
Yes.
Really? Such as?
Orangutans and pygmy chimpanzees, and we have leopards and
Yeah.
foxes and
Right? Any of them ever give you any trouble?
occasionally, yeah.
Oh, but you've never been bitten, have you? Well, you're going to be bitten right now. All right, ladies, we're going to stop right now and do a little business with America, and then we'll get back to you. First, this. So we'll look forward to seeing both of you next time.
Okay.
Give you a chance to get a little more nervous. That's it for today. I thank you, one and all.
Bye.
Isn't this sad? Look, he's going to watch. This will be a good
No,
one.
no, wait a minute. No.
Sure.
The producer came over to me during the commercial. He says, you got a few seconds to fill. Why don't you talk to, what's her name here, about the
He didn't
TV
say,
show?
Since when does Charlene sound like Betty and Betty sound like
for 2
Charlene
days you've been
or
talking to
Bob?
Never
Now, listen.
mind.
Yes.
Well, is there anything else anyone would like to talk about?
No, this
We'd like to talk about your deplorable behavior. That's what we'd like to talk about.
I haven't done anything.
That's what we're afraid of. You're working up to it.
Did you know that Betty White has held the 3rd gorilla born in captivity in the United States?
No,
She married him.
Third generation.
Why?
Fascinating.
Alan was very jealous.
Listen, I'm sorry. We don't have time to talk to you now because all the loudmouths are getting their 2 cents in
You
here.
can take therapy for
sweet
that,
couple
Gene.
they are.
Join us
Button
next time
Jeff.
for Match Game. I'm Gene Rayburn. Goodbye.
Today's consolation prizes are a 10-inch silver-plated champagne cooler from Taylor Rental Centers. Taylor rents practically everything. When you want it, rent and save at Taylor. And a tray and Super Slaw, a great new flavor discovery for coleslaw made with real yogurt. Super Slaw in your grocer's produce section. An HR Rug and Room deodorizer, the right way to freshen your rug and room. Available at your supermarket's HR Carpet Care Center. And Salad Crunchies, an exciting blend of color, flavor, and texture. Just sprinkle it over any salad, Salad Crunchies, and Coil Magic. It cuts through buildup on air conditioner coils. Apply directly or use this garden sprayer. Coil Magic saves energy as it cleans. And Goof Off, the latex paint remover that really cleans up when you mess up. It's the finishing touch to a perfect paint job. Goof Off. And a Servette and Be Fresh makes every flush a deodorizing shower to automatically freshen and help fight bowl ring buildup in 3 original scents plus new Powder Fresh. Put a shower in your bowl. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast.
get ready to match the stars. Richard Deacon, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly. From Dallas, Charlene, Tilton. From The Price is Right, Bob Barker. And Betty White. As we play the star-studded big money match game. And now, here's the star of a match game, Gene Rayburn.
Ready? Good. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Greetings.
Hi.
Greetings. Everybody ready?
Sure.
Okay, right.
I want to tell you that in Sacramento, everybody watches this show like crazy.
Isn't that marvelous?
I don't think they have anything else to do between Curb and Brown,
You'd
but
better
that's,
watch it.
you know,
We're big in Sacramento.
very large in Sacramento.
We love you, Sacramento, wherever you are. And when the San Andreas falls, it's hard to tell where you're going to be from minute to minute. Now, would you please welcome Janet Hawes and Sugar Ware? Ladies, let's just briefly review where you're from and all what you do now. Sugar.
How you doing? I'm from Denver,
That's right. I remember that much.
and I live in Chicago now.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and you fly.
Yeah.
Okay. And Janet Hawes, she works for the San Diego Zoo.
Right.
And she takes care of infant animals, right?
Right.
Chimps and all that sort of thing, orangutans. And,
Right.
And she's occasionally has a little trouble with them. But I would think all young things would love you because you're a sweet-looking lady.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, ladies, shall we begin? Sugar, you're first. A or B?
B, please.
B it is. Albert said, "You know you're living too close to an atomic reactor when you have a meltdown in your blank." Think about it. Albert said, "You know you're living too close to an atomic reactor when you have a meltdown in your..."
Bathroom?
What?
Bathroom?
In your bathroom.
Well, you'd get in trouble if you had a meltdown in your bathroom. No?
Really?
Okay, well.
Yeah, everything go down the drain, wouldn't
Right.
it? It all melt, go down the drain. Yeah, okay.
Mine was a very logical answer, pacemaker.
Pacemaker.
You know if your pacemaker is melted, right?
That's right. Okay.
I think that audience.
We all hate this question, don't we?
I think
Yeah.
that
I hate
answer
the question.
was the answer was much better than this audience realized.
Yes. No, pacemaker was an
Hi,
excellent
kids.
answer.
Right? Thank you, Bob.
Bob, if you have to explain them, you're just
That's
go
right.
away.
Don't try and make up to us.
They think we're doing drama.
Run your own show and shut up.
All right, where's the
Tell 'em
next
that,
item up
lady.
for bids?
The Brett
What do you got?
Summers.
What have I got?
Yes.
You've seen it. You don't want to see it
No.
again. I said oven of the microwave variety to give Deacon
okay.
a
All
plug.
right. You know, you have a meltdown in your...
Try to show a little interest. Refrigerator.
Oh, that's very intellectual.
Refrigerator.
That's a good one.
Don't encourage him, please.
So she said bathroom, refrigerator...
It's a terrible
microwave...
Pacemaker.
Pacemaker. What else?
Your Tupperware cabinet.
Your Tupperware cabinet? That's it. Did that really say Tupperware cabinet?
Yes.
You're some crazy lady.
Oh, she's thinking.
All
It
right.
may not have
I
been
don't own
a good answer, but she'll get some Tupperware for having said that.
Oh,
Tupperware,
Not allowed
Tupperware,
anymore.
Tupperware.
pull it.
Payola is dead.
Now your answer, if you will.
My answer is plate. In your mouth, you know, the plate.
Oh.
Dentures.
Dentures, we call them.
That's all right. If you don't like it, just be quiet. You don't have to actually
Yeah. Well, this really
go. I
is...
think this was quite amusing.
Yes.
I thought it
You
was
know, Tina,
terrible.
when you have a meltdown
I'm going
in
to
your
enjoy
blank.
it without the audience.
Yeah. All right.
I said bath.
Bath. One for her. Okay. Janet, you ready?
Let's have
Norm said, "I must have spring fever.
Oh.
Today I turned on the TV set, and even blank looked good to me." Yeah. Norm said I must have spring fever. Today I turned down the TV set, and even blank looked good to me.
The only thing I can think of is Howard Cosell.
Howard Cosell. Okay.
Okay.
Howard Cosell is what we're after here.
I want you to know that I'm on your team.
My team?
Yes.
Right.
I said Bob Barker. Well, you don't have celebrities on your show. I know where the money is.
I'm sitting here in my handsome velvet jacket with my red handkerchief, my hair comb.
You gotta have money, Bob.
And a very good diamond ring. Check the ring on BB. Check that ring.
My goodness.
That's some
yes,
ring.
that is really...
I got that with green stamps.
Yes. And look at these.
Yes.
Oh, boy, you're really some fancy.
All of this means nothing, though, when you're insulted by Richard.
What about this $21 clock?
Wait a minute, let me look at that.
Do you
Look at
realize
that.
the
Yeah.
things you can get in a Cracker Jack box? Look at that. That is so pretty, Brad.
Thank you. I knew you'd like it.
Look at the back, how it's the gold motif goes right through it all.
Get your hands off me, you animal.
Did they turn green? Show us your answer.
When we see Miss White's answer, my answer will be explained. Betty White.
Oh, that's
Well.
a cheap shot.
Okay,
And
Chuck.
so is her answer.
You're not.
What's the matter with him up there?
You didn't write anything. Okay, Charlene, we're looking for Howard Cosell. Wig or no wig?
No, you got the Hulk, the
The
Incredible
Hulk.
Good answer.
I must have
That's a
spring
good
fever
answer.
today. Turned on the
Yes.
TV
That is
set,
a
and
good
even
answer.
the Incredible Hulk looked good to me. What do you say to this?
He looks good
Well,
to me all the time.
the next question like this, it's Richard Deacon that I'm after, of course. But having been insulted earlier this week by Brett, it's Brett.
Now you
the
got
week is
two on
not
your
over,
list.
Mr. Barker.
I shall not look up there. I'm totally ignoring you.
Okay. Now, Miss Betty, we come to you.
I do think it's time to get a little more dignity and a little more decorum in this game. After all, it is a game. I said Brett.
Whoever. Okay, there's one for Sugar and none for you. We'll go to round two right after we do this for you. Ready, ladies? Round two coming up. Sugar, you're ahead. You go first.
I'm gonna stick with B.
B it is. Everyone plays except Miss Betty White. Stanley said, "My wife has such a weak stomach." Ugh.
Like that.
Yeah. That's how weak it is. My wife has such a weak stomach, she won't even get on an escalator without a blank. All right? Richard's light is not working. All right, Janet. Oh,
Sugar.
thank you.
Years ago.
Stanley said, "My wife has such a weak stomach, she won't even get on an escalator without a blank."
Dramamine.
Dramamine. Okay. Dramamine.
Dramamine.
Dramamine. Okay, that's one for her.
I thought we had it made. I said air sick bag.
Air sick bag. That's a good one.
So,
He smoked. He
so did
coughed.
I thought you, because you're a stewardess,
well,
sweetheart.
Well, they also deal in Dramamine, don't they?
Yeah, if you
Now,
have
And-
deal in is not the way to put it.
That was a bad
Deal in
choice of
drugs.
words.
They don't deal in
Look how he's
Dramamine.
blushing because he's near you know who. Look how giddy.
They deal in
That's
smack.
sad.
They don't. What do you say?
Dramamine, sugar.
Dramamine. Listen, is this the current style, or don't you just comb your hair? It's very
That's her look.
casual. Yeah,
You don't know what a look is.
I don't either.
That's
do
the first unkind thing you've said to her in 3 days.
I? No.
Yes.
My wife has such
He's
a
trying
weak
to cut
stomach, she
down.
won't even get on an escalator without a
Dramamine.
Dramamine. Four for Sugar. You need 4 to tie and 5 to win. Here we go. Little dumb Dora is so dumb.
How dumb?
Better. She's so dumb to join the Brownies, she covered herself with blank. Okay, Chuck?
Yo, Gene, yo.
I love him when he gets like that.
Little dumb Dora is so dumb. To join the Brownies, she covered herself with...
Chocolate.
Chocolate. She said chocolate. Not bad.
I said chocolate.
Okay, that's one for her. You have a little chocolate for her?
You know what I say? Nuts to Bob Barker.
Nuts to Bob Barker. Okay.
Nuts.
Very well.
Oh,
Now.
they're copying again.
You
I
must
was
match
first.
the entire bottom tier to stay in the game and achieve a tie. Charlene,
They're
it's up to you.
copying, but they're get it from down here. Nuts.
Nuts it is, so that means Sugar wins the game. What Bob and Betty have? Chocolate and We're going to swing you off and you come back later to play game number 2. All right, see you later, Janet. Now we'll see how you do here. Good luck to you. There it is, all yours. We polled the studio audience not too long ago and said, please write down your best answer to this. Tramp blank. Now, if you give us the answer they wrote down most often, you get $500. For matching the second most popular answer, $250. And then if you match the third, $100. 3 of the 6 dingbats will try to help you. And as you look around, if they're don't look too smart, don't call on them. But if they look like they got the smarts, call on them. Go ahead.
Betty.
Tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway. Room, 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 the world is free.
Cut!
Follow where I go. It was a Nelson Eddy song.
Yes, of course.
I can't make the weight.
Yeah. All right.
Bob.
Tramp steamer.
Tramp steamer.
Charles.
Trampoline. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
Did they notice that? They didn't see that. Trampoline.
Trampoline. Trampoline. Okay. So you have trampoline, tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway, yada, and all that. And then you have a tramp steamer. You want one of those, or have you got a better one in your head?
No, trampoline came to mind, so I'm going to go with Charles.
Trampoline. Okay, it's Charles' answer. Let's find out it's up there. So, where may we see the $100 response, if you please? There is Betty's answer. Okay.
Won't be the first
Let's
time,
go up
baby.
the ladder and take a look at the $250 response. Trampoline. Now, that surprised me. I thought he was going to be up there on top. Didn't you think he'd be on top? You think tramp steamer, John?
Tramp ship.
You think tramp steamer? Well, you wrong. Look at this. Oh. Tramp steamer. Okay, that was Bob's answer, and it was on top. Now, you got the least you'll play for is $2,500. However, you can double it by having a lucky spin of the star wheel. If you'll step into my office here, we'll talk about it. Good luck to you. We're all going to root for a double, whether it'll be $2,500 or $5,000. Here we go. Yeah. $2,500 with Brett Summers. Here we go, and good luck to you. And this is it. Blank of the year. Blank of the year. Okay, now Brett's ready. If you give us the answer that she's written on the card, we give you $2,500. Isn't this easy? Nothing to it, is there? Just fill in that blank.
Mother?
Mother of the year. Any other ideas?
No, I love my mother, so I hope this works.
You love your mother, so I hope you... Okay.
I hate to admit I never even gave it a thought.
You didn't think of
and
mother?
I'm a mother. Oh, God,
And you're a
I really
mother.
feel
Sure
I'm
are.
sorry, children. I'm sorry, sugar. I said man of the year.
Man of the year. Man of the Year, Mother of the Year, Woman of the Year. They're all good ones. Sugar has a total of $250. She's going to play another game in a moment or so after we do a little business with America. Here we go. Okay. Now, if you're ready, Janet will ask you to go first by choosing A or B.
Okay, I'll take B.
B. Okay. You got it. Mean Murray is really mean. You're fired. He taught his dog to stay by putting a blank on his tail.
Oh, this is a real wonderful Betty White question.
Right. Mean Murray's really mean. He taught his dog to stay by putting a blank on his tail. Now we are ready, James.
Gladys Knight and the Pips couldn't save that tune.
When are we going to get a new tune?
Mean Murray is really mean. He taught his dog to stay by putting a blank on his tail.
A ball and chain.
A ball and chain.
Anyone we know?
That's called wishy-washy applause. All right. Taught his dog putting a ball and chain on his tail. What do you say to that, Richard?
Well, I said a weight.
A weight.
Oh.
Right?
Now, you must go home and study the rules. Yes, Miss Brett?
Well, I had to draw mine. I said, that's a dog.
Yeah.
And with a great big rock on its tail.
A rock or boulder?
Rock or boulder.
Right.
A great big rock or boulder.
You should do a children's book.
That's the first time he's made me laugh this week, the little devil.
Now, I don't know if the judges are lenient, but I said an anchor.
That's not a ball and chain.
I know, you don't have to get snotty about it. The same principle as a ball and chain.
Well, sir,
So
all
the
of
weight.
these things, all of these weights are the same
So's the
principle.
rock.
You must go home and study the
Here
rules,
he comes
too.
now. Watch
Oh,
this.
watch. Whatever
she says, it's okay.
Sure. Oh, it's Miss Marley.
Talk about her hair some more.
Bucket of water and he'd buy that.
Okay, what kind of answer has the blonde guy got for us here? A brick. Okay.
Isn't that cute? Isn't that a wonderful answer?
Did you love that?
I thought it was wonderful, wonderful.
Have any of your guests ever received a standing ovation for an answer?
No.
Ever in all the years you've been doing the show?
I think it's
A
happened.
couple of times I
Couple
did.
of times.
They'll
yeah.
probably want to give old Barker one. Ball and chain.
Barker?
This
Barker?
may be the most intelligent, the most sensitive,
Yeah.
the most wonderful audience you have ever had.
Jane.
Yes, Charles?
I'm on your side. I have seen this now all week. First of all, velvet clothes and diamond rings, a lot of good jewelry, and then that whole baloney about my mother.
Right.
He is slowly trying to take this show away from you.
Incidentally, Gene.
No, it's
And
pure...
I think if you keep playing with this blonde, it'll all be over.
I protest. Have I touched you in any way? Have I made any overt
She's saying
passes?
yes.
No, but while grabbing at her, you got my leg.
So, in addition, you're a liar.
But I loved every minute of it.
This is going to cost you a fortune.
What?
We want a lot of
You've got to
merchandise.
pay off every member of that studio
Yes.
audience. They don't work for nothing.
How many clock radios?
Who wants a washing machine? New car. Who wants a new car? Who wants
Each of you.
No.
I want each of you to have something very nice. I really do. So I want you to put your name and your address on a postcard and send it to Monty Hall.
Please, no dirty words on the show. What have you got, my dear?
Bob only forgot to say one thing that he meant to add.
Yes.
Everybody, come on down! No, I said, and I think this is going to work.
Taught his dog to stay by putting
a truck.
A truck?
That would hurt.
No, they had tailgate parties.
That would hurt.
Don't
How can you do that?
Oh, tailgate.
Well, at least I didn't beg for a standing ovation.
Now.
Trying to do a little business with America before we go on here now.
Sure.
Okay, Chuck.
Okay, Bob wants us for the new version of the show to all wear our name tags like his show. Bob said he wants to do it that way when he takes over.
Join us next time for Match Game. I'm Gene Rayburn. Goodbye.
Today's consolation prizes are a 10-inch silver-plated champagne cooler from Taylor Rental Centers. Taylor rents practically everything. When you want it, rent and save at Taylor. And a tray and Super Slaw, a great new flavor discovery for coleslaw made with real yogurt. Super Slaw in your grocer's produce section. An HR Rug and Room deodorizer, the right way to freshen your rug and room. Available at your supermarket's HR Carpet Care Center. And Salad Crunchies, an exciting blend of color, flavor, and texture. Just sprinkle it over any salad, Salad Crunchies, and Coil Magic. It cuts through buildup on air conditioner coils. Apply directly or use this garden sprayer. Coil Magic saves energy as it cleans. And Goof Off, the latex paint remover that really cleans up when you mess up. It's the finishing touch to a perfect paint job, Goof Off. And a Servette and Be Fresh makes every flush a deodorizing shower to automatically freshen and help fight bowl ring buildup in 3 original scents plus new Powder Fresh. Put a shower in your bowl. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars. Richard Deacon, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Dallas, Charlene Tilton, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Betty White, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Rayburn.
Thank you, friends. Thank you for joining us. Shall we have a go at it?
Oh, let's do it. That is a
little
beautiful jacket.
That's kind of you to say.
That is a beautiful jacket.
Thank you. I'm sorry it doesn't fit you.
I'm not so sure.
He looks like a hippie, and on his own show, he looks so respectable.
Now, you know, that top row is really giving me a bad time this week.
And you deserve it.
Well, I think it also, let me tell these folks why they're behaving. You see, yesterday the audience gave me a standing ovation, and they're jealous up there.
You're not going to beg again.
No. One standing ovation to a customer
That's
is
right.
all we
But I
allow.
wanted them to understand why
Here
they're
we
being
have
so
Sugarware and Janet Hawes. Ladies, are you ready to carry on here? All right. We're in the middle of round one here. And, Sugar, this is your question. You want A or B?
Which one's going to win? Give me A. I'll
A.
try for it.
Okay. Lynn said to the psychiatrist, "Doc, you've got to help me. My husband, the short order cook, thinks I'm an egg. Last night he tried to blank me." Okay, Sugar. Lynn said to the psychiatrist, "Doc, you've got to help me. My husband, the short order cook, thinks I'm an egg. Last night he tried to blank me."
Fry me.
Fry me? Okay. What do you say to that?
Fry me.
Fry me. Fry me. What do you say?
Fry me, you like me. With ham and hash browns and tab.
She got the dress and the silver from Mexico. Mexican silver and a Mexican dress.
Really? Did she?
Ask her what else she got.
I don't know, but she's eating alone tonight. Okay, Miss Charlene, honey.
Sure.
Would you read it again?
Yes, of course. Doc, you got to help me. My husband, the short order cook, thinks I'm an egg. Last night he tried to...
Poach me.
Poach me.
My.
Okay.
You see what you have done to this child?
I
She'd never have said that until you started working on her.
Yes, but you
Never
got
said
out that leather outfit you haven't worn since high school. Called up Tilly between the shows. Ma, try to find it.
Have you got an answer, or are you going to sit there?
Yes, I have an answer.
Oh, well, then
knowing he was a violent man, I said scramble me.
Scramble.
Scramble.
Okay. What do you do with an egg there, Miss Betty?
But knowing that sugar works for an airline, I said, fry me to the moon.
Fry me. Okay. Let's go to round 2. Sugar, you're ahead. You go first.
I'm going to go with B. For
B it
Betty,
is. Two people play.
Oh.
Right here.
I'm not two people.
Two of you.
Yes.
You're one.
I've been
You're
trying
one.
this for a long
I'll
time.
stand between you.
You don't need to.
Michelangelo said, oh boy, I'm going to tell you why at the Sistina Chapel the smell is so funny. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you that now why. When I'm going to run out of the red paint, I'm going to finish the job using Blanca.
Yeah, that is without exception the worst Italian accent
Oh, I agree.
I have ever heard.
I agree. I quite agree.
All right, this is...
All right, sure.
Fate will smile.
Michelangelo said, I'm going to tell you why the Sistina Chapel smells so funny. When I'm going to run out of the red paint, I'm going to finish the job using a Blanca.
A Blanca?
Using Blanca. I finished the job using blank.
A spray gun? So, well...
You didn't listen.
No, I
You
didn't.
didn't listen.
I didn't. Well,
I'm going to tell you why it smells so funny. When I ran out of red paint, I finished the job using...
Ketchup.
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 Is that...
Red.
I honestly did not check yours before I wrote mine. But
Obviously,
you see,
yours is spelled right.
I don't know whether it is or not, but I too said ketchup.
That's
However,
colloquial.
She had the right answer, though.
What did you?
Betty had the right
Spaghetti sauce.
Well, she wasn't playing in this round.
I
So
was
Sugar,
just-
you
does that
stay
make
at
a
4,
difference?
and Janet Hawes.
How could
you have a
anybody
chance.
play when you
understand the
3
show.
kids are playing?
All right, here we go. Harvey said.
Is it just us playing again?
No, everyone.
No.
Everyone.
But
Well,
what
it
about
says
Janet?
don't write
Doesn't
down.
Janet
You lay
get to
out.
More
play
fun
ball?
than just Charlene and I play. Oh, I don't play at all.
No, you don't play. You're the only one.
So,
All right,
butt
I need
out.
a rest after that last
Harvey
one.
said, I could tell the waitress in that sleazy restaurant wasn't wearing a bra. She kept stuffing the tips in her blank.
She kept stuffing what?
The tips.
Oh, the tips.
Yeah.
Oh, the tips? Oh, you mean there's, like, hello, how much is the check? Oh, here's
Yeah.
the tip for your trouble?
That's right.
Tip. Oh, good gravy ring. Isn't this cute the way they say wash this?
Wait a minute. What's it say in the paper,
here we go.
Chuck?
Column item here.
Yeah.
Some middle-aged MC is in a hospital and is being sued by the parents of a TV starlet.
Yes, I wonder who that is, Gene.
I don't know what you're talking about. Because I'm certainly not middle-aged. Harvey said I could tell the waitress in that sleazy restaurant wasn't wearing a bra. She kept stuffing the tips in her blank.
In her pants.
In her pants. Okay. What do you say, Richard?
I said pants.
Okay, that's one for her.
Now, this is the math, because they didn't mean pants. They meant, they meant pantyhose, which is the same as pants.
Yeah, all right. Score is now 4-3. Pantyhose.
He's too nice.
Panties!
Panties. Score is now 4-4. She wasn't wearing a bra. She kept stuffing the tips in her, the waitress.
It is on my card, and it's none of your business if it's anywhere else. Underwear.
Underwear.
Same thing. Yeah.
So that wins the game. you got there, Miss Betty? Any hose? That was another one. Two drops there, please. We'll say goodbye to Sugar Ware, who has a total of $250, and our best wishes, and there she goes. Now we've got a message for America. Here it is. How are you? Good. Now, this lady is going to have a chance at the big money. Janet, good luck to you. We polled the studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Punk blank, $500 for matching the most popular, $250 for the second most popular, and $100 for the third. 3 of the 6 stars can offer some assistance.
Charles.
Hey, sweetheart. But all the kids, by the way, I think it's wonderful that you and Bob and Charlene are going to do Grease next summer. I think it's a wonderful. Punk rock, what we kids at the high school listen to.
Punk rock? Okay.
Betty.
Oh, I was hoping that. I held the only third-generation baby gorilla in the world the other day. That has nothing to do with punk. I think maybe an idea might come to me from somewhere.
Keep talking, Betty. Keep going.
Well, the only idea...
Somewhere.
One might come. It won't be fabulous, but if you keep...
Oh, yes. No.
I got it.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
Well, what,
Here's
oh, this is worse. You're going to go back
cute.
to the original.
Oh, that's wonderful. Punk and pie.
Punk and pie. Punk and pie. One more.
Richard.
Oh, gosh.
You're not calling on the people who look halfway intelligent. You must look
Punk, ooh.
Oh, that's not bad. That's better than that.
Oh, okay.
That's better. I do that.
Kid.
So you got punk kid, punk rock, and punk and pie. You can choose one of those or give us one of your own.
I think punk rock.
Yeah.
Punk rock it is. Let's see if it's a $100 response. Punk show.
That's it.
All right.
That's us.
Does that mean anything to you, Bob?
Gene, wait.
What?
You have pressed a button and my chair is going to the floor.
The magic castle. Gene, I think we found the way out.
Right. What else you want to say, Shorty?
I've never been treated like this any place I've ever gone.
This is it now. We got a way to get him out.
We're going to get you some Adler elevator shoes. You'll be all right. Yeah. Get you an Adler elevator chair. Not going to hurt much. Yes.
Good.
That's what we've all been saying for years, Bob.
I know.
Except
Smart
we put
line from an elderly MC.
Except when we say we put a T in it. Okay, may we see the $250 response? Kid,
Yay!
Punk Kid. All right.
Richard Deacon.
Last chance for Punk Rock. Here we go with the big one.
Take
Yeah! Congratulations. Now that means the least you'll play for is $5,000. But if you get a lucky spin of the star wheel, it's $10,000. Good luck to you, and here we go. Let's all root for a double. There it is. One revolution. You got it. It's Charlene. Right there, if you would, please. Good luck to you.
Yes.
This is it.
The pressure's
Blank
on.
your hair. That's it. Blank your hair.
Hey, I know this one.
Put it in the slot there, if you would, please. And now we ask Janet Hawes to match Charlene's answer, and if she does, she gets $10,000. 10,000. What do you say?
Brush.
Brush your hair.
Brush.
All right, Charlene. She says brush your hair gets it for $10,000. What
It
do you
sure
say?
does. Brush your hair.
Brush your hair. We got $10,500 altogether. Who's out in the audience rooting for you? Who's out there? Where? Right there? Congratulations. All right. We congratulate Janet Hawes. She's going to be leading us now. She has $10,500. Congratulations to you. All right, there'll be somebody out there who's going to escort you off stage. I hope. All right, there she goes. Now, let's bring on 2 more players. Here comes Kathy Hawes and Laszlo Klinowski. Hello there. You know, you'll both be playing 2 games. Let's find out who you are and where you're from. Laszlo Klinovsky. Is that the way you say it?
Yes, sir.
All right, Laszlo Klinovsky. There's one in every group, Shorty. Remember
Listen,
that. Yes.
someone may have just tuned in. Will you tell them that something happened to my chair?
This is the real Bob Barker. This is the real Bob Barker.
You know what?
She's 5 feet tall. And
Yeah.
look what's happened to her.
You know what they say, the Chinese?
What do the Chinese say?
Don't wear too many studs, metal studs in your leather. You're liable to sink. An old Chinese tale.
Now, let's find out where Laszlo lives.
I live in Los Angeles. I'm from Hungary. I'm an artist, and I like to paint, really, because this is my business.
What sort of painting you do? Landscape?
Impressionistic.
You're an impressionistic painter, yes. Okay, Laszlo, good luck to you. It's nice to have you with us. Kathy Hames. Is that the way you say it? Hames.
Hames.
Okay. Where are you from?
Van Nuys.
Van Nuys.
California native.
Yep.
And I'm a photographer.
You are? Where do you photograph?
Studio, families, and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I'm an animal lover.
You're an animal lover? Barker's an animal lover, too. That's why we put him there between the 2 fellows.
I like little animals.
Okay, Shorty, anything you say. Shorty Barker, they call him in college. Oh, Bob and Betty are now going to do a fast chorus of short people. Okay. Laszlo, you may have, how do you say A or B in Hungarian?
Ah.
Ah. You want A? How do you say B?
B.
B.
B, I'm sorry.
B. A, B.
Well, you should know. You are from Serbia.
That's right.
Yeah.
The golfer said, "This weather is really terrible. There's so much water, I had to hire blank for a caddy." The golfer said that.
I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Well, we planned it that way.
I think that you rigged my... I'm back on Truth or Consequences.
Anytime you're ready, there we go. Golfer said, "This weather is really terrible. There's so much water.
Okay, by the time
What
we
are you
get...
writing, a dictionary?
There's so much water, I had to hire blank for a caddy."
Sailor.
A sailor. Had to hire a sailor for a caddy. Okay. Gets lukewarm applause. What do you say?
Esther Williams.
Esther Williams.
You all remember Esther?
She was a swimmer, right? Yes.
Charles always says we should keep up to date with our answers and not say things like Ruby Keeler and Esther
Just show us
Williams
your
and-
card.
Oh, Mark's what's his name who won the Olympics?
Mark Spitz. Okay.
Oh, this is an easy
That's
name
it.
to remember.
Charles.
You can't remember any name in the 70s. Mark Spitz.
Okay. That's it. Mark Spitz. Laszlo's looking for the answer, sailor. There's so much water, I had to hire a sailor for a
you
caddy.
gotta be more up to date than that. Man from Atlantis. Oh, Patrick Duffy, you owe me one.
The man from Atlantis.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can you have this chair fixed before tomorrow? Mark
The chair
Spitz.
is not broken.
Mark Spitz. No.
No Mark Spitz or no you
No,
won't
we
fix
can't
it?
have the chair fixed. It's not in the budget. We just don't have that much money around here. To bring a washing machine in, you can sit on
Or
that.
wear elevator pants.
An ironing board, anything. Okay, Betty.
Wear elevator pants.
As in elevator shoes.
Wear
you know,
elevator pants.
They have now foundation things that will raise you.
Right.
Wasn't Mark Spitz a sailor at one time?
Yes, he was.
I don't know
they will
about
never
that.
accept.
Okay, so Laszlo, you've had your first question. Yours will be along in a moment. Right now, we have this for you. Now, we're ready to carry on here, but before we come to your question here, I just want to point out that we've tried to make Shorty Barker tall.
I asked to have my chair raised, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know?
You'll be leaving then?
You can't win.
What?
Don't
what
throw-
have I done?
Nothing.
Nothing, that's it. All week we've been waiting for you to do something.
Yeah.
They have just turned on
That's
you, you
right,
know?
yes.
I'm going back and perform with my dancing refrigerators.
All right, Kathy.
Betty's my only friend.
Here we go.
Oh.
Now, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the song, Walking My Baby Back Home.
Yes.
You know that? Gee, but it's great after staying all the time. Well, there's a new song written by the meanest man in the world. It's called Blanking My Baby Back Home.
I think my mind works better at this altitude.
Right. There's less
What?
oxygen the higher you go. All right, here we go, Kathy. The song, you're familiar with it, Walking My Baby Back. Do you know it?
Well, not that well.
Gee, but it's great after staying out late, walking my baby back home and all that.
Gee, but it's great.
No, sing it, please.
That was not a
There's this new
request.
song written by the meanest man in the world. It's called Blanking My Baby Back Home.
Dragging my baby back.
Dragging My Baby Back Home. Okay. Go.
I said slapping my baby back.
Slapping my baby back home. That would hurt. What'd you say, Miss Brett?
That's the first. First you slap her, then you drug her.
Dragging. All right, one for her.
What do I do when my chick misbehaves? Kicking my baby back.
Kicking my baby back home. Blanking my baby back home.
Bouncing my baby back home.
Bouncing is another good one there.
With these three in mind, I said kicking my baby.
Kicking my baby back home there.
Bouncing my baby back home.
Very good. Okay, that's one for her. All right, we go to round two. And Kathy, since you're ahead, you go first.
A.
A. All right.
A.
Kathy, Tonto say, you know why them call Lone Ranger alone? You'd be alone too if you ate nothing but
Garlic.
garlic, she says. A little garlic from the chef?
Lots of garlic.
Yeah, do you use a lot of garlic in your
Oh, a
cooking?
lot.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Charles?
I went another route. Ranch-style baked beans.
He's always
Charlene?
Garlic onions.
Garlic
Same,
onion.
that's good.
Same thing. 3 for Kathy. Bob?
Yes, sir.
Garlic. 4 for Kathy. And Miss Betty. Garlic. 5 for her. Oh, boy. All right, Laszlo, you stand by for your second round question. Now, this for you, if you please.
What?
Thank you all. Gene Rayburn here, inviting you to join us next time for Match Game. Goodbye.
Today's consolation prizes are a 10-inch silver-plated champagne cooler from Taylor Rental Centers. Taylor rents practically everything. When you want it, rent and save at Taylor. And a tray and Super Slaw, a great new flavor discovery for coleslaw made with real yogurt. Super Slaw in your grocer's produce section. An HR Rug and Room Deodorizer, the right way to freshen your rug and room. Available at your supermarket's HR Carpet Care Center. And Salad Crunchies, an exciting blend of color, flavor, and texture. Just sprinkle it over any salad, Salad Crunchies, and Coil Magic. It cuts through buildup on air conditioner coils. Apply directly or use this garden sprayer. Coil Magic saves energy as it cleans. And Goof Off, the latex paint remover that really cleans up when you mess up. It's the finishing touch to a perfect paint job. Goof Off. And a Servette and Be Fresh makes every flush a deodorizing shower to automatically freshen and help fight bowl ring buildup in 3 original scents plus new Powder Fresh. Put a shower in your bowl. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program is edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars. Richard Deacon, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly. From Dallas, Charlene Tilton. From The Price is Right, Bob Barker. And Betty White, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Rayburn.
Okay, thank you, John. Shall we have a go at it?
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember these two people, Kathy Hames and Laszlo Klinovsky?
Yes.
Remember those two? Well, they're back together.
One is an artist and one is a painter, Ron.
He is an artist, you're right.
She's a
He was born in
An
Hungary.
impressionist.
An impressionist artist, and she is a photographer.
Picture this. Right.
No plugs, please. There. You ready to carry on, both of you? Okay, carry on. We'll turn our backs. Okay, let's see.
We need a panel here.
You what?
A panel. We can't carry on like this.
What do you need to carry on?
A panel, right here.
Oh, a panel.
Yeah.
A screen.
A screen, that's the...
Conceal
Carry
yourself.
on.
Yeah. Okay.
I
will be your panel. You are from Hungary, right? Okay, whose turn is it? It's his turn. Okay.
Dracula's
You
turn.
want A or a B?
B.
B, thank you. Here we go. Dumb Donald said, I just figured out a great way to hammer a nail without hitting your thumb.
How?
I figured it out. You hold the nail between your blank. That's what you do. Around 2. Are you ready, Love? I just figured out a great way to hammer a nail without hitting your thumb. You hold the nail between your...
Knees.
Knees. Okay. You do have a ticket back to Hungary?
Definitely.
Where are you going there,
Good
Richard?
thing, because it's got to be toes.
Toes, I think, is what nobody's going to. Now you got to match everybody else, Laszlo, to stay in the game and achieve a tie, because she has 5.
This is a nail,
That's a nail.
and you hold it there, and then you are able to break all your toes and take to your bed. Toe.
Toes. Okay, so that means Kathy Hames has to get all the rest of that. Toes, toes, toes. Everybody has toes.
You'll do that.
Now you will come back a little bit later. Don't go too far away, because remember you're playing 2 games. Just sit right there, and we'll wheel you around there. And here she is. Okay, if you're ready for it, we'll have to go now. It's real big money here in the super match. We polled the studio audience and said, write down your best answer to this. Blank Gibson. $500 for you if you match the answer they wrote down most often. $250 for matching the second most popular, and $100 for matching the third. And choose the ones, you know, who have a glimmer of intelligence in their eyes, and you should do well. Brett, she can't even see you.
I had my contacts
Well, she's got
in
her
this
contacts
week.
in.
I know Charles is going to pick on me, but the only person I could think of was Hoot Gibson.
Hoot Gibson. All right. Now, you notice, as soon as Hoot Gibson was given, everyone turned his back to you because no one else can think of anyone else other than Hoot Gibson. But you got 2 more shots at it.
Charles.
Charles?
The great jazz singer Ella Gibson.
That's Ella Fitzgerald. That was
Maiden
before she
name
was
is
married.
Gibson.
See how I straightened him?
Okay.
Okay, Tom Gibson. Is there a sports figure I don't know of?
Yes,
because
there is.
what's
There is
his-
a sports figure.
Bob Gibson.
Now there you go, plugging yourself.
It just worked out this
I
time.
love you, Bob Gibson.
I'm trying to be
Bob
Bob
Gibson.
Gibson.
Flag.
He's a pitcher, right? What is he do? He's a pitcher. That's
He
what I
was a
thought.
great
He plays
fastball
ball.
pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Right.
Right.
St. Louis Cardinals.
Who?
Betty White.
Betty White.
Hi, Betty.
Go to his left, but he couldn't make the long throw. Dry
Henry Gibson.
Henry Gibson.
Dry.
Henry Gibson.
Henry.
Henry Gibson.
Henry Gibson.
All right, Henry Gibson. Henry Gibson, Bob Gibson, and Hoot Gibson. You want one of those, or have you got one in your own head? You want Henry Gibson?
Oh,
The
no.
poet. Okay. Henry Gibson, if you're there, show yourself. May we see the $100 response? Bob Gibson. All right, there's Charles' answer. Via
That was
Barker.
Charles's answer, Bob
All
Barker.
apologies will be accepted. I am a gentleman under any circumstances.
May we see the $250 response? Hoot Gibson.
It is going to be Henry.
Now, last chance for you, my dear. Here we go with a big one.
Henry.
Henry, you got it. Okay. $500 means the least to play for is 10 times that amount, or $5,000. However, you can double it if you get a lucky spin of the star wheel. Good luck to you. Have a go at it, and we're all going to root for a double. Go. There we go. Ooh, hurt yourself?
Yes.
Okay. You all right? She hurt herself spinning the wheel here.
Good luck. What have I
it'll
done
be better.
to deserve this?
Here we go. Face
Just
me if
showed
you would,
up.
please. This is it. What do you blank? What do you blank? Okay, Kathy, he's finished. If you give us the answer that he has on the card, you get $10,000. Here it is. What do you blank?
What do you do?
What do you do? Okay. She says, what do you do?
What I do will not please her. What do you think?
What do you think?
What do you think? What do you know? And what do you do? They're all good.
Excellent. All three of them. You're
The first thing that
right.
occurred to me was what I wrote down. That was my first mistake.
Well, that's, no.
I mean,
That's
doing
the way
that.
we say play this game.
What do you
Trust your
think?
first
What do you
impulse,
do?
and it works out okay, usually.
you want?
Well, Kathy, you've got $500, and remember, you still have another game to play. We'll do that a little bit later. Right now, we want to do this for you. Okay. Now, if you're ready to carry on here, we'll go to game number 2. Laszlo, we'll ask you to choose A or B.
A, please.
All right, sir. Carl the Cannibal said, some men like to put their wives on a pedestal. Not me. I put my wife on a blank. Carl the Cannibal said, some men like to put their wives on a pedestal. Not me. I put my wife on a blank.
Table.
On a table. Very good. I hope it gets you something. He said on a table. A cannibal might do that.
Carl was a cannibal, right?
Yeah, right.
On a steak.
On a steak. I don't get that, but it's all right.
What do you mean you don't get
Most
it?
pathetic award.
That is not.
This, I want to announce this. We have given these pathetic awards, and with reason.
We
As
have
the
to
audience,
see
well,
that.
I know, I get the rush. But the audience will judge again if our board of directors has given the award.
I did a
honestly.
little play on words. I put my wife on a fence.
Listen, it's lonesome here at the bottom.
Forward. Be a leader.
Thank
Don't
you very
follow
much
him.
once again.
The creep.
On a front burner.
On a front burner. Carl the Cannibal. All right. Charlene, did you understand it?
Yes.
I put my wife on a
Barbecue.
barbecue. All right. What did you say,
You know,
Bob?
after being here for a week, I must ask you, why do you work with that long microphone like that? Have you ever thought of going into medicine?
Isn't it a beaut? Yes. Are you quite finished?
I've been writing, and I've written fire. Put her on the fire.
Put her on the fire. A cannibal would do that. Yes, ma'am?
Put her on a platter.
Put her on a platter. Well, you all kind of had the same idea, but it wasn't quite specific enough. Kathy, let's see how one. Calvin the convict said, this is really a minimum security prison. The guards are all carrying blanks. Calvin the convict said, this is really a minimum security prison. The guards are all carrying blanks. Okay, here we go. Calvin the convict said, this is really a minimum security prison. The guards are all carrying blanks.
Squirt guns.
Squirt guns. Okay. Squirt guns. Very well. Richard.
Well, I said hankies.
Hankies.
One of those prisons. Don't you dare turn into a mob.
I think you've lost him. Another most pathetic award, 2 out of 2.
I don't want any more words. I do not have any more room on my mantle. What did she say?
The audience
She said squirt
decide.
guns.
I said they are it's so marvelous to do. They all carry tennis rackets.
I absolutely agree with you.
Is that a bad answer?
You're absolutely right in this
These
case.
awards are in a mayonnaise jar on the porch of what are those two guys?
Null and void.
Frickin' frag.
Do I have something on my glasses?
No.
Oh, that's the correct
Give me
answer,
that card.
stupid.
Ding bat, let's get
There
on
it
with
is.
it
That's
here.
correct.
Water
Sorry.
guns.
That's
Okay,
it.
that's a
Ready?
match. Guards are all carrying what?
Slingshots.
Slingshots. What are these guards carrying here, Bob?
This is not based on logic. This is based... I just thought this would be a nice picture. The guards are carrying flowers.
Flowers in the hankies. Go steady. Yes? You don't
I'm
understand.
not correct, but I'm fast. They were all carrying purses.
Well, of course. Going around two here, Kathy. You're ahead, A or B?
B.
B. All right. Ready.
Ready for what?
Roger said, meat is so expensive lately. When I went to the liquor store, I didn't order Beefeater's gin. I ordered Blank Eater's gin.
Never you mind, Laszlo.
Roger said, meat is so expensive. When I went to the liquor store, I didn't order Beefeater's gin. I ordered Blank Eater's gin.
Plain Eater's gin.
What?
Plain.
Plain Eaters? You don't understand it either.
Oh, I didn't understand it.
Laszlo.
I have to give another award.
Now, wait a minute. Hold everything.
Now listen, I cook a lot.
Yes.
So if you can't afford beef, what do you get? Chicken eaters.
Right. You got the idea.
Oh,
You got the
thanks,
idea
kids.
now? That's the answer.
I was into something a little more clever. I think anybody can think of chicken. I said dog meat eaters, Jed. Watch it.
That's 3 in a row, Brett.
He gave me that answer because I didn't want to say chicken.
Okay, you
I'm
say
sorry. I think I have the definitive answer, and there is only one, and that's Anteater's gin.
it.
Good, I
Anteaters.
like it, Charlene. I like it. I like it. Anteaters.
Yes.
Jim. Anteaters.
Well, anteaters, well, there are anteaters.
Yes, there are.
I
You got a rotten one, too, and you don't want to show it, so you're stalling for time.
I'm not stalling for time at all. I, too, had anteaters. You did? I mean, I didn't. She has the gall to say I copied her.
When you're built like that, honey, you can have the gall for anything.
Yes. What did you say there, Miss Betty?
Veg eaters.
Veg eaters, okay. All right.
I thought they
So, you still remain at 1, and that means you have a shot at it. But first, we have a shot at this for you. Here you go, Laszlo. Now, you have 1 more shot at it. You need 1 to tie and 2 to win. That doesn't seem too hard, does it?
It doesn't.
You're gonna goof it up, I can tell you. No, I'm only kidding, Laszlo. We all love him, don't we?
Yes,
Yes, we do.
Absolutely.
We love you, Laszlo.
Richard, are you ready?
See,
Everybody ready? Here we go.
tense as hell.
Tom said, I've got the King Kong flu. I know it's the King Kong flu because I have an uncontrollable urge to blank. Ready? Tom said, I've got the King Kong flu. I know it's the King Kong flu because I have an uncontrollable urge to...
Beat my chest.
beat my chest. He was an 8, he did that. Yeah. Okay, he said beat my chest. What do you say?
I said call Fay Ray.
Call Fay Ray, his girlfriend. That's one thing. What we wanted here was anything associated with King Kong, such as...
Climb the Empire State.
All right, show. Is that what you got?
No.
No?
I'm sorry. I thought it was a shoe-in, Laszlo. Eat bananas.
Eat bananas, yeah. That was his general...
I said the same thing, Gene. I said eat bananas.
Eat bananas,
Did
of
you ever
course.
see King Kong eat a banana?
I never saw King Kong eat a banana. One would assume that he would eat a banana,
But
however.
isn't that his
But if we
his
said
favorite?
poodle, you'd get
Maybe,
upset.
A yellow canoe, but not a little banana.
Right,
We said eat a
exactly.
poodle, you'd get all upset.
What did you say, Charlene?
When you drop the answers down here, where do they go?
There's
To
a little
Bill
box down
Paley.
there. Here, I tell you
Can I
what.
just put it down one
No,
here
no,
without
no,
showing it?
Let's go down there together and I'll show you.
Never mind, Gene.
Perhaps all three of us. Sit down under there. No, I'll show her. Just the two of us will get down. No. You talk to Betty and I'll go down and show her where their things go.
That's all right.
Get down there.
How forceful.
Yes, you've got to show us your answer.
I'm showing it. Climb buildings.
Climb buildings, climb the Empire State. That's what he did in the movie. Right.
This time she's not too bad. I said climb.
Climb, yes. Now, you must match Betty to achieve a tie and stay in the game. Betty?
I don't have to do this for a living. I could get a job at the zoo any day. Pick up Fay Ray.
Pick up Fay Ray. So that means Kathy Haynes wins the game. Come on down, Kathy. You know where the spot is? Now, Laszlo, it's the second game, your last game. It was a pleasure to meet you. Good luck in your career as an artist. We're going to send some things your way that you can use in your... I was going to say, we sent him 80 cans of Hungarian goulash and all the wonderful prizes there. Ready? Okay, go. We polled the studio audience, Kathy, not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Pumping blank. Remember, $500 for the most popular answer, $250 for the second most popular, and $100 for the third, and 3 of the 6 will help.
Here we go again. Brett.
What I say to my children, if you don't get an education, you know what's going to happen to you? You're going to end up pumping gas.
All right.
Charles.
What guys like Arnold Schwarzenegger and I do.
You can't even get the name right.
Schwarzenegger happens to be his name. I'm 42, 26, 18.
Around his
pumping
head.
iron.
Pumping iron?
I think that pumping iron and pumping gas are great, and I'm thinking wildly, and I would say pumping water.
Pumping water, okay? Pumping water, pumping gas, pumping iron. Those are the 3. Choose one of those or give us one of your own.
Gas was the first thing I said.
Really? You want pumping gas? That's Brett's answer? Let's see if it's under the $100 response. Pumping station, not there.
What does that
Is
mean?
gas under the $250 number? Oh. Yes, it is indeed. All right, Kathy. What's under the big one?
Iron.
Iron. Slide it. Iron it is. Yeah, very good.
I gave it to him.
Okay. $250 means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $2,500. Again, you're going to spin the wheel and see if you can double it up as you did once before. Good luck to you.
And if it
Here we
stops
go.
on Bob, I'm going to have a mental collapse.
It's going to be your
Oh, shit. Oh, God, it's going to be...
Very good. Another double. With Brett. Here we go. Good luck to you, Kathy. This is it. This blank.
This?
This blank. T-H-I-S blank. Okay, now, Kathy, all you have to do is give us the answer that Brett has written on the card, and you will get $5,000. What do you say to that?
This is it. That just come to my mind when you said that.
Oh, really?
You said that, this, and you said this is it.
What did she say?
Well, I picked up the card, Brett,
Yeah.
and I said, okay, here we go. This is it.
Yeah.
And I looked at it, and it's this blank. So she said, this is it.
No one could get
I can't believe it. I'm so depressed. I said this is it.
Congratulations to Kathy Haynes. Throwing a little Kleenex for her. Kleenex. There you go. We're very happy for Kathy, and while she's crying, we're going to let you watch this message. Thank you all. You were splendid. Gene Rayburn here. Join us next time for Match Game. Goodbye.
Today's consolation prizes are a 10-inch silver-plated champagne cooler from Taylor Rental Centers. Taylor rents practically everything. When you want it, rent and save at Taylor. And a tray and Super Slaw, a great new flavor discovery for coleslaw made with real yogurt. Super Slaw in your grocer's produce section. An HR Rug and Room deodorizer, the right way to freshen your rug and room. Available at your supermarket's HR Carpet Care Center. And Salad Crunchies, an exciting blend of color, flavor, and texture. Just sprinkle it over any salad, Salad Crunchies, and Coil Magic. It cuts through buildup on air conditioner coils. Apply directly or use this garden sprayer. Coil Magic saves energy as it cleans. And Goof Off, the latex paint remover that really cleans up when you mess up. It's the finishing touch to a perfect paint job. Goof Off. And a Servette and Be Fresh makes every flush a deodorizing shower to automatically freshen and help fight bowl ring buildup in 3 original scents plus new Powder Fresh. Put a shower in your bowl. This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program has been edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars. Richard Deacon, Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Dallas, Charlene Tilton, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Betty White, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game PM. And now, here's the star of Match Game PM, Gene Reddern.
Thank you all for joining us. You're going to be glad you came because we have some very beautiful and gifted people on this here stage, and we're going to have a lot of laughs, right?
No, that's right.
Now let's all welcome Jim McCaskill and Renee Lackey. Welcome to the both of you. Thank you. Want to find out a little bit about each of you. Renee, let's begin with you.
Thank you. I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii, and I am a writer. And for about the last 2 years, I've been traveling around the world as much as I can, gathering information for a travel guide I'm writing.
A travel guide?
Uh-huh.
And you have your typewriter on the beach? Because you've got a wonderful suntan.
Well, that's where I like to do most of my work.
Isn't that
She's
marvelous?
a surf writer.
A surf writer. That's the first groaner of the day. All right. Now let's find out about Jim McCaskill.
I'm a salesman with the Manufacturers Rep Company. I live in Dallas.
Yeah.
Accompanied out here by my wife, Sandy's in the audience.
Yeah.
One son, Stephen. One daughter, Angela. They're back in Dallas. And it's really great to be here.
Well, we're delighted to have you here, Jim. Good luck to both of you. Here on Match Game PM, each of you will have 3 opportunities to match as many of the creatures from the Dark Lagoon as you possibly can. And the one who's done that most often at the end of the 3rd round will be the winner. And that person will go on to play that big money super match, which can pay off over $20,000. Renee, let's begin with you, A or B?
I'd like A, please.
Renee says she wants A. A says, Janet said,
Yes.
it's tough being married to an airline pilot. Every night he brings a blank to bed. Jan says, tough being married to an airline pilot. Every night brings a blank to bed. Ready, Renee?
Wait.
Okay. Tough being married to an airline pilot. Every night he brings a...
Stewardess?
A stewardess to bed. Okay. What'd you say to that?
They're strange in Hawaii, I'll tell you that. Stewardess.
Stewardess. It's one for her.
She was really very cranky about it, too.
I bet she
said,
was.
one more stewardess in this bed.
Yes.
I didn't understand the question, stewardess.
You didn't understand it? I'll explain it later. Tough being married to an airline pilot every night. He brings a...
Stewardess for Renee.
A stewardess. 4. Wow.
If I make a match here, do I qualify for the big showcase at the end of the show?
Yes.
Stewardess.
Okay, fine. Tom, boy. Yes, ma'am.
If I qualify, can I play the puzzle and do the alphabetics? Flight recorder.
A flight recorder. Now, wait a minute. Don't boo it until you've tried it.
They are right.
You know, sometimes I've criticized the audience's reaction on this show. This time, you're right.
Here we go. Cynthia said it was so cold last winter, instead of a baby, a lady on my street gave birth to a 9-pound blank. That's how cold it was. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
Cynthia said it was so cold last winter, instead of a baby, a lady on my street, gave birth to a 9-pound...
Snowman.
Snowman. Okay. Not bad, right? Snowman, a number of good possibilities.
It was a very
here.
good, I said ice cube.
Ice cube is another good answer.
Yeah, it's like a hen who lays square eggs.
Now,
Yes.
this answer may seem just the least bit bizarre, but
No.
I said seal.
A seal. Now, anything is acceptable here that lives in, the frozen waters, the difficult, cold
got it,
places.
baby.
Right, yes.
She got the dress and the silver from Mexico.
She did.
Ask her what else she got.
Got a better laugh when I did it.
Penguin.
Penguin.
I couldn't afford school. I come from a very poor family. And I
Oh,
didn't
we're
go
so
to
sick
school.
of those pathetic stories of your
It's true. I didn't
past.
have water, heat or hot water till I was 30. That's the truth.
And he never
He's gonna
caught
play
on.
Little Hearts and Flowers
Couldn't
there.
afford a mother.
Charlie.
Yes.
So cold last winter, instead of a baby, lady on our street gave birth to a 9-pound
I said icicle.
icicle. All right. And what did you say?
What can you do to a person legally if they refuse to show their answer?
Get out the whips and chains.
Now, hers got so little, I too said icicle.
Icicle.
How do you spell icicle?
I spelled it wrong.
I-C-E-C-I-C-L-E?
No.
C-Y? I thought that would be I-cycle.
I-C-I.
What you do, darling, is you drop
I
the
see.
E.
But you see what I've done? By bringing up the spelling, I've diverted your attention from what a lousy answer this is.
Right.
Try flight recorder a little bit.
Let's keep this here so everyone will remember.
To remind everyone.
I think I have what may be the definitive answer.
I'll bet you do.
We'll be
Polar
the
bear.
judge of that.
Polar bear.
Look how she spelled bear.
That's deliberate on her part.
Oh, is that
she
deliberate?
did it deliberate.
I see. How
So
did
there
you know
you
that?
are. 5-0 at the end of round 1. Round 2 coming up in a moment or so. Right now, this for you. Round 2. Renee, you're ahead. We'll ask you to go first again, A or B.
I think I'll try A again, please.
A, one person plays.
The old flight recorder who plays.
Yes, right.
What?
I'm so ashamed
Okay.
of you, Betty.
Only you and I will know. Oh, look at how it starts out. Betty White loves cats. Whenever Betty goes outside, she attracts cats from miles around because Betty wears a dress made out of blank. You're the only one who plays. The rest of you would like to write some answers in jest.
Why didn't they give this question first and the other one?
Yes. We got a lot of answers for this.
What are friends for?
If you can't think of anything, you can always use flight recorder again.
Okay, Renee. Got the idea? Whenever Betty goes outside, she attracts cats from miles around because she wears a dress made out of...
Kitty litter.
Kitty litter?
Wouldn't a
Say it
deodorant
isn't
do
so,
it, Betty?
She attracts cats from miles around, sometimes Mr. Nussbaum. No, listen, it's fish.
Fish. Cats love fish. That's why, you see. Okay, no, that was not a bad answer then. Now, Jim, you have a chance to do a little catching up here. Here it is.
Stage name.
And
Kitty
strangely
litter.
enough, on the card here, Jim, it says, Jim said, I just read a revised version of the Bible.
Get that man his glasses.
A revived version.
No, I don't need any glasses. I just read a revised version of the Bible. It's really revised. And this one, Adam goes on the blank game. Would you like to read it? Maybe it makes more sense. Adam? A revised version of the Bible. On this one, Adam goes on the blank game.
Is there any choice?
Okay. Ready, Chuck?
Yo!
Jim said, I just read a revised version of the Bible, and it's really revised. And this one, Adam goes on the blank game.
Newlywed game.
The newlywed game, okay? Were they married, Jim?
Whether they were or not, that was a very clever answer.
It was clever.
Very clever.
You don't know if they were married or not.
It was clever, but he didn't know Eve. They went on the dating game.
The dating game. All right. What'd you say?
There were only two of them. They definitely and most assuredly were not married.
Okay.
They had to go on the dating game.
They did.
Fred Figleaf is the MC of the dating game.
Okay. Charlene, a revised version of the Bible, and this one, Adam goes on the blank game.
Well, they didn't want to go on the dating game just to win a trip, you see, because
Right.
they wanted lots of money that you can win here on Match Game.
You said the match game. Yeah. Good.
But they didn't match.
They tried, though.
As I said, Jim's answer was very clever. Newlywed.
Newlywed game. Yeah.
Weren't married.
Okay.
I don't think this. The mating game.
The mating game.
The mating game?
The mating game. That was quite clever.
For a
quite
revised
quite
version.
clever.
For a
All right,
revised
let's go to
one.
round 3. It's the last round. You got another shot to match the 6th person you haven't matched. Do you want A or B, Renee?
I'll go A again.
A it is. For you.
Get another chance to be wrong, Betty.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Fat Fred is so fat.
Old fat Fred.
Oh, shut up.
He hasn't seen his blank since 1952.
Go for it, Betty.
Big brother is watching. Okay. Renee?
Boy, he's pretty fat.
Fat Fred is so fat he hasn't seen his blank since 1952.
Toes.
Toes.
Bring your stuff up to date.
A touch of class. Okay, Miss Betty.
Oh, is it? Oh,
She
so
said
soon?
toes. That's right. You were
I
the only
said
one.
Knees. I'm
You said
awfully
knees.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, he hadn't seen those either.
Ready, Jim? You need 4 to tie and 5 to win.
Okay, let's go, Jim.
Ralph said, I have the world's worst car. The only part that doesn't make a noise is the blank.
Got it. Oh, boy, it's home free.
May I call attention to the only person who's not playing?
You, right.
This is the first time in all my visits to your show.
Ralph said, I have the world's worst car. The only part that doesn't make a noise is the blank.
Isn't it a shame about her skin? She's like Fanny Flagg. That girl doesn't have a pore to her name. depressing, but amazing. Help a
It's
little
only
bit.
a half-hour show.
I
You
think
must
that's
write
the answer, right? Throw that in there, hon.
Ralph said of the world's worst car, the only part that doesn't make a noise is the blank.
Radio.
All right.
No, that's not.
Radio.
That's not bad. That's not
Radio's
bad.
not bad at all. Radio's one of the two good choices.
I thought motor was pretty good. Oh, come on.
No, motor is quite bad.
Says who?
I say it's bad.
Oh, it's bad.
Can I read the question, please? If you said, I have the world's worst car, the only part that doesn't make a noise is the motor because it doesn't run.
No. Let me have the question back again. The game is over. Motor. Did anybody say horn? Horn and radio are the two wonderful answers there. All right, Renee, you won it. Would you come down, please? Take your place on the blue dot, if you would, right there.
I wouldn't worry.
We'll get to you in a moment. Gonna say goodbye to Jim McCaskill. Some gifts will be coming your way. Thank you for coming here on Match Game PM. Gonna spin him off. I'm gonna spin a message for America. Hello there. Here we go. Now, Renee's going to have a go at the big money. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Here it is. We polled a studio audience not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. I hate blank. $500 for you if you match the answer they came up with most often. For matching the second most popular answer they wrote down, you get $250. And then if you match the third, you get $100. Now, as you choose the stars, if someone has his back turned to you, don't call on that person, because obviously that person does not have a response, you see. Just study them. And those that have a bright look in their eyes, well, that's no one. So let's go out and have a cup of coffee there. All right.
Brett, please.
I hate a parade. No, that was only a joke.
That was not.
I hate war.
I hate war is hers.
Well, that's met with silence.
They don't like it either.
Charles.
I think this is a better choice than this.
That's a famous song.
I know it.
I hate you.
I hate you.
And Bob?
And Bob.
I hate that. I mean, the fact that you've chosen me now. I
couldn't remember your name.
Spinach.
I hate spinach. So I hate spinach, I hate you, and I hate war are the three they have given you. At this point, you have the option of choosing one of those or thinking up one of your own.
I like spinach.
Really?
I think so. I bet you.
The audience did not applaud loudest for spinach. This studio audience applauded loudest for you. You.
Double or nothing.
Let's find out if they're right.
Hate you.
Let's find out if spinach is up there anywhere. May we see the $100 response? I hate school.
That was a very
Kids say
young
that all the
group that
time.
day.
Yes. May we see if spinach is under the $250 response? Spinach it is. Congratulations. All right. Now, the audience said you would be under the big one there. Slide the big one. And they are right. Okay. Now you've got $250. That means the least you'll play for later is $2,500. But we've got another audience match for you, and let's see how you do with that one now. Blank Papa. All right, look them over.
Oh, Richard, please.
What's there?
You
You
don't
just
write
say
it.
it.
Sweet.
Oh, I
Just
say it. Sorry.
You just say it,
Where's?
that's all. Where's Papa?
Where's Papa?
And Betty.
Papa, the Sugar Papa.
Sugar Papa.
Sugar Papa?
I didn't say
And Charles.
just a moment. I did not say that. I did not say that. On my scout honor.
Sure.
Yeah.
We believe you. We believe you. It's okay.
I thought you would try to go with flight recorder again. No, I know
Anytime
what
you're
I'm
ready,
You
Chuck.
know what you're saying. Since when? You know what you're saying.
That's good. That's a good one. But she's too young. Mama and Papa is what I was saying.
Mama and Papa and Sugar Papa. And Where's Papa are the three. Mama, Papa, Sugar Papa,
I'd
and
find my own if I
Where's
were you.
Papa?
I like Come to Papa.
Come to Papa.
Oh, come to Papa, dude.
All right, let's find out if it's up there. Come to Papa. She's on her own. She's rejected the ones the stars gave her. And let's see how this works out now. May we see the $100 response? Where's Papa is up there. Richard's answer. May we see the next one, please? Oh, my Papa. Yeah. That's the one. What's his name? Yes. All right. Last chance for Come to Papa. Let's see the big one. Mama and Papa. Mama and Papa is the one that Charles. Sorry you didn't win this audience match. However, you did win $250 earlier. Multiplied by 10 is $2,500. But you're going to spin the wheel, and you could double that to $5,000. So good luck to you, my dear. Have a go at it. We'll all root for a double. Here we go.
Let's get a double, sweetheart.
Face me if you would, please. And here we go. Ready, Bob?
I'll never be ready, but go ahead. I hate this. That wheel's...
It's only $5,000. It's
well,
only
$5,000. If I lose
extremely
this child,
meaningful to her.
Of course,
that's
if I win her $5,000, I
could work the other way.
I'd get a kissy, kissy, kissy.
Oh, you did? 3 kisses? Is that
Yeah.
is that the way you work it there? All right, here it goes. The Brooklyn blank. All right, Renee, if you give us the answer, which he has on the card, you get $5,000. What do you say?
Bridge.
You say the Brooklyn Bridge. Well, I think that's good. There are two, of course, the Brooklyn Bridge and the Brooklyn Dodgers, right?
Right.
Both very familiar words.
But this is a case of kissy, kissy, kissy.
We're very happy for Renee Lackey. Come back right after this message. This is Renee Lackey, in case you just tuned in, who won a grand total of $5,250. And she's very delighted about that. We're very happy for her. Join us next time for Match Game PM. Gene Rayburn here. Thank you, stars. Have a wonderful goodbye.
Some contestants will receive the Protector Paint Shield, one product from the most complete new car protection package available only from better new car dealers. And a Caravelle watch from Bulifant. This lady's watch combines classic styling with a 17-jewel movement. Caravelle by Bulifant, the inexpensive watch find stores sell. And an electric clock and Windex with ammonia D cuts greasy dirt without streaking and makes shiny surfaces sparkle like glass. Windex shines more than just windows. And for Mr. Coffee, a gift pack featuring America's #1 coffee maker and genuine Mr. Coffee accessories, including an extra decanter and Mr. Coffee filters. And a kitchen tool set that adds a great taste of Hormel ham to your favorite meals. A delicious, easy way with Hormel ham patties. And a calculator, and for beautiful hair, the original balls and Wella balls that makes hair strong, shiny, and easy to comb. Wella balls, and you can tell the difference. And Turtle Extra Car Wax, extra polymers and silicones make it extra long-lasting, extra brilliant, and extra easy. Turtle Extra Car Wax in liquid and soft paste.
This is Johnny Olson speaking for Match Game PM, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. Get ready to match the stars from Days of Our Lives. Wesley Eure, Brett Summers, Carl Johnson Reilly, from Angie Debralee Scott, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Marcia Wallace, as we play the star-studded big money match game. And now, here's the star of the match game, Gene Rayburn.
Hold on. Thank you, friends. Got a lively group there and a good bunch on the stage. And we've got this guy for the first time. How do you spell your name?
Eure.
Eure, and it's pronounced?
Eure.
Eure.
Right.
Eure.
Eure.
Not your. It is not Y-O-U-R. It is
Eure.
E-U-R, which is your.
You tell him, honey.
Eure.
That's sweet.
Okay, Wesley, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to have you with us. Wesley Eure.
Gee!
And your name was?
My name is Ellen Kaplan and Chuck Wolcott over here. Would you welcome them, please? Good luck to both of you. 2 games for each of you. Remember that. We'd like to get acquainted. Chuck, let's hear about you, please.
I'm a firefighter with the Los Angeles Fire Department.
All right.
Good. How are you?
And I have a wife and a son, Bryce, 1-year-old.
Bryce is 1 year old.
Right.
Well, I bet he's a cute kid, too.
I think so.
Have a mustache like yours?
Not yet.
Not yet, but he'll grow one. Okay. All right, Ellen, how about you? What's the story of your life?
Well, I'm a housewife and a mother of a 2.5-year-old son. And in my not-so-spare time, I give tours of the UCLA Art Gallery.
Oh, you do?
Yes. The White Gallery and the Sculpture Gardens.
They've got those garden sculptures are absolutely beautiful there.
They are.
That's something worth seeing if any of you people are going to be in the Los Angeles area. All right, shall we begin? The first game here. Chuck, you have a choice of A or B.
B, please.
B it is for you. Al said, I'm never going back to that rotten bowling alley. Instead of a bowling ball, some guy tried to roll me down the lane by sticking his fingers in my blank.
Next to a firehouse in San Francisco, Engine 28, and they took care of me.
Oh, really?
No.
Sure wasn't the other way around.
Oh, the babes, the babes.
Oh, I better get away from there. All right, friendly bunch over there. Chuck, Al said, I'm never going back to that rotten bowling alley. Instead of a bowling ball, some guy tried to roll me down the lane by sticking his fingers in my blank.
In my ears.
Ears, he said. Ears. Now, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Are you awing just because you tuned in the show once or twice and you heard people awing and oohing? Or you really think that's a rotten answer? Now, are you sincere? Because that happens to be a very good answer. We've got some dreadful questions coming up. You'll have plenty of chance to awe. So don't awe on the good ones. Okay, Wesley.
It was real attractive. His nose.
His nose. Yeah. Oh, I see. You think nose is better than ears. Is that the idea? All right. Don't let me intimidate you.
You boo where your heart's content, hon. Nostrils.
Nostrils.
I said El Nozo.
El Nozo. So the upper tier, all of them said nose, Chuck. Chuck is looking for a pair of ears. Hey, where'd you get them their ears at? Instead
Little
of
shell ears.
Yes.
Fine.
I said ears.
Ears. One for Chuck. Some guy tried to roll me down the bowling lane by sticking his fingers in my...
Oh, you see, I was once a firefighter at Firehouse 28.
You still got the red shirt, haven't
They had
you?
this zany girl living next door there. Yes, that's where I got this shirt. You like this shirt?
Yeah, I think that's
I
very
have
attractive.
a green one just like it. Would you like to have me wear it tomorrow?
The green shirt tomorrow?
Yes. It'll give
Sure.
our audience something to look forward to. I said ears.
Ears it is. All right, two for Chuck. Are you a ear person or a nose person?
How personal. I'm available to live next door to firehouses.
Oh, all right.
I hate to match those rowdy people out there, but I said nose.
Nose, okay. Two for Chuck, Ellen. Let's see what we have for you here.
And I'm a back person, Gene.
You're a what?
Back person.
Oh, a back person.
She is indeed.
Really?
Yes.
Shall we explore that further? Frank said, This T-shirt craze is really wild. I just saw a girl with an entire fleet of ships on her front. She had the biggest blanks I ever saw. T-shirts. All right, Ellen. Frank said this T-shirt craze is really wild. I just saw a girl with an entire fleet of ships on her front. She had the biggest blanks I ever saw.
Boobs.
Well, now, you really didn't understand the question now. Read it one more time. We can't give you another chance because we have to accept your answer. She had these ships. Well, never mind. What'd you say?
Something I could look through, her portholes.
Portholes. All right. What do you got there?
You know, I wasn't going to wear my retainer.
Yeah.
But once I found Wesley was on the show.
You wanted to get a youthful appearance. Yes, of course.
Portholes.
Portholes. Stole it from him or vice
I did
versa?
not steal it from him.
You stole it from him.
No, I did not steal it from him either.
All right. Charles.
Oh, so sad. Guns and turrets.
Guns and turrets.
Guns and turrets.
He knows boat talk.
Well, anything nautical would have been a good response
Thinking
here.
of gunboats.
You were thinking of gunboats. Yes, well, that would have been better. I don't think it would have matched. Debralee, what have you got here? She had the biggest blanks I ever saw.
I was under pressure, you know, because I was the last one. So I said cannons. You know.
That happened to be a very good answer.
does?
Yeah,
Oh,
anything
good.
nautical. Show us something nautical.
Well, cannons is not naughty.
Shh, now wait, now let it go.
Well, I used to work at Firehouse 28. Destroyer.
There's a good one. Very good.
Oh, honey, it's not my area, you know what I mean? I don't know your boat lingo.
You don't?
No, I'm the winner of this year's Golden Dramamine Award. I've gotten sick on absolutely every boat I was ever on. A little human interest, Gene. I've got a million of them, honey. So all I could think of was rudders.
Rudders is all right.
Yeah, it's something to do with the boat.
That's something to do with it, Bob.
You can't see rudders.
You leave her alone,
Oh,
Chuck.
thank
Rudders
you.
does not stink. Okay, here we are at the end of round one. 2-0 is the score. Round two coming up, and right now this for you. Okay, round two. Now, Chuck, since you're ahead, we'll ask you to go first.
B, please.
All right, 4 people will play. Hey, did you hear what happened to Farmer Brown at the zoo?
No, darling.
I'll tell you what happened to Farmer Brown at the zoo. He got drunk and tried to blank a rhino. Chuck, did you hear what happened to Farmer Brown at the zoo? He got drunk and tried to blank a rhino.
Ride a rhino.
Ride a rhino? Ride a rhino is what he said. That would be difficult, wouldn't it?
Yes, well, the only way to ride a rhino is to first kiss him.
Aha.
Right? Hey.
That would be difficult, too, because they got such big lips.
Yes. Try to get past the horns.
Yes.
It's very difficult.
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, honey, he was just carried away thinking about.
Oh, sure, of course.
Yeah. It's okay.
You like older women, right,
I
Wesley?
do.
Older women turn you on?
Sure.
Older women turn you on?
Sure. When you get to be my age, almost anything does.
Some of us don't admit it, Brett.
I said milk. That's an upside down udder.
Okay.
She lived next to a firehouse and they moved from Canoga Park to Woodland Manor. Milk.
Milk a rhino. Milk a rhino would be tougher than riding a rhino, wouldn't it? Now, Marcia, we come to you, my dear.
Do we, Gene?
Yes, this farmer. He got drunk at the zoo. He tried to do something to a rhino.
I know farm talk.
You do farm talk? You
I
didn't
know
cover-
farm talk. That's
She
an
goes to
area.
farm
I grew
country,
up
this woman.
in farm country.
You grew up in farm country?
That's what I said, Gene.
What
Are your
state?
ears going too? Iowa. Read my lips. Iowa.
Iowa, the land where the
That's
tall
where
corn
the tall
grows.
corn
Right.
grows. Plow.
Plow a rhino. You mean he tried to use the rhino as a beast of
Not
burden?
necessary.
Don't ask her to explain.
And yet, or...
Not necessary.
All right. Now, Ellen, here's the way it is. You need 2 to tie and 3 to win. Harry said, inflation is getting so bad.
How bad is it?
Yesterday, I went into the bank and saw a stack of dollar bills with a sign in front that said blank. I personally hate this question. I told them so before the show, but they insisted on using it.
You know why I hate it?
Can I see it?
Because it's depressing.
Yes.
It is. Oh, that's good.
But it should be so hard to match. I mean, there's signs.
No, that happens to be the definitive answer. Steal his answer.
Don't steal my answer.
Steal his answer.
No, I swear it was my answer.
Is this adorable?
Adorable. Hate the shirt. How's the answer? I know it comes from happy.
Ellen, Harry said inflation is getting so bad. Yesterday, I went into the bank and I saw a stack of dollar bills with a sign in front that said blank.
Take one.
Take one. I believe she came up with the response.
Well, I came up with the non-response. You see, I figured it's getting so bad that you can't even buy them. Not for sale.
They're getting scarce. Okay?
I said kindling for sale.
Kindling for sale. Start a fire with the dollar bills. Why not?
It's
cheap as paper.
Can't use it for anything else.
You know, Brett Stennis is the only one that has vodka lollipops. Extinct species.
Extinct species, the dollar bill. Ellen is looking for the response, take one. Stack of dollar bills in a bank with a sign in front that said, take one.
I said, come and get it, it's free.
Come and get it, it's free. Now, wait a minute. Think about that.
That was match. Oh, good. They've already lit the light switch.
All right, 2 to 1. There we go.
Come and get it.
Yes, sir.
This audience with which you have had such difficulty will love Take One. They're free.
Now, high score over there.
Well, I believe in being pithy. Pithy and terse, my
Yes,
attorneys.
right.
I just said free.
Free. We'll spin you off, and we'll spin you back later to play game number 2. And while we're spinning him off, we'll spin a message for you. You hurry back to see how much money she wins. Ellen's up here for the first time. Have a go at the big money. Good luck to you, my dear. Here's the way it goes. We polled a studio audience in this very room not too long ago and said, write down your best answer to this. Blank hip. If you say the answer they wrote down most often, we give you $500. For matching the second most popular answer, $250. And if you match a third, you get $100. Now, you can call on 3 of our 6 stars for some suggested answers here, but I would advise you to call on the stars only who have eyeball contact with you. If they're avoiding your eyes, that means they don't know nothing.
Okay.
All right?
Bob.
Hip, hip.
Hip, hip. Hip, hip. All right?
Brett.
I'm hip. I'm hip.
I'm hip. I'm hip. You got 2 now.
Okay. Charles.
Well,
Here.
I know what I'm saying, sweetheart. What my grandfather told me. Told me how to shoot from the hip.
Shoot from the hip. So those are the 3 they've given you. Shoot from the hip, I'm hip, and hip hip.
Or hula hip.
Not hula hip there. Now you have an option of choosing one of those or thinking up one of your own.
Shoot from the hip.
Shoot from the hip is what she says. Let's find out if it's up there. You don't agree with that, do you? No. What would you say? Rose hips. What's that?
I thought of rose hips, but that's with an S on the end, so I didn't know if that was going to work out.
No. You shouldn't pay attention to plurals here, or singulars, or any of that stuff. Well, let's see if shoot from the hip is up there under the $100 response. Rose hip is there.
Oh, honey, it's on the bottom anyway.
All right. Let's take a look at the $250 number. Hip, hip. That's Bob's answer. Last chance from shoot from the hip. May we see the big one? Broken hip. Broken hip. Well, Ellen, I'm sorry. You really struck out there, didn't you? Let's get Chuck Wolcott here and play another game, and you'll have another go at it. Here he comes back. Here we go with Chuck Wolcott. Thank you. A short break for you there.
Very funny.
Now, let's have another go at it here. Game number 2 is the final game for the two of you. Chuck, A or B?
I'll stick with B.
B it is for Chuck. Tom said, I'm staying in the world's smallest hotel room. Every time the...
Oh, boo!
You really want to do it? Okay. Tom said, I'm staying in the world's smallest hotel room. You're a willing bunch, I must say that for you. Every time the maid opens the door, she crushes my blank. Spelling is not an important matter here. You think you're getting harder? Is it the question getting harder, or are you losing your grip? Oh, poor girl. What does that say there?
New York.
New York, a wonderful town.
The Bronx is up and the
New York,
battery's
New
down.
York. What's that?
The Bronx is up and the battery's down.
Correct.
Doo-dah, doo-dah. Hey, New York,
People
New York.
riding a hole in the ground. So big they had to name it twice. New York, New York. Charles is the one we're waiting for.
Even the muggers wear I Love New York buttons.
Chuck.
Yo!
I'm talking to Chuck Wolcott over here.
Oh.
I'm talking to this guy over here. Okay? Okay.
Fine by me.
Tom said, I'm staying in the world's smallest hotel room. Every time the maid opens the door, she crushes my blank.
The only thing I can think of is crushes my head.
My head?
Yeah.
A gory, sanguinary picture. What do you say?
This man is after my own gore, I think. Face.
What about that?
Yeah,
that's
good.
the man.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I thought he'd strike out completely on that.
We're both sick.
What have you got there for
I
us?
figured his whole body just went crashing up against the wall and just crushed his little ribs to death.
His ribs? Yes,
Or
sir?
ribettes, if you were. Hello, darling. I'm so glad to see you. Where'd you get that awful shirt? And that awful answer.
You mustn't read in advance of his holding it up there and needle him that way. You mustn't do that, Brett.
Oh, okay.
You mustn't do that.
Very nice answer, honey, folks.
Brett, when I am running the show, you lay out. You see, you just shut up completely.
It is the part.
And it'll work a lot better that way, you see.
Gotcha.
One MC per show is, you know,
Wanna
they...
borrow my retainer?
is,
Way too many.
Now, Chuck, we're ready for
I
it.
wouldn't turn on you, Gene.
No, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Sell out.
But you will be quiet. Okay, Chuck, show.
I promise.
Pillows.
Pillows.
I forgot the question.
I forgot the question, too.
What was the question?
Every time the maid
Stop.
every time the maid opens the door, she crushes my pillows.
Good.
I'm
Good.
so glad he said that, because now I don't feel as bad about my answer. I said suitcase.
Suitcase. Well, I guess it could be anything that's in a hotel room or any part of him or his wife.
That was
or anything
terrible,
like that.
I assumed that he was a very elegant fellow, and although I didn't know how to spell it, I mean boutonniere.
Boutonniere, right.
Which got about as little as anything I've ever said on this show.
Well, Bob, the way it works
I
here, when you
too
give
am
little, you
big-
get little.
I was about to agree with you that this audience was not the greatest audience you've ever had.
No, it just
Now,
was
I
a rotten
about to
answer.
agree
You
with
can't
you.
crawl out of it, no.
When you start firing, tell me I'll move.
I'll tell you right now that we will not be passing out refrigerators today. Well, maybe to the girl on the second.
Yeah, the
well,
one
that's
who
a guy,
applauded,
isn't
right.
it?
All right, Miss Marcia, honey. Every time the maid
Hey,
opens the
Gene.
door, she crushes my...
I don't know.
You don't know.
Oh, I wrote something down, though. Let's see what I wrote. Well, now, see, I was thinking about the wrong end. I said toe.
Toe. All right. So
What is
Chuck,
the definitive answer?
What is
There
a definitive...
ain't
Marcia,
none.
what's a definitive answer? Ira, what's it... What? Wife.
Oh, wife.
Wife.
Crushes my wife.
Yes.
I hate boutonnieres funnier than that. Of course,
Now,
I don't
Ellen,
always
we
why.
have a round one question for you, but not now. Now we have this for you. It's lovely here. Nice and cool here.
Nice
Yes.
fan.
Oh,
Yeah.
lovely. Got that fan going there?
I think I'm going to sneeze.
No, no.
Look at the light.
Yeah, look at the lights and you won't sneeze. Listen, Wesley, how was it on your first outing here? I know you've done other game shows, and you're a personable, handsome young fellow, and a gifted guy, but what is it from your standpoint?
It's been fabulous, especially sitting next to this beauty here.
Uh-huh.
I think she's real neat.
Oh.
Be careful, you could get her acne.
Gene Raymond, join us tomorrow or whenever for Match Game. Goodbye.
Some of our contestants will receive the new Litton Air meal-in-one microwave oven that fits easily over your range with built-in vent and light. Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton. And from Arrow, this fireplace insert. Turn your fireplace into a furnace. Efficient, airtight, circulates heat by means of a large built-in blower. Features decorative glass door and energy-efficient home accessory from Arrow. It's the Agva Gabert Optima 35mm camera. Affords built-in electronic flash, 4-element, 2.8 lens with focus from 3 feet to infinity, and extra-large viewfinder. Made in Germany by Agva Gabert. And quick and tender, the Oriental noodle side dish that adds new delight to dinner. Cooks in just 3 minutes. Comes in 3 delicious flavors. Quick and tender from Nissan Foods. And Snowy the Leech. Now with new advanced stain-fighting action. Powerful new ingredients that work on the toughest stains. New advanced formula Snowy.
Late Night Games continues in a moment with Laura and Steve. Then, take a spin of the Wheel of Fortune.
A Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Days of Our Lives. Wesley Eure, Brett Summers, Charles Reilly, from Angie Debralee Scott, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Marcia Wallace, as we play the star-studded big money match game. And now here's the star of match game, Gene Raymond.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Johnny.
I think he's never looked so good.
When you worked on Broadway, did you ever miss an entrance?
Uh-huh, many times.
Just
They
wondering.
used to wait for me on the street to come.
Okay.
See if they should get the understudy ready.
Yeah.
I always was volatile, different, risky, tough, hard to deal with.
Yeah. And you always talk with a mouthful on stage, too?
7 years. Couldn't we get better Danish on this show? 7 years. Every year I say, please get a better grip. You know what I mean?
That's right. We could afford better Danish.
Oh, they're awful.
I like them awful because then you're not tempted to eat them.
That's true. All right. Over
Well,
here
you
we
and
have...
your boyfriend have your juju beads and milk duds, so you don't need that.
It's all right, my darling. You don't
Can
know
we
about
get
young
on
love.
with it now?
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes. Would you greet Ellen Kaplan and Chuck Wolcott? Now, just to review, Chuck is a Los Angeles firefighter type, has a 1-year-old child. A boy, is it?
Yes.
What's his name?
Bryce.
Bryce, yes. Now, Ellen Kaplan has a 2.5-year-old child, yes. And how long have you been married? A year?
No.
No.
8 years.
8 years. Right, okay.
Why,
All
Gene,
right.
you devil.
Here we go with Ellen Kaplan's first round question. Remember, the first rounders are a little more difficult and the range of answers can be wider than the second round. Did you hear about the new breakfast cereal for cats?
No, I
You don't want to hear about it.
Sure we wanna
I'll give you
hear
another
about
question.
it. You said have
New
you.
breakfast cereal for cats. It's called Blank Krispies. Breakfast cereal for cats. Blank Krispies. Here we go now. Ellen, did you hear about the new breakfast cereal for cats? It's called Blank Krispies.
Mouse Krispies.
Mouse Krispies, certainly. You know, it's so simple, it's really kind of a dumb question because it's so simple. I mean, there it is, Mouse Krispies. What else can you ask? Rat Krispies. Well, let's see, it's the same idea.
See, like Rice Krispies, Rat Krispies, got the
Rice,
R in.
oh, the R. You get the R in there. Very clever, Wesley. You blew
Didn't
it.
win her.
Okay.
She had the definitive answer. I have the double definitive answer. Rice Krispies,
Right.
Mice Krispies.
Mice Krispies.
That's right, Mice Krispies.
Her mind started to work all of a sudden.
Is it going to be a trend?
Is it going to be a trend?
Is it going to be
I
a
don't
trend?
know.
The doctor said there would be those lucid moments. I said fish head Krispies.
Fish head Krispies. Mice love those things. I mean, cats love those things.
It's a new high
Yes.
and a rotten answer.
You ought to have that shirt let out just a little bit.
Really,
Yeah.
sweetheart?
Have that skin taken in.
Look how they laugh when we get mean with one another.
Yes, that's right.
They love to see celebs tear each other
The
to
new,
shreds.
it's a breakfast cereal for cat called what?
I said catfish Krispies.
Catfish Krispies. All right, that's another possibility. Mice Krispies seems to be the definitive.
I love it. That's a cute answer.
Yes,
I wish I
cute.
thought of it.
Rather than try to be clever, I thought I would be terribly obvious and make a match.
Go right to the point.
Yes.
Yeah.
It didn't work out, so let's just say I didn't match and
You
not
didn't.
show it at all.
Yeah. Is that all right with you?
Ditto.
He says it's not all right with him.
We have to show it.
Yes,
Show
we
it.
have to show.
I said cat crispy.
Cat Krispies.
Oh, hey.
Yes.
You were right, Bob.
You're not going to get deported for that or anything.
No.
And I just said another word, Puss Krispies.
Oh,
Another word for cat.
okay. Scores 1-1 at the end of round one. And since Chuck went first last time, Ellen will ask you to go first this time as we go to round two.
Okay, A.
A. A. Dumb Dora was so dumb.
How dumb was she?
She threw a dictionary into the blender so she could blank her words.
My laundress in Beverly Hills shrunk this very expensive French shirt. I begged her. I begged her not to use the coal power.
Yeah.
You wish crooked.
I mean, there he sits stuffing coffee cakes into his face, wondering why the shirt doesn't fit.
Really?
Ellen,
Thinks he's Xavier Cugat.
she threw a dictionary into the blender so she could blank her words.
Eat her words.
Eat her words? One thing, one way?
What?
That's good.
Oh,
Didn't you think of that?
No, I did not enter my
Well,
mind.
that's one of the two good responses. What have you got?
Well, she was never one for mincing.
Mince
her
is the other good response. Eat and mince are the two good answers here. All
Ellen
right.
is too smart for the room. I knew it from the
Excellent
beginning.
response. What do you got there, Chuck?
If you're interested in the clincher, it is in all the Quarterman Journal magazines. It's from Paris. It's called a clincher. No, that's what I wrote. I wrote Mexico. I don't know why. Mix.
All right, a blender does indeed mix. Eat and mince were the two pretty good answers here. Debralee, what have you got?
Mix isn't that bad. That's what I said.
Well, then you mix in
It's
a
not
blender.
bad.
Yeah.
Mix words.
Second rate, not bad at all. There.
I had separate.
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 Yeah. All right.
Want to tell us again, Gene, what the two good answers were?
Two good
The two
answers.
good answers.
Yes.
So when
Just
we don't have them, we flunk match game once again. Is it likely hard enough?
You tell him, cherry lady.
Where's my not fan. I have the vapes.
All right.
Well, here's one of the answers that's not good.
What is that?
Form.
Oh, I'll say it's not good.
It stinks.
Let's all say it's not good. It's not good. Thank you very much.
You feel better?
Okay. Now.
Turning on a woman who's not well.
The score is tied 1-1, and we'll see if we untie right after this. Right. Where are we here? Chuck, is it up to you? It's up to you, Chuck. You want A or B?
Do I get both of them?
All right, B. B is what you've had all along. So
Oh, I know.
all you need to do is match one, and you will have won. Synd said that pirate must be a doctor. Instead of a hook, he's got a blank. Pirate must be a doctor. Instead of a hook, he's got a blank.
How many days have we been here?
This is only the second
Remember when
day.
Bob wore his red shirt yesterday? He said he lived near a firehouse. Get ready for the green grocer jokes that are
I wore the green one today by popular request. The audience of yesterday loved the red shirt.
Dorothy Joe buy those for you? She pick them out for you?
Did Dorothy Joe pick them out for me?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they're her shirts.
Oh, they are.
You don't think I'd buy these things?
Come along, darling.
Boy, it just seems to take forever.
With some people.
Everybody down here is ready.
All right, Chuck.
Yo, Gene, I'm ready.
Sid said that pirate must be a doctor. Instead of a hook, he's got a
Scalpel.
scalpel. One scalpel is what we need here for Chuck to win the game.
To win, are you any relation to Alexander Wolcott?
No, but Oliver Walcott I am. He signed the Declaration of Independence.
Hey,
nice?
let's hear it.
And
You're
I've
not a
heard
relation
of
to
the
him
name
either.
of Bryce, spelled with a Y.
Yes.
And I said scalpel.
All right, scalpel wins again. What do you have? Scalpel. Scalpel. Thank you very much. Come down here, Chuck. We'll say goodbye to Ellen. Going to send some gifts your way from Match Game. Ellen Kaplan, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
There she goes. Here comes a big board for your benefit, Chuck. You could win over $10,000 here. Good luck to you. We polled the studio audience and said, write down your best answer to this. Me blank. Me blank. $500 for answering,
not to
giving us
raise
the
your
most
hand,
popular
you
they
just
wrote
smile
down.
in the direction of the
$250 for the
contestant.
second and $100 for the third. All right?
Marcia.
Oh, I thought I didn't know. I'm amazed he called on me. What a surprise. Me too.
Me too is hers.
I gotta go with Charles. Good
Just
name.
call me Chuck. Chuck.
Okay, Chuck.
Me, myself, and I.
Stink. Yeah.
Wesley.
Wesley?
Me and my shadow.
Me and my shadow.
Aren't they adorable?
Adorable. Jealous.
Me and my shadow. Me, myself, and I. And me too are the three they've given you. You now have the option of choosing one of those or giving us one of your own.
I think I'll say me too. That's what I thought of.
Me too, all right. That's the one that Marcia gave you. Let's see if it's
Well,
up there.
let's wait
Let's
and
begin at the
see.
bottom and
What
reveal the
about me
$100 number.
first?
Me too it is. Right off the bat, you get $100. All right. Let's see the $250 response. Me and my shadow. That was Wesley's
Me
answer.
first.
Me first.
I'll bet it's... No.
No.
Me, Tarzan, you, Jane.
Me, Tarzan, you, Jane.
No,
Me first.
It's going to be me first.
You don't know.
Me first.
Me first. Slide it.
No.
Me and you.
Oh, well, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Not only were they
Me,
wrong,
my
they were
mother
illiterate.
just turned in her grave. Me and you.
Well, Chuck, you've got $100, means the least you'll play for is 10 times that amount, or $1,000. But if you spin the star wheel and it lands on a star, you play for $2,000. Step up there and give it a whirl. It must make one revolution. Good luck to you. Here we go.
Covered, Gene.
Let's all root for a double. All right.
Uh-oh, here's your shot, Debralee.
All right, $1,000 with Bob Barker, and
He has
good
rare
luck to
bad
you.
luck.
Yes.
Me,
could have
stupid,
picked Debralee.
he, Chuck.
Here it is. Blank bearer. That's B-E-A-R-E-R. Blank bearer. Have you thought of one?
I think so. I hope it's the one.
Now, Chuck, if you give us the answer that Bob has written on the card, you get $1,000. What do you say to that?
Pallbearer.
Pallbearer. Okay, Bobby says pallbearer will match you for the 1,000.
That occurred to me, but I thought it was depressing and said ring bear.
Ring bear.
I didn't think it was
only
that
one
depressing.
answer. Pallbearer.
I'm sorry.
Chuck Wolcott has $100, and thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much, Chuck Wolcott. Now we're going to spin this message just for you. Welcome our two new players, Ann Slack and April Ortiz. Here we go. Hello, ladies. Welcome. Nice to have you with us.
Nice to be
We're
here.
a friendly bunch here. We'd like to get acquainted with you, so let's find out a little bit about you. April, tell us about yourself, please.
Well, I live in Hollywood. I'm a native Californian, and I'm an aspiring young waitress. No, actually, I'm a
Now, wait a
waitress,
minute.
but I'm an aspiring young actress.
That's right. I thought you had it
That's
mixed up
right.
there a little bit.
Wait a minute.
I mean, in this city, there are more waiters and waitresses who are aspiring actors and actresses.
I'm the
than-
one, though.
You're the
I'm
one.
the one.
You're going to make it.
That's right.
All right. That's all. Remember, April Ortiz
Okay,
said she's going to make
remember
it.
that name.
All right. Well, good luck to you, April.
Thank you.
There and here. Ann Slack, what do you aspire to?
Well, I'm married with an 11-year-old daughter, living and visiting from Toledo, Ohio, and working as a credit analyst, and in loving and enjoying California.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'm glad you're having a good vacation.
Love it.
Good. You'll each play 2 games. Remember that. This is game number 1, round 1. April, you have a choice of A or B.
I'll take B.
B it is for her. The old philosopher said...
Oh, God, here we go again.
It's a class show, isn't it?
The old philosopher said, show me a man with 2 bumps on his back, and I'll show you a man who just danced with blank. Show me a man with 2 bumps on his
Tell
back.
the piano player he can go home. Thanks, Harry. So wrong, you're copying it. Isn't that interesting?
No, I think it's
Let them
wrong.
see. Let the camera see.
I think it's the wrong answer. But I'm going to do it anyway.
You kids going roller skating tonight?
Sue's my stitches healed from the last trip.
April Ortiz, here we go. The old philosopher said, show me a man with 2 bumps on his back,
Sounds like my show.
and I'll show you a man who just danced with blank.
Who just danced with Raquel Welch.
All right.
I hope.
He's in the ballpark, as the saying goes. What do you got there?
Well, I was going to say Kermit the Frog because I figured he'd get warts on his back. But I said Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
I stole Dolly Parton.
Let me demonstrate something.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
When
Are you
we're
coming
dancing,
downstairs?
I don't know how else.
Now, wait a minute. Wait.
Don't you dance this
No,
way.
but they go
That's
all the
right.
way
You do
through.
dance
When
that
you
way.
dance,
They go all the
no
way
matter
through.
how big they are, they can't reach around to the back.
Here's the idea. No, I'll show you. Here's the idea. Let's see. You see,
And
hers,
you have to really imagine.
you have to
What do you
imagine
do?
that she's got, that she's,
And they're so large
she's
and
so
humongous
large
that they go all the way through.
that you see, the pressure makes 2 bumps
makes 2 bumps
on my back, you see?
Doodah.
I think they're trying to hug
I think
Thank
the
you.
question
You
is
got the
straight.
idea. Now, are you going to write an answer, or are you going to hang around?
He already gave an
Oh,
answer
you're
and
giving
got
the
a
answer.
player.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
I
Dolly
think
Parton.
this is the
Marcia
wrong
had
answer,
more of
but
an effect
anyway, I
on you.
said it
I
anyway.
think you're
Dolly
crazy. He gets
Parton.
real-
Dolly Parton is the definitive answer.
He also said Dolly Parton.
My sign away.
Who took the sign? Why do you quit, Charles? Just because you can't dance with Marcia Wallace, you're quitting? If you dance with him, he won't quit.
Oh, no, trust me.
What does the flower mean? You're a virgin on this side and not the other? What is that? Up in Polynesia they do that.
Debralee.
Yes, sir.
Show me a man with 2 bumps on his back, and I'll show you a man who just danced with blank.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
You didn't understand it.
Well, hers are bigger than Raquel Welch's, let's face it.
Hers are bigger than anyone's.
I think that you should check that before you make that statement.
Well, really? Are you speaking from...
I said you should.
Oh.
I want no part of any of this or any of that going on up there.
Oh, really?
No.
I didn't...
It's
I'm
bad for
sorry
my
you didn't want to... Are you one of...
I'm known as
you
an
don't want to
all-American
participate?
middle-aged man.
When I was fat, I had gymongous bosoms.
Whose?
Just really, no one cared, but I did. Dolly Parton.
All right, so that's it. All right, April.
You could
That
have
was your
said
first
Dolly
rounder.
Parton, April.
Here is Ann Slack's first rounder. On December 14th, 1919, Irving Bricklemeyer became the first man ever to cross a gardener's picket line. On that same date, Mr. Bricklemeyer became the first man ever to eat a blank. A gardener's picket line. Those are the operative words. The first man ever to cross a gardener's picket line. On that same date, he became the first man ever to eat a blank.
I think I'm in the wrong studio today.
Would you like to read it?
I don't think that'll help.
You read it out loud. You read well.
On December 14th, 1919, Irving Bricklemeyer became the first man ever to cross a gardener's picket line. On that same date, Mr. Bricklemeyer became the first man ever to eat a blank.
It's okay, Bob. I'm still awake.
I choose to ignore it. You have an answer?
Oh my God, there's a bump up on it.
You're fast today, boy.
I got this out of a drink, Cheryl.
Ann Slack. On December 14th, Irving Bricklemeyer became the first man ever to cross a gardener's picket line. On that same date, he became the first man ever to eat a...
Picket sign?
No, I said the operative words were gardener's picket line.
I got that.
You got that. See, a bunch of gardeners are picketing.
Right.
And they're angry. And he crossed their picket line, and he made them eat...
Yes, well, I figured since surrounding the garden was a picket fence.
Picket fence? Okay, eat a fence. That's
I
connected
said
with-
he was the first man to eat a full sack of fertilizer.
There's the answer.
Thank you, those are my people out
Sack of fertilizer. All right.
I said the first guy to eat a rubber hose, foot by foot.
A rubber hose, foot by foot.
That's pleasant.
Answer.
Yes.
Hey,
Anything in
baby.
a garden is good. Okay, Debralee.
Yes, sir.
On that same date, he became the first man ever to eat a...
Hoe.
Hoe is good. Any gardener's tool?
I did not copy that child's answer, but I thought perhaps that the gardeners had hoes.
They
on
do
the
work
picket
with
line.
hoes and rakes and spades and all that.
Is this a satisfactory?
That's a good answer, yes.
Then? Because I no
And I'm not a
longer have.
child.
Oh, come on, Debralee.
Oh, air is fraught with tension. Rake, not pleasant.
Rake. That would be difficult and that would be painful. So at the end of round one, it's all tied up, isn't it? Now this for you. Hurry back. Thank you all. You were splendid. I shall look forward to seeing you next time.
We've had a meeting and we intend to be much better tomorrow.
Good. I'm Gene Rayburn, hoping you'll join us tomorrow for the match game. Goodbye.
Some of our contestants will receive the new Litton Air Meal-in-One microwave oven that fits easily over your range with built-in vent and light. Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton. And from Arrow, this fireplace insert. Turn your fireplace into a furnace. Efficient airtight circulates heat by means of a large built-in blower. Features decorative glass door and energy-efficient home accessory from Arrow. It's the Agva Gabert Optima 35mm camera. Affords built-in electronic flash, 4-element, 2.8 lens with focus from 3 feet to infinity, and extra-large viewfinder. Made in Germany by Agva Gabert. And quick and tender, the Oriental noodle side dish that adds new delight to dinner. Cooks in just 3 minutes. Comes in 3 delicious flavors. Quick and tender from Nissan Foods. And Snowy Relief. Now with new advanced stain-fighting action. Powerful new ingredients that work on the toughest stains. New advanced formula, Snowy.
Late Night Games continues in a moment with Laura and Steve. Then, take a spin of the Wheel of Fortune.
Ahmad Cooks and Bill Topman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Days of Our Lives, Wesley Eure, Fred Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly, from Angie, Debralee Scots, from The Price is Right, Bob Barker, and Marcia Wallace, as we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Rivers.
Thank you. Hello, John. Got a lively bunch here today, haven't we?
When did we land, dear?
What do you mean, what does that
When
mean?
did we land?
Quote what?
No, I don't. I took Latin for 4 years. If my Latin teacher sees that I can't pronounce that, quod ero spero.
Right, you pronounce it correctly. That's...
No.
You took Latin 4 years, you don't know what that means?
4 years.
You don't know what that means?
No, isn't that awful?
I'm not going to tell you.
No.
She's great with Latin boys.
You know what it means?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
I'm not going to say what it means.
I want to know what it means.
No, some Latin student in the studio audience will explain to us what it... What's that?
What you hope for, that you hope it comes.
That which one aspires to. Very good, Charles.
Wesley.
Very good. Yeah.
Boy, I hope my teachers aren't watching. Oh,
I do too. French or Portuguese?
No one is watching.
Here we have Ann Slack and April Ortiz, who have been with us for the last day or so. And let's see now. April is an aspiring actress who is working currently as a waitress, right, April?
Mm-hmm.
You work in the Los Angeles area somewhere, is that right?
That's right.
Yep. Okay, how you doing here?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm just...
And Ann Slack is a mother of an 11-year-old child.
That's
Who lives
right.
in Toledo, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you... Now, you work in an accounting office?
A credit analyst.
A credit analyst's office. Is that interesting work? Or is it...
I enjoy it.
Well, I'm glad you do. Hope you're having a good time here, too. We're going to start with round 2. The score is tied. April went first last time, so Ann will ask you to go first this time.
Let's try A.
Let's try A, Ann. Ann, what do you say we try A?
I think that's a good idea.
Should we try A this time? You want to try A? A. Let's try A.
Net to net.
What did he say?
Got to be a very quick cameraman to work on this
Nick.
show. Cut! All right, here it is. Nick said, I'm never going back to that rotten restaurant again. Over here. Thank you. Never going back to that rotten restaurant again.
Why?
After I told the waiter there was a hair in my soup, he brought me a blank.
Gotcha.
All right, everybody's ready, Ann. Here we go. Nick said, I'm never going back to that rotten restaurant again. After I told the waiter there was a hair in my soup, he brought me a blank.
A brush.
A brush. Here we go with a comb. A brush, rather.
Yes.
What do you say?
You have the right answer.
I do?
Uh-huh. Comb.
Oh, comb, yes.
I
just told either one would
come
be
on,
good.
that's close. Brush and
Comb
comb.
or brush would be good. What have you got there?
I covered all the bases. Brush and comb.
Brush and comb. So that gives her a match. So she said brush.
I went a whole other way.
How
A whole other
unusual.
way. Let's see.
You look like Howard Johnson's. Doesn't he?
He does look like Howard Johnson.
Can I have your fish surprise, you think? Oh, you can eat for $9.98.
Okay, Hojo, tell us.
Hojo? That's cute.
Hojo.
Hojo. Hojo.
Speaking of Howard Johnson's, carrot.
Carrot. That's orange. That's
the question.
Wait,
the Hojo.
Hair, the
Yeah,
carrot
that's
makes
very
so
carrot.
little.
After I told the waiter there was a hair in my soup, he brought me a carrot.
I got a couple of Latin words for you. Apparuda.
No me vas cumbari.
Sí.
Yes. Hello there.
Hello.
I told the waiter there was a hair in my soup. He brought me a...
Well, I thought, to fish it out, he'd bring him a hairnet.
A hairnet. That's very good. A hairnet. Yes.
That's cute.
That's fairly bright, Deborah.
That's cute. It's cute.
Deborah,
they loved it.
Yeah.
Okay. Bob Baca.
I said brush, but I wrote comb.
Aha. All right. Comb is good. Brush is good. They're both good.
Hairnet
Yes.
wasn't bad.
Thanks. I'm
Hairnet
so
wasn't
glad
bad.
you approve.
Yes.
Comb.
Comb. All right. Gotcha. Now, the way it is, April, you need one to tie. Thank you. One to tie and two to win. Frank said, oh, boy, things must be tough at NBC. Oh,
They are.
very tough
Yes.
at NBC. Here's I just saw Fred Silverman blanking the NBC Peacock.
He's done it to everybody else. Why not the NBC Peacock?
In and
Frank
out, in
said,
and out.
boy, things must be tough at NBC. I just saw Fred Silverman blanking the NBC Peacock.
Cooking.
Cooking. Cooking the NBC Peacock. In preparation for eating it, I presume.
All right, that's a
All
pretty
right.
good answer.
But cooking is the response.
Well,
Wesley?
you see, Silverman called Nielsen,
Yes.
and he was rating it.
He was rating Peacock.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, yes. Now you turn on me.
Your last
Wesley,
answer,
I love
Wesley, was brilliant.
Yeah.
This one was a little less than brilliant.
Less.
Now, you know
Yes.
I'm crazy about the kid. I think he's the most adorable person who's been on here in a year.
A lot of guys out there are screaming for you.
Just
They've got taste.
because you're a star, you don't want to get like all the other stars and think that everything you say is perfect. Baking it for Christmas, I believe, is a match.
Baking it for Christmas. Okay, so we have a tie score at this moment. Okay, Hojo.
I touched all bases with this, Gene High. I said plucking to pot boil.
Plucking to pot boil. Yeah, let's just take a look at Marcia's answer there. She said, I just saw Fred Silverman canceling the NBC Peacock. I thought that was worthy of notice there. All right. Now, Ian, I'm going to spin you off for a little while, but you'll come back to play game number 2 later. Right now, we're going to spin this message just for you, America. Pay attention.
First offer in the entertainment.
What do you
Here
say,
we are
Bill,
now.
so to speak?
April Ortiz is going to have a go at the big money. You could win over $10,000 here. And we wish you the very best of luck, and here's the way it goes. April, we polled the studio audience. We asked them to write down their best answers to this blank trombone. $500 for you if you match the answer they wrote down most often. $250 for matching the second most popular answer. $100 for matching the third. 3 of the 6 stars are permitted to assist, but only call on the ones who have a look of intelligence on their faces. Don't call on a dummy. Or the ones who have their backs turned to them.
Okay. Wesley.
Yay. 76 trombones.
76 trombones. There's one.
76 trombones, da-di-da-di-da.
Bob Barker.
Slide trombone.
Slide trombone. You have 2 now.
Brett.
Wait a minute. I think I can find a better one.
Do you have a book?
73? No.
73
A
trombones.
little known song. It's very
Yeah.
similar to the other one.
How does the melody go?
73 trombones,
Okay.
da-da-da-da-da.
All right.
Okay, brass trombone. I'm
Brass
stuck.
trombone, slide
Fabulous.
trombone, and 76 trombones are the 3 they've given you. You may choose one of those or make your own choice from something that is in your own brain.
Very little, so I will say 76
Good
trombones.
thinking,
That's
Ed.
what I would have thought.
You want to say 76 trombones?
That's what I'm going to say. Bill. Take that one.
Say it.
76 trombones.
Good. All right. The rain in Spain. All right, she wants 76 trombones. May we see the $100 number? You got it right off the bat.
I'm sorry.
Well, let's see what's under the next one, please. Brass trombone. That's the answer that Brett gave you. Yeah. Audience, what's under the big one?
Slide.
Slide. That was Bob's answer. All right, slide the big one. Slide it is.
The only thing I've been right about all week.
What's the other kind of trombone? A non-slide one? I mean, come on.
I played the Did you play
All right. Now you've got $100 means at least you'll play for us 10 times that amount, or $1,000. However, we do want you to spin the star wheel, and if you get a lucky spin, you'll double it and play for $2,000. Good luck to you. Let's all root for a double for April Ortiz, and this is it. Go. You have doubled it indeed, and you're going to play for $2,000 with the man in the orange shirt.
Hojo.
All right. Now
Just
you must
call
face
me
me.
Citrus.
There we go. What did he say?
Just call me Citrus.
This is it.
Aren't you glad she said that?
Dough blank. That's DOUGH blank. Dough blank. Dough blank. Dough blank. DOUGH. All right, now if you give us the same answer that he has on the card, you get $2,000, April. What do you say?
Doughboy.
Doughboy. Well, apparently it's the audience's favorite answer. Let's find out if it came to Charles' mind.
What's backstage every single time we come to a box of Winchel's?
Donuts.
Doughboy.
Doughboy. Very good. Now you got $2,100. Congratulations, April Ortiz. Let's get in slack back here and play another game. You ready?
Let's go.
All right. Here we go. As soon as it stops, you can climb aboard. April's very happy because she has $2,100 to her credit.
Great.
And now we'll start your second and final game. Ladies,
Here, April, baby.
a souvenir for April.
I'm sorry, Jane.
It's all right.
I know how hard it is.
I'm
to
down on
bend
my
it up.
knees, Charles.
Gene, don't grovel. It's not that bad. Please, stand up.
There's a little
My old blazer can
signature
still
from
bend.
Charles Nelson Riley. And you have a choice of A or B.
Let's try A again.
A. A is peeling off here.
Hit it, hon.
Well,
Hit it
I guess
again,
we'll get a
baby.
little glue on there a little bit later. Here it is. Benny said, "My wife never throws anything away. This morning I opened the refrigerator and discovered even the blank was green." My wife never throws anything away. Okay, Wesley, here we go. And Benny said, "My wife never throws anything away. This morning I opened the refrigerator door and discovered even the blank was green."
The milk.
The milk. That's a good answer. Milk is not normally green. What'd you say?
The fruit.
Well, some fruit can be green.
Well, but apple, oh, they're green too, aren't they?
See, it's something that turned green from being there so long it was moldy. you see.
Limes.
That was the whole thing. Benny said, "My wife never throws anything away."
Kiwi
You
berry.
I
must
can
listen.
read. Debralee gave me that answer.
Oh, don't blame it on me, darling. Take the rap yourself.
She probably did. Oh, okay, no, sweet. I'm sorry. Even the butter was green.
Even the butter was green. That's something that would be yellow. That would normally not be green. Charles?
Persimmonses are green. So
That's two, but when
so
not when they're old and moldy.
They're orange.
right, orange. I won.
Oranges. Oranges would turn green from being old and rotten and
Every time
moldy,
I do it.
and
Oh,
that would
boy.
be it.
Laugh.
Hello.
Anything. Hello, Debralee.
You so much.
Anything. Discovered even the blank was green.
The light bulb in the...
That's good. That happens to be an excellent answer.
It does?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
And you
See,
thought
I
it was
underrate
bad?
myself sometimes.
Every
I
light
know
bulb
I'm
is normally
brilliant.
white.
I gave her that answer.
Uh-huh.
Sure. What about?
Did you copy mine?
No, I didn't even see yours.
I didn't copy yours. I swear I didn't, and I had light.
Good. Excellent response.
I wrote mine first.
Marcia, no
trust
doubt,
him,
has an
Debralee.
excellent answer, too.
I don't actually care. You know, I could get errands done waiting for you to get down here. I could be doing laundry, hon.
Yes.
Could be mailing letters.
Right.
Christmas card?
Now, some people can be amusing and some people can match.
Milk it is. All right. One for Ann, you stand by for yours. Right now, this for you. April, Your first round question reads as follows. Edna, the etiquette expert, said, "You know you're being rude at a party when you wash your blank in the punch bowl."
It's the altitude.
Yes. Edna, the etiquette expert, said, "You know you're being rude at a party when you wash your blank in the punch bowl."
Face.
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 April.
April. Bad news. Bad news.
You know that song?
What's that?
April,
Company.
May, Company. From
Company.
Oh, yes. No, I never saw Company.
No,
April
it's
Showers.
April, June.
Hands.
Hands.
Manos.
What do you got there?
Oh,
For
honey,
the
you've
answer.
seen
Face
it.
is the response.
Hands.
Hands. So far, we have 2 of those, or
Feet.
4. Feet.
That's really rude.
That's more
very
than
rude.
rude.
That's bordering on the line of disgusting.
You know you're being rude when you wash your
Hands.
hands in the
Sorry,
punch bowl.
And
Hands in the punch bowl.
So I was saying to my dog just this morning, quod ero sparrow.
Yes.
Teeth.
Teeth. That would be rude indeed. Now we go to round 2. And Ann, since you're ahead, you go first.
Don't write?
I'm going to stick with A again.
A it is. Yes, you matched in the previous round, so you'll lay out this time. Fake Flora is really fake.
How fake is she?
On a really cold day, she even wears thermal blanks. Right? Fake Flora is really a fake. On a really cold day, she even wears thermal blanks.
Falsies.
Well, that's the answer, I would say. Did you understand that? Was that difficult for you?
Huh? oh yeah, bras. It's falsies, yeah.
I've been around Marcia Wallace. I know what she wears on a cold day. Falsies. All blue eyes.
What finally came to your tiny
Sorry,
brain?
I just didn't understand the question. Falsies.
See, if you just taken my answer in the first place, you're going to save yourself all that trouble. You'll never learn when he's putting you on.
Okay, Debralee.
Yes, I said falsies.
You said that.
Yes, I did.
5 for her. Right. My mind operates on a different level. I said eyelashes.
Eyelashes? Now, that would be another good response. It's not as good
Well,
as...
then, wait a minute, Jane.
Not what? Oh, you're right. All right. Now, here's the way it is, April. You need 5 to tie and 6 to win.
Other than that, dear,
I'll do
don't
this.
worry about it.
Harry said...
We haven't had 5 in 3 games.
Boy, am I in big trouble. I just found out that for 10 years, my secretary filed every paper in the office under the letter M for blank.
Now, is it me or is it the questions today?
It's not you.
There is no answer to this question, right?
Well,
Ray?
she got it.
Thank you.
Not necessarily.
Well, she said you're out here. I would say that would be a definitive answer. There may be another one just as good, but I can't think of it.
I don't even know what definitive means.
Well, he
How
keeps
about
saying
this? How about this?
It's one of his favorite words.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's okay. Not as good as hers. All right.
I don't understand.
Harry said, boy, am I in big trouble. I just found out that for 10 years, my secretary filed every paper in the office under the letter M for blank. Well, does that come as a surprise to you?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought you said letter.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I did say it.
Well, that it is letter, isn't it?
She filed every paper in the office under the letter M for blank.
I'm going to say mail. Because I thought you said letter, that's why.
Well, mail is your answer.
Mail is my answer.
That's what you just said.
Okay, yeah, mail.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Did you think that was an incorrect answer?
No
there
one
are no
clapped.
right or wrong answers here.
They don't.
Well, I used to work as a filing clerk.
No.
I did. That was one of my jobs in New York when I was struggling, right?
Yes.
And
still
I
are,
worked for a
darling.
lot of morons.
We all are.
Find the buzzer under the letter M for moron.
For moron.
Okay.
All is not lost. Mail. You
Mail.
see, I did a little play on words.
Oh, a little play on
Thank
words
you.
there, right. Okay. Gotta get them all now, April, or it's all over. Oh,
How about
Charles.
you, oh, he's
Charles, now tell us what's wrong. Now, wait a minute. No, shh. It's a real, genuine emotion.
I'm
Those are
sorry.
real tears. There's no water there.
So insensitive.
Yeah.
Mother.
M for mother. All right, so that means Ann Slack once again. What do the rest of you have? Missing that nail. Okay, come on down, Ann. And take your spot on the little blue dot. We're going to say goodbye to April Ortiz. This is the second game. You're leaving with $2,100 in our best wishes. And there she goes. And now we've got a little message for America. Gene Rabbit, join us next time. Match game. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Some of our contestants will receive the new Litton Air Meal-in-One microwave oven that fits easily over your range with built-in vent and light. Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton. And from Arrow, this fireplace insert. Turn your fireplace into a furnace. Efficient, airtight, circulates heat by means of a large built-in blower. Features decorative glass door and energy-efficient home accessory from Arrow. It's the Agva Gabert Optima 35mm camera. Affords built-in electronic flash, 4-element, 2.8 lens with focus from 3 feet to infinity, and extra-large viewfinder. Made in Germany by Agva Gabert. And quick and tender, the Oriental noodle side dish that adds new delight to dinner. Cooks in just 3 minutes. Comes in 3 delicious flavors. Quick and tender from Nissan Foods. And Snowy the Leaf. Now with new advanced stain-fighting action. Powerful new ingredients that work on the toughest stains. New advanced formula Snowy.
Late Night Games continues in a moment with Laura and Steve. Then, take a spin of the Wheel of Fortune.
Ahmad Goodson, Bill Topman production. This program was edited for broadcast. Get ready to match the stars from Days of Our Lives, Wesley Eure. Red Summers, Charles Nelson Reilly. From Angie, Debralee Scott. From The Price is Right, Bob Barker and Marcia Wallace. As we play the star-studded Big Money Match Game. And now, here's the star of Match Game, Gene Raven.
Hi, John. Are they all ready there? And I think we're ready up here.
We're ready.
Are you all ready?
Yes,
What are you reading?
Oh, honey, I can't touch it. I'm reading my friend's. Oh, it's Savage. Oh, it is
Will
fabulous.
Holt, Savage.
It's got everything. Murder, sex. Oh, it's terrific.
Cheap plug, isn't it?
Oh,
ow!
fabulous.
She kicked me.
You love it. Will Holt, Savage Snow. Stop that.
Price is Right,
really?
CBS.
Angie, ABC. Christian Science Reading Room. I'll be there with some friends.
Marla, are you ready? All right, would you step around
I want
that chair and come down here to this blue spot on the carpet? And we're ready for you. I'm going to swing this around. Now, we started the audience match last time you were here. You won the $500. That means the least you'll be playing for is 10 times that amount, or $5,000. But we are indeed going to ask you to spin the star wheel. And if you get a lucky spin out of that wheel, you'll double it and play for $10,000. So if you step up there, we'll all root for a double for you, Marla. Give it a good go there. There it is. $5,000 is what you're playing for.
Go ahead.
With Debralee.
Go on, Debralee. Y'all can do it.
All right. They're probably going to be on the same wavelength now. Good luck to you, my dear. Here it is. Worth $5,000, and it says, Incredible Blank. All right, Debralee is ready?
Yes.
Now, if you give us the answer that she has on the card, we give you $5,000.
Hulk. The Incredible.
What's wrong, Debralee?
Well, I thought of the Incredible Shrinking Man, but I said Hulk.
Easy answer.
What two?
What else is there?
Thank you.
Do I ever get anything like platinum, blonde? No, I get spring. I get fantastic. I never get anything easy.
Oh.
This means so much my life. I'm easy.
Well, now you got a bundle of money, Marley. You got $5,500. We congratulate you for that. And now we're going to bring your opponent out here, Bill Kennedy. You're going to play your second and final game. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Gene.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
She's a little breathless and excited now because she won a bundle of money. And we'll go with our next game now and wish you both the best of luck and ask you to make a selection, Bill.
B.
B it is for Bill. Bill Kennedy wants B. Tim said, when I was born, my parents left me in a barnyard. For years, I thought I was a blank. Was that the big winning souvenir card? Did you sign it? Yes, you did.
Oh, thank you so much.
There it is. She wrote her signature right on the card that won the money for you. Ready, Brett?
I'm so involved with my book.
Yes.
It's about the blizzard in Boston.
Of course.
Oh, no. Except it's more interesting because it says murder and sex and all
All right,
that.
Bill. Tim said, when I was born, my parents left me in a barnyard. For years, I thought I was a blank.
A chicken.
A chicken. All right, they have in barnyard. You ready?
Well, I figured that his adoptive mother kept saying, move over. So, cow. Oh, you like that? Move over.
I like it.
He's cute, right?
He's a cute person.
He's okay. Well, the cows are found in barnyards, aren't they?
Sure.
He's the same age as my father. When he died. Oh, I said he thought he was a big bad bull.
They're in barnyards.
Three B's. Big
Bad bull. So we have a cow and we have a bull so far.
answer. I
Charles,
guess
what do you
it's
contribute to the barnyard scene?
Rooster.
A rooster. All right. What? Okay.
Since when is a chicken? Okay.
A rooster is indeed a chicken.
Yes. What was the question? No.
The question is, when I was born, my parents left me in a barnyard. For years, I thought I was
Tim's parents were very obese, and so he thought he was a pig.
a pig. All right, another animal found in a
all right.
barnyard. It's all right, not bad at all.
Just won the girl $5,000. Don't hurt me.
Right.
As one of the great living Americans said recently, a rooster is a chicken.
Didn't you say that? I said that.
But only for a few more weeks. He's going fast, my friend. Ask me again. Come on.
When I was born, my parents left me in a barnyard. For years, I thought I was a
Barn.
A barn. She has a logical mind.
Makes sense to me.
Yep. Oh, you're okay, Marcia.
I think
So
you should
that's
only wear
2
one
for Bill,
flower.
and you stand by for yours. Now this for you. All right. Now, your round 1 question, Marla, reads as follows. At the party, Ted said to his wife, "These are the strangest deviled eggs I ever saw. They have little blanks on them."
I like that. I like sweet questions like that. I think that's an adorable question. It's one of the questions
Excuse me
that
just
I
a
like
moment.
this week.
there's something.
Have we done something to offend?
No. I just. It's very distracting to Bob Barker when you stand there.
Don't
that.
cover that up.
So
Gene, don't cover that up. No.
Okay.
But that has been the most wonderful part of the whole week.
You really have to pay attention.
I haven't made a match, but
right. That's why I'm saying you must concentrate more.
I don't want to. I want to look.
That's why you haven't made a match.
I know.
All right, Marla. At the party, Ted said to his wife, "These are the strangest deviled eggs I ever saw. They have little blanks on them."
They have little horns.
Horns. Okay. What do you got to say for yourself, Wesley?
Well, I got to say that I've been horned. Right. Like that, artist? How silent it is.
When we have our ranch together,
yeah.
When he changes, it's going to be so wonderful. He can do all kinds of drawings and swell stuff like that.
Yes.
He's adorable.
He's good at roping and calving, too.
All right, that's why I did get hurt.
Horns it is.
Scores not tied, 2-2.
Howdy, partner.
I'll call the sheriff. They won't let you anywhere near that boy's home. The line. I said, "Oh, shoot."
All right, that's
what I said.
Strangest little deviled eggs I've ever seen. They have little blanks
Well,
on them.
you know, I'm going to match Marla horns.
Naturally. Well, that's 4 so far. Are you going to break the magic spell?
They have little split skirts and beautiful legs. Oh, no, that's... I said tails. They have little tails.
See, I tell you, you keep thinking...
No, don't turn... No, Jane.
Honey, you got to quit looking at that girl with the skirt.
Concentrate here, not over there. You can't be thinking about stuff like that.
Oh, yes, I can.
I'm asking
Oh, yes,
you not
I
to.
am.
Yeah, but we're paying you here not to... what do you
But
say,
that's a
Marcia?
fringe benefit of
You've
I
been looking
see.
at her for 7 years. Why can't he look for her one night?
Oh, where is Betty White?
Yes. Miss Marcia Wallace. You're on.
You're paying us?
Yes. Oh, you haven't been getting paid?
No.
Oh. Well, they keep sending you those flowers for your hair? Is that it?
Gee, we get money for this?
That's true.
Oh, I'll look forward to that. I got a little kid, little devils.
Little devils.
Wrong.
All right.
Real wrong.
So, Marla's up to 4. Bill has 2. We'll go to round 2 and ask Marla to make a choice since she's ahead.
I'll choose A.
A it is. 2 people play.
The fun kids down here.
Yes.
Not me. We matched everybody? Well, we
Yes,
can go
right.
back.
It's the wild bunch. You too.
I don't want to say anything or show off or anything like that, but...
What? Oh!
Hey.
Oh!
Well, I mean, I had a little slit in my skirt, too. I just thought I'd...
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Show
Naturally.
kid.
Could you move her over there? I can't see her down here.
Did I drive you crazy there?
Yeah, crazy. Wild. My microphone.
Sounds like...
Started having hot flashes.
Sounds like asthma to me, Jim.
Kate said to her girlfriend, "My boyfriend serenaded."
You like that?
Oh, I loved it. My boyfriend serenaded me under my window last night. Oh, really?
Tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
You really give good hand. My boyfriend serenaded me under my window last night. It wasn't as romantic as it sounds. My boyfriend plays the blank. He serenaded her under the window. She said it wasn't as romantic as it sounds.
It is the answer.
All right. If Brett says so, I know that it must be the answer.
One more time.
All right, there it is.
Said to her girlfriend, "My boyfriend serenaded me under my window last night. It wasn't as romantic as it sounds. My boyfriend plays the blank."
The kazoo. You've never heard of a kazoo,
It's
obviously.
a wonderful losing answer.
Thank
But
you,
it's
Brett.
a terrific...
You're talking about a kazoo?
Kazoo, that's
Kazoo.
A kazoo,
Kazoo.
yes.
Same difference.
I don't think there is a kazoo, is there?
Kazoo.
She
Kazoo.
meant kazoo.
A kazoo is a
You all know what I
little
meant.
tin horn that you play.
And that honestly occurred to me, and Brett said that this was the definitive answer, drums.
So you chose that instead of
Because,
kazoo.
well, Brett has had all these years of experience.
Have I ever been right?
Kazoo would be good. You know, kazoo is good, but drums, I think, would be a little it would be less romantic than the kazoo.
Unless
Because
you-
in a kazoo, if you did it correctly, you could imitate a violin
Except
or something.
Dane
Aren't you
drummers, they
making
have
more
great
of this
rhythm.
than it deserves?
Yes,
Really.
I guess so.
You worry about that, don't you?
Oh, I know.
Charlie Brown, what have you got to say? You haven't talked to me, Charlie.
Well, when Brett said this was the definitive answer, I almost changed it.
I love you.
I got you.
With me forever.
Marla, you stay at 4, and that means Bill needs 2 to tie and 3 to win. Wesley, Brett, Debralee, and Marcia play.
I'm seeing something I've seen very little this week.
You
Don't
matched
write.
in the
So I'll
previous
just
round.
look.
Right. Okay. Ugly Edna told the photographer she wanted to pose nude for Penthouse. And he said, Ugly Edna, forget about Penthouse. Your picture belongs in a blank house. I didn't
Lose
see
the
your
game?
ugly.
Yes. Not confident.
Oh, that was it, yeah. That was the definitive.
It came to me
Like a flash?
in the pen.
You're okay, Wesley. Don't be insecure.
Be insecure, Wesley.
Don't be
Got 'em
insecure.
for you.
Everybody right over there. All right, Bill. Ugly Edna told the photographer she wanted to pose nude for Penthouse. And he said, Ugly Edna, forget about Penthouse. Your picture belongs in a blank house.
Doghouse.
Doghouse. I don't know why you all had such difficulty with it, because Doghouse, you see how quickly he said it?
He's a man. That's why he
Yeah.
said it so quickly.
Did you ever hear a man referred to as a dog ever in your life?
Ever in your whole life? I don't mean to get hateful, but have you ever? I've heard. Well, never mind. Okay.
I've been referred to as a Great Dane.
Yes, but for other reasons.
I know how you thought.
More a Cocker Spaniel.
Oh.
Only
Anyway,
on
I
the
said horror
outside,
house.
dear.
Horror House, the House of Horrors. Okay, what have you got?
Hen house.
Hen House. All right, now you got to match everybody else here, Bill, to stay in the game and achieve a tie.
I don't play
We go to you next.
Me?
You.
I said dog.
Dog House. There is one match. Score is 4-3. You need one more to tie. It's up to Marcia.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Outhouse.
Well, now, Bill, we're going to send some gifts your way for Match Game. Thank you for being with us. It was a pleasure to meet Bill Kennedy, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. I'm going to spin a message or two for you. Watch this. Read that. Now, Marla's friend, she's up here for the second time. She's familiar with the routine. How do you feel?
I have never been so excited in my life.
Now, you already have $5,500, and you could have another big time up here. Good luck to you, my dear. Here's the way it goes. We polled another studio audience and said, write down your best answer to this. I'm the blank. Remember, it's $500 if you match the answer they wrote down most often. $250 for matching the second most popular, and then it'll be $100 if you match the third most popular. All right?
I gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll start off on top. And Wesley keeps looking at me, so.
Well, besides that, I'll give you an answer. I'm the one.
I'm the one.
Okay, here's Debralee.
I'm the greatest.
I'm the greatest.
Marcia.
I'm the boss.
I'm the boss. So those are the three. I'm the one, I'm the greatest, I'm the boss. You may choose one of those, or you may have a better idea in your own head.
Well, as Muhammad Ali would say, I am the greatest.
That's what he says. Okay. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Let's see what we've got for me and thee.
Gene,
What?
don't give up your day job.
All right. I'll hang on to it. Thank you for the tip. Let's take a look at the $100 response.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
the
shocked.
boss. Who said that?
Me,
Marcia said that.
Marcia.
That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
Jack Klugman said to me for 18 years.
All right, let's go up the ladder and take a look at the $250 response. I'm the greatest. You got it.
I'm the greatest
Audience,
star.
what do you think is going to be up on top?
I'm the one.
I'm the one? That was Wesley's answer.
That was Wesley's answer.
All right, let's see if it's up there. You think it's going to be up there?
Probably.
I'm the one. Slide it. Now, Marla, you've got $250. That means the least you can play for is 10 times that amount, or $2,500. However, once again, you are going to spin the star wheel. And if you get a lucky spin, you'll double it to $5,000. So step right up there and good luck to you. Here we go for a double. You double it up with Charles N. Reilly, who is an adorable person.
He's a farmer.
And he's a very good game player. So step right there on the dot. Face me if you would, please. I'm over here. That's it. Right. All right. Good luck to you. Take a deep breath. Think about it carefully. Here it is. Praying blank. That's Praying blank. Praying blank. You want to look at it? Does that help you? Oh, you've got one in your head. Oh, all right. Charles is taking his time because he wants to give you the best shot at it, and now he's ready. Now, if you give us the answer that he has on the card, we give you the $5,000.
Charles, it's just what I'm doing now. I'm praying to God.
Oh. Praying to God.
We all had the same, I'm sorry, praying mantis.
Praying mantis, yeah. Did you think of that?
No, I didn't think of that.
It's funny. It's the first thing that came to my mind, and I guess they all had the same thing too. Praying mantis. Praying to God is not a bad thing to do because you have been rewarded here with a total of $5,750, and that ain't bad. Congratulations to Marla's Graham. Now we've got a little message or two just for you. You were all splendid, and I thank you. Wesley, thank you for being with us. Your first trip around here, we enjoyed having you.
It's great being here.
Thank you for coming back. It's always a pleasure to see you and Bob. And Marcia, my dear, I'll dream about you tonight. You'll be back, and there's nothing we can do about that. Stop that, Brett! Gene Rabernier, join us next time for Match Game. Goodbye.
Some of our contestants will receive the new Litton Air Meal-in-One microwave oven that fits easily over your range with built-in vent and light. Nobody knows more about microwave cooking than Litton. And from Arrow, this fireplace insert. Turn your fireplace into a furnace. Efficient, airtight, circulates heat by means of a large built-in blower. Features decorative glass door and energy-efficient home accessory from Arrow. It's the Agva Gabert Optima 35mm camera. Affords built-in electronic flash, 4-element, 2.8 lens with focus from 3 feet to infinity, and extra-large viewfinder. Made in Germany by Agva Gabert. And quick and tender, the Oriental noodle side dish that adds new delight to dinner. Cooks in just 3 minutes. Comes in 3 delicious flavors. Quick and tender from Nissan Foods. And Snowy Bleach. Now with new advanced stain-fighting action. Powerful new ingredients that work on the toughest stains. New advanced formula Snowy.